Chapter 720. If it weren't for the pain in his abdomen and the weakening of his soul power, Rodriguez would have thought that he had an illusion just now. What method did the other party use to make me fall for it? Chen Rue flew over again, and 90% of Rodriguez's attention was focused on that hand. He thought that even if that strange red fruit appeared again, he wouldn't make the same mistake as last time. However, the other party did not use the same trick this time. The sword drew a series of water-like ripples. It was not the first time that Rodriguez experienced this wonderful sword technique of leveraging force, and he also figured out a way to deal with it. His body became extremely soft, swaying along with the power of the water ripples. He was not in a hurry to defend or attack, but he just followed the flow and waited for the opportunity. Chen Rue's sword intent suddenly changed, and the water ripples turned into surging waves. This was originally an overlapping fist force. After the training in this actual combat, he could already exert it through the sword. Layers of sword chi roared and roared, which was completely different from the previous soft whisper. As Rodriguez was about to dodge, he suddenly saw Chen Rue throw something. Saint Dragon, who had been tense, immediately restrained the ability to transform so as not to be fooled again. To Saint Dragon's surprise, the other party threw a very ordinary wine bottle. The cork was open, and it emitted the fragrance of wine. There was no poisonous or dangerous breath. At the moment when Rodriguez hesitated, Chen Rue already had a glass in his hand. Saint Dragon subconsciously caught the wine bottle with both hands and leaned forward to pour the wine. He habitually showed a flattering smile on his face. Before Rodriguez could control his involuntary body, he saw that the sword of fallen angel in the other party's hand had disappeared. He knew something was wrong, and a sword tip protruded from his forehead. It turned out that the sword of fallen angel had penetrated through the back of his head. Fallen angel's special skill, sword manipulation, double damage, and can control the sword body far away from the body within the effective range to launch various attacks. Chen Rue's figure instantly appeared behind Saint Dragon. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally at lightning speed, cutting Rodriguez's body into two. If it was anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. However, Rodriguez's body was immortal, so this blow was not enough to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two halves of his body healed back to their original state. Although his body had recovered, the characteristic of the sword of fallen angel to kill the soul could not be avoided. For the Saint Dragon's soul, this was quite a fatal injury. Rodriguez screamed in pain. He had already understood. Damn bottle! This damned habit! Damn slime! It was true that Dodo's body was immortal, but his rebirth was not endless. Once his power was exhausted and he couldn't be reborn, he would truly die. Especially, the sword of fallen angel was the nemesis of soul bodies. As Rodriguez's soul power weakened, the power of the light and dark kingdom also weakened correspondingly. With the help of the two elemental kings, Augustus had steadily resisted the strong pressure. Once he saw the opportunity to counterattack, Rodriguez would definitely be defeated. As Rodriguez was distracted, Chen Rue took advantage of the loopholes to succeed again and again. He was shocked and angry at the same time. Suddenly his body trembled. The gold and silver colors in his eyes faded quickly, and his movements also stopped. "Master, it's Dodo's voice." Chen Rue's spirit was refreshed. "Dodo, how are you?" It seemed that this fierce battle, especially the consecutive heavy injuries just now, had caused a lot of damage to Saint Dragon's soul. Under this situation, Dodo's soul, which had been sleeping, finally began to recover. "It hurts so much, Sir Dodo." Rodriguez grimaced and said. His eyes shone with gold and silver light again. The sharp claws in his hands attacked Chen Rue frantically. Clang! 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 The terrifying attack was blocked by the demon shield in Chen Rue's hand. The defense of the demon shield was very special. The invisible sharp chi of the dragon claws couldn't penetrate it. The wine fragrance coming from behind the demon shield made Rodriguez's eyes constantly change strangely. "It smells so good." Dodo's voice finally came out again. His nose suddenly became 10 centimeters, greedily sniffing the wine fragrance. Suddenly, his face became bitter again. "Master, there are two strange things in Dodo's body. It's so uncomfortable." Dodo's voice stopped abruptly, and it turned into Rodriguez's angry shout. However, it was obvious that Rodriguez could no longer completely suppress Dodo. Chinrue took the opportunity to launch an attack. The Sword of Fallen Angel hit the target consecutively. However, after Dodo woke up, his soul was no longer immune to damage. He cried at the same time, "It hurts!" "No, no, don't kill me, Master." This cry made Chinrue stop his attack. He couldn't kill Dodo for a while. The souls of Dodo and Rodriguez kept alternating. They were obviously in a fierce battle. According to Hegel, Dodo's soul should have undergone some kind of mutation which restrained Rodriguez instead. Both sides were evenly matched, so Dodo's life could be preserved until now. Unfortunately, Slime was timid and cowardly by nature. Even if his soul level could compete with Rodriguez, his willpower was far inferior. Saint Dragon had the upper hand without any suspense. Chinrue couldn't attack for fear of harming Dodo, but he was very clear about Dodo's weakness. He shouted, "Dodo, don't give up. As long as you get the 2 origin fragments out of your body, you can regain your freedom. By then, we'll go home together." Rodriguez's pupils suddenly shrank. His whole body began to twist strangely as if he could no longer maintain his human form. The dragon armor scattered on the ground. "Dodo wants to go home. Dodo wants delicious food." This voice was accompanied by a powerful obsession. In Chinrue's eyes, the squirming object sometimes turned into a human form, sometimes it turned into a huge dragon body, sometimes it turned into an onion. The power of the entire territory kingdom also began to be chaotic. Aguilas and others were all experienced people. They immediately increased the intensity of their power and counterattacked from defense. They suppressed the light and dark kingdom step by step. The moon in the sky began to show a crack. However, a slime was still a slime after all. A rotten wood wouldn't become a good material just by carving it, especially when the opponent was a saint dragon with hundreds of thousands of years of combat experience. After that ferocious force passed, it weakened again. The slime fell into a disadvantageous position again. "Master, Dodo is just a little bit. I can't hold it anymore." "Master, Dodo can't hold it anymore. Sir Slime is going to die. Help." Although Chenrue wanted to help Dodo, he couldn't intervene to help. An idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered something. Star Sealing Platform. The role of the Star Sealing Platform was to bestow star positions. The person who received the star position title could have special attributes and characteristics. The attribute, power, and quota of the star position were related to the Polaris Emperor's rank. The current blue star rank could bestow 3 star positions: Star General, Star Guardian, and Star Apprentice. It meant that the person who received the star position title could directly have the attribute, superposition, and characteristics of the corresponding level. The recipient of the star position title must be the contractor of the spiritual link or a fanatic who met the requirements of the faith level. Among them, the star position bonus of Star Guardian was Spirit Power A+. It also had the characteristic of condensing thoughts, which made the casting speed of magic faster and the recovery of spirit power faster. In addition to the existence of the S-level faith creature, Snow Dowlet, it could reduce the star position requirement by 30% and increase the effect by 30%. Chinrue entered the star sealing platform of the super system without hesitation and opened the star ceiling with his mind. System prompt. After the star position is bestowed, an additional faith crystal will be consumed every day. It will take 3 days to cancel the original star position bestowal. It can only be bestowed again after 1 month. Do you want to spend 1,500 faith crystals to bestow the star position of Star Guardian to Dodo in the Master Servant link? Chinrue immediately confirmed the bestowal. He suddenly felt a strange connection in his spirit. It seemed that his spirit had also been enhanced in some way. In the spiritual link, a blue title of Star Guardian suddenly appeared in Dodo's name. Note: Spirit bonus A+ characteristic, condensing thoughts. Additional effect, bonus 30%. Consume 1 faith crystal per day. A+ spirit was nothing to S++. However, when the strength of both sides was extremely close, it was likely to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sure enough, both sides returned to the same starting line. Not only that, under the double blow of the light and dark kingdom's weakening, Rodriguez finally began to be unable to hold on. The light in his pupils became dimmer and dimmer. Chinrue shouted while the iron was hot, "Dodo, as long as you take out the 2 origin fragments, I will immediately give you 20 bottles of superb yellow wine, 20 caddies of spiced barbecue, 20 boxes of cream cakes, 20 boxes of jelly pudding." These were the slime's favorites. Every time he said one, the ever-changing body trembled. Then a tentacle-like object protruded from the body desperately. It turned into a palm with difficulty and tremblingly raised 3 fingers. 30 for each? Chinrue wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Deal! As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the slime's body immediately squirmed madly. Accompanied by Rodriguez's roar of surprise and anger, the cracks in the moon in the sky gradually spread. Finally, it burst open with a click, turning into a black light that fell to the ground. It returned to its human form. It was the dark elemental King Hegel. Hegel's breath was extremely weak, but his eyes were still full of spirit. He had obviously gotten rid of Rodriguez's control. The dark elemental king did not rest or heal. He turned into a black cloud, holding the 2 lights of Lambost and more. Rodriguez's roar had turned into a miserable scream. The influence of the light and dark kingdom began to twist and flicker. Augustus shouted, and the 3 elemental kings exerted their strength at the same time. The entire light and dark kingdom shattered into pieces. The fragments turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. The gold and silver colors in Dodo's pupils had completely faded, and he returned to the shape of an onion. He was holding a glowing object in each hand, 1 black and 1 white. A cloud of crystal mist emerged from Dodo's body. It was Rodriguez's remnant soul. Now that the light and dark kingdom collapsed and the origin fragments were taken away, this remnant soul was on the verge of collapse. "I can't believe that I actually lost to 20 caddies." Before he finished speaking, the mist gradually solidified and turned into a crystal clear bead that fell to the ground. It had completely lost its breath of life. The pseudo-god powerhouse, Saint Dragon, who was once famous in the human world, was finally annihilated in unwillingness. "It's 30. While panting, Dodo held the 2 elemental source fragments tightly and righteously corrected Saint Dragon's final mistake. Chapter 7:21. In the Black Sea, the water splashed. No sea creature dared to approach this area because a huge body was roaring. Its dark red tentacles were slapping the sea, raising the waves into the sky. If there were attentive people, they should be able to find that the roar was full of joy. This was the cheer of freedom. On the hidden misty island, Adeline was slightly startled. A faint crystal appeared in her dim pupils, and it slid down her cheeks. Helen on the side was taken aback. "What's wrong?" "Adeline." "I hope so." The Naga girl shed tears and smiled happily. "I really saw it with the eyes in my heart." At the moment when Saint Dragon turned into a crystal bead, not only the distant sea, but the entire land of hatred also changed. The Tower of Glory shone brightly. Within the light range, the surface of the solidified gold and silver statues quickly melted and regained their vitality. The resentful souls felt that the most terrifying thing that oppressed their souls had disappeared. The awakened Strina and the elementals looked at the radiant Tower of Destruction in surprise. In the Tower of Glory, the exhausted slime hugged the space ring given by his master and snorted contentedly. The ring was naturally filled with good stuff, of 30 for each item. Chinrue wiped the sweat on his forehead again. He understood Saint Dragon's grievance before his death very well. A pseudo-god powerhouse who did not fall in the hands of the Supreme Angel or the former Dragon Emperor was turned into ashes because of a foodie. Pseudo-god level dragon power essence. Augulus walked over and looked at the crystal bead in Chinrue's hand with a little surprise. Not every dragon's soul would condense the essence of dragon power essence when it was annihilated. The dragon power essence in Chinrue's hand was not only complete and pure, but it was also pseudo-god level. It contained a huge amount of power. This dragon power essence is extremely powerful. With it, your ancient alchemy civilization's castle should be able to be completely restored. Augustus pondered for a moment. But I want it. Can I? Of course. Chenrue passed the dragon power essence to Augustus without hesitation. If it were not for his father-in-law who fought against the kingdom of light and dark, even if he joined forces with the three lords, they would not have been able to defeat the mutated Rodriguez. It was reasonable to give this to his father-in-law. You really can't sense the power contained in this dragon power essence? If I tell you that it can even help you directly enter the nation level, will you still give it to me so happily? Aeogulas did not immediately accept it. Instead, he gave him a deep look. It's too late to regret now. Chinrue smiled bitterly. With Lord Aeogula's strength, I won't be able to resist at all if he wants to take it from me. Can this be seen as a small test for me? You barely pass. The father-in-law snorted coldly, but he was very satisfied in his heart. Dragon Emperor Sir saw it clearly when he said that the dragon power essence could directly promote to the nation level. Chinrue's hand did not even move, and his emotions did not fluctuate too much. He was indeed sincere. This dragon power essence can make up for the damage that my soul suffered in the past, and the success rate of breaking through to pseudo-god will also increase a lot. No matter what, Oliphius will be handed over to you in the future. Don't let me make a mistake. Got it. Chenrue scratched his head. Actually, I have my own path of power training. The dragon power essence is of little significance to me. As for the alchemy civilization castle, I am very much looking forward to the follow-up transaction with the Dragon Island. The advancement of the super system was different from that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the accumulation of quantity alone, no matter how high it was, could not truly achieve the breakthrough of the Blue Star rank. Therefore, what Chinrue said was the truth. However, the father-in-law didn't know this. He had a better impression of this hairy son-in-law. He nodded and took the dragon power essence. Aeogulas closed his eyes. No one knew what method he used, but the dragon power essence turned into liquid and merged into his palm. The brilliance in the Tower of Glory space began to change gradually. Chinrue did not disturb Aeogulas, and he walked toward the three elemental kings. The three elemental kings had just consumed a lot of power, especially the dark elemental king Hegel. Before his damaged power recovered, he would combine with Lambost and more to launch a counterattack against the light and dark kingdom. Hegel's condition was not very good. Lambost and more were using the power of origin to help Hegel stabilize his injuries. At this time a hand reached over, and a black diamond-shaped crystal lay quietly in it. Origin fragment of darkness. Hegel's eyes narrowed slightly. His red pupils glowed with a strange light. It's yours now, just as we agreed. Hegel ventured into the Black Sea for the origin fragment, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. As soon as the diamond-shaped crystal entered Hegel's hand, it immediately turned into an arm ring and appeared on his left arm. After getting the origin fragment that he dreamed of, Hegel couldn't hide his joy, but he still remembered the original conditions of the exchange. With the Ring of Nightmare, my injury is no longer a problem. We can leave as soon as possible to save your friend. Chenrue shook his head. There is a situation in this matter. Ugh, there is no need for your highness to take action. Moore on the side was taken aback. He thought that Isabella had suffered a mishap. Could it be? Seeing Chenrue's relaxed face, the Earth Elemental King knew that he had guessed wrong. He smiled without saying a word. Hegel frowned. The original condition of the exchange between the two was that he helped Chenrue's friend to heal the light curse. Now that the origin fragment of darkness had been obtained with the help of the other party, he had lost the bargaining chip that he could pay. In fact, he still owed Chenrue a favor for being able to get out of trouble this time. A guile. Hegel pondered for a moment and spoke. The hatred between you and the dark elementals will be written off from now on. I can also give you the origin power of darkness. Of course, these are not equivalent to what I got. I know you have a lot of secrets, including the Supreme, and the 7 artifacts of the demon realm, your identity, your physique, and many more. I can guarantee that I will not disclose any secrets about you under any circumstances. Also, I will promise to help you do one thing. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Chenrue hesitated a little. Actually, between us, the Dark Elemental King seemed to know what he was going to say. Dark Elementals are clear about gratitude and hatred. I said that we will not be friends, but I don't want to be your enemy either. I have a piece of advice. Don't disclose this in front of anyone before you fully integrate all the 7 artifacts. Otherwise, you are likely to encounter unimaginable, terrifying disasters. The blue light in the Water Elemental King's eyes flowed. Hegel, you mean he can integrate? Hegel said impatiently. Don't play tricks. Although you and Moore tried their best to fight against the kingdom just now, you should have seen something. I believe you have already made a judgment in your heart. Lambos smiled faintly. So my judgment is correct? Moore, did you know about this long ago? Earlier than you. Moore nodded. However, the situation at the time was a bit special. Moore's words were a bit vague. He had witnessed the process of Chenrue destroying Glorfin and being possessed by the god-eating mask at Mountain Shillong. He once thought that Chenrue was a Beelzebub royal family. As for the demon shield and the sword of fallen angel behind, he really didn't know. Okay, then I will also give you a guarantee to keep this secret for you. Lambos solemnly promised and smiled again. In addition, I will give you some blue star heavy water. Don't doubt the wisdom of the water elementals. Although you didn't mention this condition to me on the ship, I can see that you need it. Take it as a gift of friendship with the water elementals. I'm not a stubborn dark elemental. It's worthwhile to have a friend like you. Hegel snorted coldly and didn't speak. Thank you very much. Chenrue was overjoyed. Suddenly his heart moved. If I can integrate all 7 artifacts, what will happen? The 3 elemental kings were silent at the same time. After a long while, Moore said, It may be the end of everything, or it may be a new beginning. We can't reveal more to you about this. If you really shoulder some kind of destiny, then you will naturally understand everything by then. It seems that there are too many secrets that I don't know, including elemental war? Chenrue asked rhetorically. I want to ask if I want to use the origin of light fragment to exchange something with the light elemental king. What impact will it have on the elemental war? Moore knew about Ralla's 6-element elemental kingdom, so he suddenly realized, what you want to exchange is the light source power to the light source power and the wind source power. With these 2, plus the dark source power given by Royal Highness Hegel, the 6 elemental sources will be complete. Lambost and Hegel were both extremely experienced people. They immediately reacted and asked in unison, Moore, who is trying to use the 6-element elemental kingdom? A magician who is almost the most talented magician I have ever seen. Moore glanced at Chanrue. It is also his wife. If she can gather the 6 elemental sources, maybe she can really succeed or even go further. Lambost glanced at Hegel as if they were communicating with each other. He smiled mysteriously. If you give the origin of light fragment to the light elemental king, it may lead to our failure in the next elemental war. Maybe one of the 3 of us will die because of this. However, we will not object to you giving the origin of light fragment to the light elemental king. I will not disclose the specific reason to you, just like you have countless secrets that are inconvenient to disclose to us. If possible, I hope that every piece of the origin fragment will return to the hands of the respective elemental king. This is not only my hope, but also the hope of the 6 elemental kings and all the elementals. At that time, it may be the real end and the beginning. Chanrue was savoring the meaning of these words. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, everyone had appeared in the land of hate outside the tower. As for the Tower of Destruction, it had become a palm-sized golden tower and fell into the hands of Augulus. This is for you. Whether there is a way to use it depends on your ability. Augulus threw the small golden tower to Chanrue. Before Chanrue had time to look at it, his ears were already filled with a huge sea of sounds. This was the deafening cheers of the resentful souls, Nagas, and elementals. Chapter 7:22. A few days later, Thunder Snake Archipelago. Strina quietly watched the sailing ship that was getting farther and farther away. The purple moonlight stretched the shadow of the tiny worm very long. On the ship, there was her closest sister and that man. They would go to a place far away from the Thunder Snake Archipelago and the Dead Sea. She didn't know when she would see them again. That man saved her and her sister from the hands of the Black Sea God, and he miraculously defeated a series of enemies, including the Dark Dragon Emperor, who was close to the god. He had transcended countless resentful souls in the Sea of Death, including hundreds of millions of Naga spirits, freeing them from endless sorrow and pain. However, he seemed to have forgotten her promise to agree to anything when she asked him to do so. After the annihilation of the Dark Dragon Emperor, not only the strange power that lured the creatures in the sea to kill each other disappeared, but the mysterious power that had been troubling the survival of all sea creatures no longer existed. It was equivalent to saving all the sea races, including Naga and Sirens. What the man took away was just the phantom coral that had lost its value. Of course, there was also Adeline, who volunteered to go with him. Strina actually envied Adeline. In some ways, Adeline was more courageous than her sister. Do you regret it? Queen Naga Modesty's voice sounded from behind. Strina frowned. She still stared at the Devil's Snare ship that had become a small black in the distance, and she snorted coldly. As a mother, Modesty seemed to intend to uncover the scar in her daughter's heart. Regret not leaving with Adeline? You seem to have made a wrong choice because of cowardice. If you catch up now, you might still be able to make it. Do you want me to give you a ship? Strina's slightly red eyes suddenly shot out a sharp aura. 6 scimitars suddenly appeared in her hand. Let my scimitars tell you if my choice is wrong. I will regard it as a challenge to the position of the tribe leader. Modesty showed a playful sneer as she slowly took out the scimitars. This time it was not 2 but 6. I heard that you have learned the complete mystery, 6-blade break, in the land of hatred. Let me see how much you have improved. Under the moonlight, the crisp sound of blades clashing seemed to be sending off the ship in the distance. On the Devil's Snare ship, Adeline, who left her mother and sister, was crying in Helen's arms. This made the little mermaid princess also shed a lot of tears. She stared at the culprit, Chanrue, with red eyes. Chanrue looked at the little mermaid princess innocently. It was Adeline's request to go with him, but now it seemed like he was robbing her. In desperation, he had to bite the bullet and comfort her. Don't cry, Adeline. I have good news for you. Lord Augula's just gave me a precious treasure called the Imperial Spirit Eye. It is a derivative of the Eye of the Dragon God. It can help you see the light again." Adeline was taken aback. There were already 2 cold beads in her hands with a trace of heart-warming power. "After you calm down, drop your blood on it and place it in front of your eyes. It will turn into liquid and enter your eyes, allowing you to regain your vision. In addition, the Imperial Spirit Eye also has a special power, but to use it, you need a strong spirit power. Although you already have part of the Mirage's illusion power, and your spirit power level has reached the demon overlord level, you're still too unfamiliar in using it. You are far from comparable to a real demon overlord. You should pay attention to strengthening this training so that you can freely use the Imperial Spirit Eye to see things." "Thank you, Sir Aguile." Adeline was pleasantly surprised. She clenched the 2 beads and bowed in the direction of Augula's telepathy. "Thank you, Sir Augula's." Augula's nodded to the Naga girl, but he glared at his son-in-law, which made Chinrue a little depressed. However, speaking of it, his father-in-law was really good to him. Take the Tower of Glory, for example. After his father-in-law spent a lot of effort to completely eliminate the imprint left by Rodriguez, he threw it directly to him. There were actually a lot of Rodriguez's treasures in this space artifact. Unfortunately, 80% of these treasures had been confiscated and received by Augula's. The remaining 20% was strictly stated by his father-in-law that his daughter and son-in-law would each take 50%. With the dragon's financial talent, it was already very, very valuable to be able to keep 20%. This was still considering Chen Rui's excellent performance during this period. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even get half. Apart from those treasures, the Tower of Glory itself was an extremely precious treasure. This was a real artifact, and it was a very rare space artifact. It was by no means comparable to the pseudo-artifacts that Chenrue had previously. Saint Dragon Rodriguez once used it to escape the pursuit of the supreme angel Raphael. With Chenrue's current demon overlord level strength, it was actually very difficult to master this artifact. However, he had the golden finger of the super system. At present, the Tower of Glory was being fully cracked by a deep analysis. Although the progress was quite slow, success should only be a matter of time. Chenrue's harvest from this trip was quite rich. In addition to the Tower of Glory and treasures, he also obtained the source of darkness that Rala needed, a large amount of blue star heavy water and phantom coral needed by the ancient alchemy civilization. He also resolved the hatred with the dark elementals and gained the favor of the water elementals. Due to Rodriguez's possession, Dodo's strength skyrocketed to S++, and he became the character with the highest level of strength. Probably after returning, Sir Lomont's position would be at the bottom. When Rodriguez was annihilated, the contract pillar that bound Octopus King Chi Yan in the Tower of Glory disappeared. Chenrue found Chi Yan's soul crystal ball from the treasures and handed it to Octopus King when he returned to the Black Sea. Without this crystal ball, Octopus King's soul would not be complete. His strength would be stagnant for the rest of his life. This ability was Rodriguez's means of confining him. Now that he obtained the soul crystal ball, he was overjoyed. It was worth mentioning that Chenrue first removed the link of the equality contract with Octopus King before taking out the soul crystal ball. This situation shocked Chi Yan. The other party is just a little demon overlord, but he can actually directly tear up the contract with me, a demigod powerhouse who is about to reach the level of demigod. It seems that this person's origin and potential are unfathomable. Chenrue's approach was obvious. He was selling a favor. Since he wanted to sell it, he naturally had to sell it openly. Chi Yan was very clear about this. Even without the terrifying dragon's powerhouse, Octopus King was still quite grateful to Chenrue for giving him freedom. He promised to go to the fallen angel empire after recovering his soul power to thank him. Dark Moon Estate. In a secluded courtyard, the copper kettle on top of the magic stove began to ring because the water inside was boiling. A white, jade-like hand lifted the copper kettle and cleaned the exquisite tea set on a small bamboo table. Her movements were elegant and skillful. The green tea leaves were put into the purple pot, washed and filtered. Then water was added to soak the leaves. A fragrance gradually spread. There were 2 teacups on the low table. The woman poured the tea from the purple pot into 2 teacups, respectively. She quietly looked at the empty seat opposite as if there was someone there, the person she had been waiting for. Unknowingly, this kind of waiting had become a habit. Even when her life was closest to death, this habit remained the same. Perhaps this was a kind of hope. It supported her hope to continue to wait. After a long time, the woman picked up the teacup and took a sip. There was a faint longing in her jewel-like green eyes. The tea is cold. It doesn't taste good. A voice sounded. The teacup in the woman's hand suddenly trembled, and a few drops of tea overflowed. Then it stabilized again, but the thoughts in her blue eyes had turned into infinite joy. Her voice seemed quite indifferent. "When did you come back?" "Just now." "Really? Then, are they willing to let you come to me?" "To be precise, I sneaked back using some kind of space ability because your threat last time was very effective." Mentioning the threat, the woman smiled behind the veil. Her narrowed eyes were like 2 beautiful crescent moons. "After coming back from the Dead Sea this time, I must be the first woman you touch. Otherwise, I will marry Augulus and let you call me Mom like Oliphius." She had to admit that this threat was too vicious. After all, she was the devil's snare flower, the recognized poisonous flower of the fallen angel empire. "Sit down." She got up slowly, poured out the cold tea in the teacup, and started to boil water again. "Is the matter resolved this time?" You haven't finished talking about the last time in the human world." "Continue." "Okay." The woman listened casually while pouring tea. In fact, she was indeed a little absent-minded. For the first time, her thoughts drifted far away when listening to his conversation. Before meeting him, she held great power and was admired by countless young talents. She easily played the empire in the palm of her hand with her wisdom, but she had nothing except hatred and hatred. After meeting him, especially after being resurrected by him, although she obtained a new life, she could never face the pain in her heart. She just quietly waited for the arrival of death. There was never any hope, just like a disabled person. Until now, she was a complete woman. Yes, not yet, but soon. Her face suddenly turned a little red. She secretly glanced at him, only to find that he was also looking at her. At this moment, her heart, which had always been indifferent, suddenly beat very fast, intertwined with nervousness and anticipation. What exactly happened next seemed very hazy in her mind. She didn't know when he came to her, or if she took the initiative to come to his side. She only felt that everything was going very naturally, as if he was carrying her toward the room now. This time, it would definitely not be a formality like last time. She saw the bed and knew what was going to happen. Her cheeks were fiery red, but she did not avoid looking into his eyes, including the tears of happiness that were dripping from her eyes. Finally, there was such a person. She didn't have to hide everything in front of him. The past was the past. In the future, the beauty and poison of Devil's Snare Flower would still bloom in the world. But in front of this man, she would always be just a snow dowlet. Your snow dowlet. No regrets in life or death. Chapter 7:23. Chen Rui's current mood could be described as people are in high spirits when encountering a happy event. As he wished, Isabella became his woman. To Chen Rui's surprise, he was actually Isabella's first man. He knew that Isabella was cheated back then. The gay man from the human world cheated her of the breeze shadow boots, but he was dismissive of Isabella's dedication. However, it had been more than 100 years since that incident happened. In the past 100 years, as the socialite of the fallen angel capital, the Devil's Snare Flower Isabella, who was said to have countless men under her skirt, had actually kept her chastity. Although there was a shadow left in the past that caused Madame Ant's hatred of men, it was inseparable from the essence of cleanliness after all. Under the seemingly poisonous devil's snare flower, there was the fragrance of snow dowlet. Despite the passage of time, the fragrance was still the same. This made Chenrue cherish Isabella a little more, and it was inevitable that there was some inherent vanity of a man in his heart. In the next few days, Isabella completely let go of her defenses for this man whom she entrusted her heart to. She dedicated everything without reservation, including some special services. The feeling was naturally indescribable to outsiders. With the arrival of the Earth Elemental King with Adeline and Helen, the intimate world of the two finally came to an end. As for his father-in-law, because the pseudo-god level dragon power essence needed to be digested with a special ritual as soon as possible to avoid the loss of precious power, Aguilas immediately returned to the Dragon Island. To be precise, the Dragon Island was also within the large range of the Dead Sea. It belonged to the easternmost deep sea area, which was completely different from the sea area. The distance was extremely far. With the help of the Water Elemental King, a special teleportation ability of the Aquamarine Palace was used to send Aguilas to a closer area. It was because of his father-in-law's departure that a certain guy dared to blatantly use the Stargate to return to the Dark Moon in advance to be intimate with Madame Ant. Knowing that Chenrue brought back two sisters, the Crystal Palace shook violently again. Chenrue had a hard time explaining that the little mermaid princess was personally selected by Aguilas to help Oliphius recover. It was also quite beneficial for ordinary training. As for the Naga girl, she was a sister worthy of sympathy. This statement inevitably aroused the suspicion of several harem. However, after contacting the two sisters, it was generally believed that the most suspicious Adeline was far less dangerous than the charming Siren Princess. The Naga girl's blindness, not yet recovered, and her tortuous growth experience also aroused the sympathy of Athena and others. The little succubus maid came up with a bad idea to let Adeline recognize Chenrue as her brother so that the several sisters-in-law could take care of her in the future. This idea was actually unanimously approved. The sibling relationship made the Naga girl a little worried about gains and losses, but she finally integrated into this family smoothly. The warmth brought by that kind of small group was something she had never experienced before. In addition, her temperament was weak and humble, and she was very easy to get along with. Everyone liked her very much. The smile on the girl's face also began to increase. In the eyes of the little mermaid princess, although Aguil conveniently saved the fate of the sea tribe, including the Siren family, when looking for the Dragon Emperor's treasure, it couldn't hide his despicable acts such as kidnapping and blackmailing. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. His friends are also not good people. In this kind of colored gaze, the bragging master poison dragon, the lecherous nephew, the gluttonous and lazy slime. The shortcomings of these guys were infinitely magnified, so they naturally couldn't arouse the little mermaid princess's good impression. She didn't change her tone at all. This attitude greatly reduced the hostility in the women's hearts. After getting along for a while, Helen became good friends with Athena, Delia, and Crobolus. When the little mermaid princess was chatting, it was inevitable that she would ridicule them with poisonous words like, "All of you flowers are inserted in XX," but the women just laughed it off. The one who felt the most proud was Sir Dodo. Once he succeeded, he turned from a loser to a tall, rich, and handsome man. Other than Zola, even Paglio, who was quite close to S++ under the guidance of Augustus, was slightly inferior to him in terms of S++ strength. The cunning slime was still respectful and flattering to the master who controlled his life and death, including the mistress. He was also honest to the mistress's friends, Delia and Crobolus, but he wasn't courteous to the poison dragon and Lomont, who had been stepping on his head before. Unfortunately, combat power and strength level were two different things, especially the slime's courage and had not undergone corresponding qualitative changes. In a friendly match with Paglio, He was so scared by the opponent's desperate stance that he ran away. Master Poison Dragon finally managed to defend his position barely. Roman also wanted to imitate the Poison Dragon, but the difference in strength was too big. He failed to imitate the Poison Dragon and ended up like a dog. He was stepped on by Dodo. Since then, his status fell to the limit and became the bottom existence in the house. In this case, the Poison Dragon and Lomont uncharacteristically began to train hard. Lomont actually broke through to the demon overlord level, and Peglio also had a tendency to nationalize. From another perspective, Master Dodo's contribution was indispensable. In addition to the incident of secretly returning to the Dark Moon to have sex in advance, the relationship between Chenrue and Isabella was no longer a secret. Although he knew that Madame Ant would come to boss Chen's bowl sooner or later, when she really came to the bowl, it still caused a small earthquake. A few tiles of the Crystal Palace cracked. It was worth mentioning that Madame Ant was very considerate. She still lived in the quiet courtyard and did not move into this collective dormitory. Occasionally, when she came for a small gathering, she also wore a veil and kept a low profile. She got along well with the girls. At least, on the surface, the Crystal Palace was still considered a river crab. As for the incidents such as squeezing, blood sacrifice, chopping, chainsaws, etc., it was unknown. Because of this, a certain nephew always lowered his head when he saw the arrogant captain. It couldn't be helped. Who let the joke back then become a prophecy. He really became Madam Uncle. When it rains, it pours. In short, Master Lomont was really unlucky recently. Fallen Angel Empire Palace. You seem to have been very leisurely recently. It's not leisurely. Chenrue heard the accusatory meaning in Her Majesty Empress's words, and he smiled awkwardly. He was indeed not leisurely in the past month. Augulez sent Danielle to the Dark Moon to be responsible for trading the Dragon Power Essence with Chenrue. The items in exchange were black potions and devil fruits. Danielle was the blue dragon who was beaten up by Rala during the battle against Obsidian. He was an old acquaintance of Peglio and the husband of the black dragon, Julia, who stayed in the Dark Moon. Danielle was surprised to see that Chenrue could take out so many devil fruits and black potions. When he saw Miss Long's docile and pleasant appearance next to Chenrue, the blue dragon's surprise turned into worship. He is indeed the son-in-law of His Majesty Dragon Emperor. Valiant can only be described with one word. Miss Long was in a very good mood recently. With the help of the Dragon Power Essence given by Augulez, the foundation of the Elemental Kingdom had been successfully constructed. All that was left was to comprehend the origin power of various elements. Originally, it took a long time and great danger to comprehend any kind of elemental origin. However, now that there were actually 4 kinds of elemental origin power, it was surprisingly smooth. The man also patted his chest to ensure that there was no problem with the remaining light and wind origin power. Once the 6 types were gathered and the complete 6-element kingdom was cultivated, not only would it be difficult to find an opponent at the kingdom level, even demigod might have the power to fight. With the dragon power essence brought by Danielle, plus the blue star heavy water and phantom coral obtained from the Dead Sea, the 3 units of crystal beasts, assemble puppets and giant crystal beasts in the ancient alchemy fortress capital of stars had begun to be produced. The number of lamp spirits was also increasing. However, the fortress of the capital of stars currently had a control upper limit. It could accommodate up to 20,000 gremlin servants, 10,000 crystal beasts, 5,000 lamp spirits, 1,000 assemble puppets, and 100 giant crystal beasts. The giant crystal beasts were comparable to the demon overlord. If the number could reach 100, then in terms of high-end combat power alone, it should already be the strongest existence in the demon realm. Although he didn't run around during this time, the matter of the capital of stars, the alchemy training supervised by Tetenis, plus the most important one, in order to coordinate the sacrifice of the Crystal Palace, Chenrue was really not leisurely. If his current harem deeds were to be thrown into the otaku circle of his previous life, it would definitely be the focus of attention. The existence of an arrow target. His portrait would be made into a scarecrow by countless jealous men and cursed with the 7 arrows book day and night. Even after turning into ashes, he would get a lot of resentful couplets such as, "You must die if you start a harem." Really? Then you've worked hard. Her Majesty Empress could guess the most important one even if she closed her eyes. The meaning of this sour sentence was self-evident. Someone replied without blushing, "It's not hard to work for Her Majesty Empress." This sentence made Jia furious. "Do you think I don't know who you are working for?" Forget about Athena, Kia, and Rala. The bridesmaids actually snatched it first. Her Majesty Empress suddenly regretted keeping this guy in suspense. If I knew it earlier, I would give it to him in the dark moon. But I definitely can't say this out loud. Seeing Her Majesty Empress's unfriendly face, Chinrue hurriedly said, "Actually, I'm planning 2 big things recently. I wonder if Her Majesty Empress is interested in listening?" Jia's attention was indeed diverted. After listening to these 2 things, she looked shocked. "Are you sure you can let the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association have a foundation that is no less than the other 2 empires?" "Of course I'm sure." Chinrue nodded firmly, and he suddenly grinned. "Shouldn't your Majesty reward me well for such a meritorious minister?" When Jia saw this guy's gaze sweeping toward the open neckline on her chest, her face was slightly hot. She snorted coldly. "Don't you still have a big event? I'll reward you for bringing Alice to the event. Recently, she has been pestering you every day. I heard that there seems to be an agreement between her and someone." Chinrue's smile froze. He didn't expect Jia to know that he coaxed the little loli for 3 years. He couldn't help but feel guilty. "Humph." Her Majesty Empress put on a stern face. "Don't quibble. Accompany Alice well this time. Remember, don't have any improper thoughts. Also, after these 2 things are done, it's time to prepare for our wedding. Remember, the bridesmaids must attend. Tell her that I hope she can play a song for me at the wedding, and I don't mind even if it's the end of the world. Just like some things." Seeing the light flashing like a chopper in Her Majesty Empress's purple eyes, Sir Prince's husband couldn't help but shudder. "You really don't mind?" Chapter 724. Green. Everywhere was a dark green color, but the air was brimming with a fiery, red-hot breath. The bubbling mud of the swamp was like lava with a terrifying high temperature, distorting one's vision. Lomont walked casually in this terrible swamp with a knife in his hand. His seemingly sloppy posture and unhurried speed were actually adjusting his body's functions to the best state to deal with unexpected situations. The leather armor was already tattered, and his body was full of wounds, especially the terrible wound on his chest and abdomen. It was as if a terrible beast's claws had almost cut open his chest and abdomen. Lomont's breathing was already a little chaotic, but the hand holding the knife was still steady. Suddenly, a few terrifying tall figures popped out of the hot swamp, roaring and pouncing towards Lomont. Lomont's 2 knives shook and swept towards those figures. The light blue knife light drew a few lightning bolts in the air, just like those lightning-fast figures. After the knife light, there were a few more wounds on Lomont's body, but he still walked forward unhurriedly, still with a lazy expression. The air was still hot, but the ferocious faces and bodies behind him suddenly turned into countless pieces and disappeared without a trace. White. White could be understood as pure and flawless, but when this white filled the entire mind, it had nothing to do with purity. Delia was like this now. Her mind was blank, and she repeatedly lost consciousness. She only recovered after a long time, only feeling dizzy, chest tightness, and nausea. This was not the first time this happened. As soon as she woke up, she found herself sticking out of the strange stone cliff. Her body was rapidly crashing towards a hard mountain wall, and she was about to be smashed into pieces. A strange light appeared in Delia's right eye, and a strange airflow burst out from her body. She drew an arc, narrowly avoiding the mountain wall, and soared into the sky. As she rushed into the sky, a warning sign appeared in her line of sight. Delia hurriedly turned around, and a red ray of light that was shooting towards her at high speed brushed past her. Delia, who had lost her balance, raised her hand, and a huge object erupted forward, accurately focusing on the source of the ray of light. Boom! A dazzling flame burst out. Even so, Delia was unable to avoid the red light behind her. Her vision and body kept shaking, but she reacted quickly. She tapped on the rock wall and bounced towards the source of the attack. It was a metal ball more than a meter tall. It was floating in the air, and there were black tubes on all four sides. Delia's fists attacked like a storm, and the metal ball exploded in an instant. Although she had eliminated her opponent, the blank feeling she had when she was moving at high speed appeared again, which annoyed her. This uncomfortable feeling was obviously shorter than the last time. After barely recovering, Delia controlled her body to continue flying forward. Black. Although this world was colorful, in Alice's eyes, black was the color of black crystal coins. Black crystal coins flowed into the little Loli's space money cabinet. Watching the numbers in the money cabinet rising, the little Loli's face bloomed like a flower. This was her shop or restaurant. Although it was not very big, with hard work, there were many customers coming and going in an endless stream. As the shopkeeper, she had several assistants with different characteristics. Some were proficient in cooking, some were attentive, and some were good at cleaning. She assigned them to suitable positions. These assistants were not perfect, but with the increase of work experience, their level would also rise. Every once in a while, someone would come to apply for a job. If she was lucky, she could hire some talents with special skills or very high potential. Customers were not simple. Although there were suitable assistants, mistakes were inevitable. Moreover, customers had various needs. If she paid attention, there would be unexpected gains. For example, she once helped an old lady who came to the inn to find a lost item, and she obtained a new secret recipe of West Lake vinegar fish. After the chef became proficient in this dish, a lot more customers came, and the turnover skyrocketed. Of course, this kind of fortuitous encounter was not absolute. Last month, the beggar that she helped stole 20 black crystal coins from her in return for her kindness. The accountant came to report, "Shopkeeper, we are out of stock of streaky pork and spices. It's all Wang San's fault. He forgot to stock up because he was drunk. Ask Wang San to buy it immediately. Even if it is 10 times higher than the purchase price, he must buy it." The little Loli made a prompt decision and ordered. She secretly thought that although Wang San's arithmetic specialty was very useful and could lower the purchase price very low, alcoholism was too easy to make mistakes. This was not the first time such a thing happened this month. When the newcomers apply next month, they must change a purchasing staff. The little Loli's eyes gradually became dignified. It was almost the end of the month. The business mission of 30,000 black crystal coins must be completed. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will be in vain. In the scorching swamp, the monster's figure continued to disappear. Lomont's blade was still waving, but it was far less agile than before. A burly figure in front gradually became clear. It was a man with red eyes and a great sword in his hand. Lomont showed high vigilance. He had already felt the extremely dangerous breath on this man, which was far better than the previous monster. Before he could react, the man suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed down with his sword. This sword was simple and pure. "I can't take it." Lomont felt a chill in his heart. He instinctively had a feeling. He moved hundreds of meters away at an incredible speed. It was the Belphegor royal family's bloodline talent, Flash. His left eye glowed with a golden light, and it shot at the man. The man didn't even look at the golden light. The momentum of the slash did not decrease, as if nothing could stop this simple and pure action. Hundreds of meters away, Lomont's body suddenly became two pieces. Although he used flash to avoid this sword on the surface, he did not avoid the rule contained in this sword. Therefore, Lomont died. Delia was also at the end of her life. Her vision was filled with the alarm of various parts about to collapse. Her spirit was severely overdrawn. Even the eye of Incubus couldn't sustain it. After barely dodging the slash of the metal enemy behind her, she was hit by the silver light coming from the front. Under the cold death ray, her entire body began to freeze. The enemy behind her took the opportunity to slash down with an axe, and she was immediately torn into pieces. Damn! Lomont opened his eyes and took off the metal helmet on his head. This boss is too perverted. What's worse is that it's actually a man. I'm not willing to die in the hands of a man. Leader should design a sexy beauty, like the kind of beauty with a whip? Ha! The little Loli's excited voice came out. I passed. All the one-star missions of Chinji Restaurant are completed. Is there any more below? Hee hee. With that guy's integrity, there's naturally no more below. The little Loli took off her helmet and asked curiously, What do you mean by there's no more below? I don't understand. If there's no more below, it means... Lomont smiled. Before he finished, he suddenly felt a prickle on his back. He turned around and saw Delia looking at him faintly. He broke into a cold sweat and immediately changed his words. It means that it ends here. There may not be any more missions. What are you guys talking about? Chenrue walked into the room. Brother. The little Loli immediately jumped over and held his arm affectionately. Suddenly, she looked at Lomont coldly. Brother, this bad guy Lomont just cursed you for not being a man. Master Lomont at the side burst into tears. Oh, my little princess, didn't you not understand? He's obviously jealous. We should sympathize with this kind of person. Chenrue touched the little Loli's head and coughed at Lomont. I say, little Lomont, you're still not mature enough. I'll ask Annie to stew some pig's brain soup for you next time. Little Lomont? Master Lomont gritted his teeth and almost said, Little your sister! But the little girl had Adeline far away and the little princess nearby. She was not someone he could afford to offend. Besides, if she said Annie, it would be enough to step on his nephew's head and laugh. So, Master Lomont had to pretend that he did not hear it. This made Chenrue despise him even more. This expression was too pretentious, far worse than Rala. Leader, Delia said, the training system I just tried is very magical. Not only can it train my spirit power, but I can also train in the virtual world. If I can complete the training, can I control the kind of assembled puppet? Something like that. Chenrue nodded. What you just tried is the virtual training course of the assembled puppet in the ancient alchemy civilization. The natives of the ancient alchemy civilization do not have much power, but the assembled puppet can give them at least the combat power of the demon emperor. You're very talented in this area. The basic course has been completed. It's quite amazing. With your own strength, as long as you can perfectly control the power of the assembled puppet, your combat power is likely to break through the demon emperor level. However, this kind of control requires high spirit power. You're just learning it, so don't be too eager to carry out actual combat training. Lay a good foundation first. Delia's power had always stayed at the early stage of the great demon king. When she heard Chenrue's words, her eyes couldn't help but light up. I know, leader. Brother, I also completed the 1-star mission of the inn. The little Loli hurriedly showed her credit. Isn't it amazing, too? Chenrue smiled and said, Of course our Alice is the most powerful. After the 1-star mission, there are still 2-star, 3-star, and even 5-star missions. However, Crystal Phoenix is still debugging. When she finishes debugging, you can continue to play. Sir Leader, oh no, Sir Uncle. There was no one else besides Lomont who called him that. I like this virtual training of death battle very much. Can I keep playing here? Actually, this training game is adapted according to some kind of test. For some reason, I changed the image. Lomont didn't understand Chen Rui's explanation, but he understood the next sentence. Virtual training should be combined with real combat to be more effective. I will ask Dodo to fight with you later. At the mention of slime, Master Lomont suddenly became listless. Now he was just a piece of vegetable being trampled by Dodo. Leader, I can't imagine your mind. Delia showed a sincere expression of admiration. These virtual, games, how did you make them? The legacy of the ancient alchemy civilization. The wisdom of another world, plus a little brain. Chen Rui pointed to his head. I should be the only person in the demon realm who has mastered the life crystal of the ancient alchemy civilization. The things I create are even more unique. This will become the existence of the fallen angel empire's mechanic association, comparable to the ancient magic tower of the Dark Shadow Empire and the library of the Bloody Empire. In fact, the field of alchemy is just a coat. Its influence will be far more than that. Perhaps the entire world will change because of this. Chapter 7:25. In the evening, the moonlight in the sky gradually turned purple. Her Majesty Empress stood on the balcony, holding the railing with both hands. Her beautiful and deep black eyes looked down at the little sparks under the mountain thoughtfully. The cool breeze blew, gently blowing her black hair and wide robe back, showing the perfect outline of her body. She was floating like a fairy. Lilith, are you here? The Empress's voice sounded. Her voice was extremely pleasant, revealing a kind of tranquility. Yes, Your Majesty. The woman in blue robe at the foot of the steps bowed and responded. She saw that the Empress was contemplating just now, so she didn't come out to disturb her. Has the intelligence from Jurgle Fortress come back? There is no new intelligence for the time being. The first general is very calm. Even when we put on the posture of a decisive battle with the fallen angel empire, it was still the same. However, the tricks in the dark have not stopped. After we signed the alliance agreement with the fallen angel empire, Brock executed several people for colluding with the enemy. These people were his cronies and also the undercover agents we sent. It is likely to eliminate some traces. For now, we don't have much evidence to bring him down. Lilith thought for a while and added, Brock was seriously injured for unknown reasons last time. Now half of his body is made of mechanical materials. His true strength is likely to exceed the average demon overlord. His personal strength is not enough to be feared. The Empress shook her head. What I'm afraid of is the Fireblade Legion he controls. The Fireblade Legion is the Empire's first legion. Its combat power is extremely powerful, enough to compete with the most elite troops of the Bloody Empire. I want to take back this power completely. I must not let it die in his hands. Brock is the first general to respond to the military reform I implemented. Coupled with his prestige in the army, it is really difficult to deal with him openly. This time, I put on the posture of taking advantage of the situation to attack the fallen angel empire. I also have the intention of luring the snake out of its hole, but this snake is calm. Even so, with the implementation of the military reform, Brock's control over the army is continuously declining. It's only a matter of time before we get rid of him. On the other hand, the safety of Sir Florence and Madame Metalou. After the failure of the last secret rescue operation, it has instead raised Brock's vigilance. If we want to sneak into the fortress again, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Empress nodded slightly. Waiting is admittedly a stable method, but it is inevitable that many unexpected situations will occur. Unfortunately, with the current situation, this is the most appropriate method. As for Uncle, don't act rashly for the time being. Yes, Your Majesty. Lilith hesitated. One more thing, say it, Lilith. You are my most trusted subordinate. There are no outsiders here. Just say what you want to say. Lilith lowered her head and said, It's Prince Vikursa, who has admired His Majesty for many years. He wants to probe His Majesty's intentions through me. Vikursa? What else did he have other than his face and the status of a prince that he had obtained through the chaos? A petty trick that can't be shown in public? The Empress snorted coldly. She didn't hide her contempt in front of this trusted subordinate. When I was still a princess, he used all kinds of means to get me. He even used the military force in his hands to threaten me during the internal strife. Even then, he didn't succeed, let alone now. I know His Majesty hates him, but in terms of identity and status, Vikursa is currently the most suitable candidate. Lilith sighed and showed a serious expression. His Majesty has been single for many years. It's time for him to have a husband. This is not only His Majesty's private matter, but also a major event for the entire empire. The Shadow Empire needs an heir. I understand. The Empress glanced at Lilith indifferently. I know what I'm doing, and I know what I should do. Don't try to probe this kind of intentions in the future, no matter what method you use. I only want a result that makes that guy completely give up. Lilith understands. Lilith bowed respectfully. Her Majesty is not only the most beautiful woman in the demon realm, but also the wisest person. When the Empress is clear-headed, she doesn't think she needs too much advice. What's the situation in the fallen angel empire? I'm about to report to Her Majesty. According to the latest intelligence, 3 noteworthy things happened in the fallen angel empire. The first thing is about the marriage of Empress Jia. Jia announced that she will hold a wedding in 2 months. The husband is naturally the mysterious Aguile. This matter has been greatly obstructed, mainly from the Lucifer royal family and the elder families. It is said that Her Majesty said, I will only choose him to be my husband. If you object, once the empire has no legal heir, you will all be the biggest sinner. The authenticity of this sentence remains to be investigated, but it is an indisputable fact that Empress Jia has overwhelmed all opposition voices. It is certain that the huge economic interests in her hands have played a decisive role. She is a good opponent. Besides, I like her words. The Empress smiled. Even though she was wearing a veil, one could still feel the peerless charm of that smile. Lilith then began to report the second thing. Recently, the Fallen Angel Capital's Mechanic Association is expropriating a large area of land and planning to relocate. There should be some special actions, but the specifics have not been found out yet. However, the Fallen Angel Capital's Mechanic Association has opened a new scroll research department. Several mechanical masters in our country have carefully studied the scrolls brought back by the intelligence personnel and found that the effect is far better than ordinary magic scrolls. Besides, the material is very special. Master Anderson analyzed that those materials should come from the human world. The Empress was slightly shocked. She thought for a moment and asked, How is the Dark Moon's Chenrue doing recently? That human has long resigned from the position of financial officer. He stays in the Lord's mansion all day and doesn't go out. He only shows up occasionally. Athena announced that Chenrue is seriously ill. Many people know that this is just an excuse. The human should be secretly protected. This is likely to be related to the peace negotiation conditions that our country put forward for him last time. Or it's not that simple. The Empress frowned slightly. He must be behind so many new things in the Fallen Angel Empire. But the strange thing is that we have captured humans who came to the demon realm. Those new things have never existed in the human world. I once suspected that he came from the legendary divinity realm, but now the appearance of these scrolls has overturned my suspicions. In fact, no matter what kind of suspicion it is inconceivable. It is better to collect intelligence down to earth. At present, the intelligence department has 3 focuses. The first is the Jurgle Fortress. The second is the Fallen Angel Empire and Chenrue. The third is the war in the Bloody Empire. Yes. By the way, you just said that there is another thing about the Fallen Angel Empire. This matter has long been publicized in the Fallen Angel Empire's Empire Daily. If your Majesty has time, you can turn on the Magic TV and watch it now. The time should be up. Is it a battle ball game? The Empress asked. The battle ball game had now become the most popular sport in the demon realm without any controversy. Every game was full, and the television broadcast also attracted a large number of viewers. Especially, they could watch the exciting game in a distant foreign country. Not only did it bring huge economic benefits to the two empires, but the popularity of the battle ball also made the empire's people's physique and cohesiveness stronger. No, the newspaper called it a concert, and it was also crowned with the words wonderful and far better than expected. To be honest, this is the first time I heard this kind of thing. You will know when you see it. The Empress asked the palace maid to turn on the huge magic TV in the palace. This was the best gift from the fallen angel Empress Jia. Regardless of the screen size or clarity, it was the best today. At present, there was only one channel on the magic TV, namely the fallen angel channel 1. As soon as it was turned on, a special scene was seen. Countless troops were attacking a small town. The sound of fighting and the roar of the magic crystal cannons were deafening in the smoke. The soldiers and residents of the small town blocked round after round of attacks with incredible willpower. The enemy troops that were several times larger actually couldn't break through. These should be the effects created by water magic. They were somewhat similar to phantoms, but they were very realistic. In the picture, day and night changed. 10 days had passed. There was no support, no rest, only death fighting. The battle of the small town reached the last person. A general covered in blood stood on the line of defense and breathed his last breath. The enemies took a detour and didn't touch this standing corpse, even if he had buried countless comrades on their side. All the voices quieted down, and a woman's singing gradually became clear. There was a sense of unyielding and persistence in the sad and melancholy tune. With the ups and downs of the song, the scene constantly moved and switched. Scenes of heroic and unyielding scenes reappeared. Lilith was overwhelmed with emotions, and tears filled her eyes. The song of Isildur. A thin layer of mist rose in the Empress's calm black eyes. The singing gradually faded, and the touching scene also became thinner. The scene returned to reality. It turned out to be a huge stage in the center of the arena. A pair of solemnly dressed man and woman appeared on the stage. The woman spoke through the magic speaker. Just now it was the dark moon, Lord Athena. Whales who personally sang the song of Isildur. It made my heart flutter as if I had returned to the epic battlefield back then. The next song is The Sky Castle, brought by Her Majesty Empress special guests, Ms. Adeline and Ms. Helen from the Dead Sea. The scene on the stage changed into a boundless ocean. A girl with the body of a snake was sitting on a reef, plucking the strings of a golden harp. The elegant sound of the harp touched the heartstrings of everyone, and the surrounding sounds immediately quieted down. A beautiful figure appeared in the water in front of the reef, and she began to sing along with the harp. This voice was ethereal like the sound of nature. It seemed to have a special magic that resonated with the harp sound in the soul of every listener. The black shadow in the sky gradually became clear. This was a castle floating in the air. It was quaint and beautiful, full of incredible power. The melodious song carried the faint sadness of the past, but there was no lack of hope for tomorrow. This emotion lingered in the castle and everyone's heart for a long time. At the end of the song, the audience was still intoxicated in the lingering sound of nature. What song is this? What song is this? After a while, Lilith seemed to wake up from a dream. She stared at the disappearing castle in the sky on the screen. The Dead Sea. That should be the song of the sirens. The one playing the harp is a Naga. The knowledgeable Her Majesty Empress took a deep breath. The words in the newspaper are not exaggerated at all. This will be a concert far beyond expectations. It will be wonderful. Chapter 7:26. A quiet tune sounded, echoing in the empty mountains like a fairy strolling alone under the moonlight, enjoying the lonely embrace of the darkness. This was nameless music played by Richard the Wanderer with a piccolo. Perhaps it was to set off the atmosphere, but the performer was hidden in the magic scene from beginning to end and did not show his face. The performance time of this piece of music was not long, and it was not outstanding compared with many excellent programs. However, when Her Majesty the Shadow Empress in front of the magic television heard this piece, her pupils suddenly shrank. If Lilith was not addicted to the music at this time, she should be able to see that Her Majesty's lake-like calm eyes actually began to shake. Unlike the intoxicated Lilith, although Catherine also liked music very much, she always maintained a calm heart and looked at the concert from the perspective of a queen. What she saw was not only on the musical level, but also on the political level. This kind of concert had an impact on the economy, development, the cohesion of the empire, and so on. However, when this nameless music was played, she could no longer stay out of it. It was not the first time she heard this piece. The first time she heard it was in the Silent Night wetland. This was not nameless music, but solo dance under the moonlight. She once thought that she had successfully forgotten this piece, but only today did she realize that it had always been in her heart. She wanted to forget, but she couldn't. Catherine felt the tremor in her heart. She suddenly clenched her fists and snorted in a low voice. "You don't even bother to change your alias!" This voice woke Lilith up. "Your Majesty, what did you just say?" Catherine had returned to normal. Shaking her head, Lilith did not pay too much attention and turned her attention to the magic television again. Her Majesty the Empress sighed slightly and gently stroked the cloak behind her. This was not one of the 7 artifacts, the Dark Shadow Cloak, but a quasi-legendary cloak, Yearning of the Stars. It turned out that the things that were given up were never really given up. The live broadcast of the Fallen Angels concert on Channel 1 was quite successful and caused a huge sensation. According to a survey conducted by the Capital Daily, the most popular program of the concert was the performance of City in the Sky by the 2 Merfolk girls. The beautiful sound of the piano and the soul-stirring voices made even ordinary people who didn't understand music feel intoxicated. Adeline and Helen became famous overnight. Occasionally, they would meet many enthusiastic fans when they went out. The little mermaid princess was very excited, but the Naga girl's heart was more touched because Chen Rui had fulfilled a promise. Your beautiful sound will intoxicate everyone. The most popular song was the Song of Essador, sung by the Dark Moon, Lord Athena personally. It was raining cats and dogs in town Essador that day. It seemed that even the sky was moved to tears. It was said that the Samel royal family in front of the magic television almost cried. What was more exaggerated was that several powerhouses of the Samel royal family actually went to the Dark Moon estate to seek refuge with Athena afterward. The final finale was the new military song of the fallen angel empire. It was majestic and uplifting. Chen Rui asked Adeline to adapt it based on the masses in his memory. This classic song was once misrepresented as the battle song of the 1st Panzer Division of the German SS. It was widely spread in the other world. It was used as background music in many film and television programs and social activities. Judging from the sensation at the scene, this military song would soon be familiar to all demons. The form of expression adopted by Chen Rui was the common MTV in the other world, which was music television. In this dimension, it was definitely an art form that had never been seen before. Not only there was music, but there were also realistic magic pictures which set off the atmosphere flawlessly. It was like a magnificent epic that could be seen, which could arouse strong resonance from the audience. Although there were no props or 3D computer effects in the previous life, there was magic in this world. The main culprit who manipulated the water mimicry magic was the nominal disciple of the fairy dragon Rala, the top magician of the fallen angel empire, Stiller. Although she apprenticed to Rala to protect the Bull family, as she came into contact with Rala, Stiller became more and more convinced of the strength of this teacher. When Rala was in a good mood, she would also give a few pointers which benefited her a lot. Although Stiller's magic was far inferior to Rala's, she was definitely at the peak among ordinary demon overlords. With Chun Rue's magic circle, the special effects created were quite outstanding. Most of the singers who participated in the concert were famous. Under the strong request of the national audience, the concert was replayed on the Fallen Angel Empire's Channel 1 during prime time 3 days later. It was said that the next concert was already being planned, and the specific time was yet to be determined. It was certain that the two most popular Sea Tribe girls would attend again. Chun Rue's current focus was on the transformation of the virtual game. He did not divert his attention because of the great success of the concert, even though he also performed a song solo dance under the moonlight on stage at that time. This song was not only a reminiscence of the past, but it was also equivalent to a move for a certain empress. One day, I will come to the Shadow Empire with the power to make the entire demon realm tremble, and I will take you away. With his current strength, as long as he could unlock, it was not impossible to achieve this goal, but she was the ruler of an empire. There were too many things involved in it. The most important thing was the will of Her Majesty Empress herself. Chinrue knew Catherine's rationality very well. Even if she really fell in love with him, it was impossible to give up many things. This matter must not be rushed. It could only be done slowly and steadily. As long as that song could cause a slight turbulence in Her Majesty's Shadow Empress's heart, it would be considered a success. The virtual game was transformed with the central life of the ancient alchemy civilization, Crystal Phoenix as the core. The helmet was equivalent to a spiritual brainwave receiver. Chun Rue, as the owner of the entire kingdom's spiritual imprint and the sole master of Crystal Phoenix, had the highest authority. In those games, Lomont experienced the most powerful and most difficult inheritance world, which was the Bis world, when Chinrue accepted the inheritance test last time. Out of some considerations, Chinrue changed the Abyss environment and the monster image inside. It turned out that the training effect of combining the spiritual world with reality was quite significant. Lomont's demon overlord realm that he occasionally entered under the stimulation of Dodo had gradually stabilized. The manufacturing equipment of various alchemy creatures, including the build puppet, had been repaired under the efforts of the gremlin servants and began to operate normally. At present, there were a total of 15,000 gremlin servants, 500 crystal beasts, 3,000 lamp spirits, including the fallen angels' imperial guards, 10 build puppets, and 1 giant crystal beast in the City of Stars. Due to the power restriction of the central life crystal, Crystal Phoenix, the birth speed of the construct puppet and the giant crystal beast was not fast. If the upgrade materials of the entire center could be collected, not only the production efficiency and birth speed of the alchemy creatures would be greatly increased, but the upper limit of the alchemy creatures that could be controlled would also increase. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of materials, Chinrue could only collect slowly while letting Crystal Phoenix calculate the replacement materials. Delia experienced the training world of Construct Puppet while Alice played the Chen's Restaurant, adapted by Chinrue based on the business games of his previous life. Once these games were successfully modified, Chinrue planned to start to implement them step by step in the capital's Mechanic Association. There was no doubt that, in addition to enhancing combat effectiveness and training the Construct Puppet pilots, this virtual game would also bring huge economic benefits. However, Chun Rue's real purpose was more than that. After the successful evolution of 6-Star, new exchange items appeared in the Super Systems Exchange Center, but the new items required faith crystals to be exchanged. When he was in the human world, he had to gather 1 million faith crystals, so he could only watch it. Now that he had successfully returned to the demon realm to complete the mission, the faith crystals automatically generated by the super system, plus the crystals converted from the faith power transmitted by Shura from the ground had accumulated a considerable amount. There were 2 types of new items in the exchange center. One was the Life of Faith, which was the same as Snow Dowlet with additional bonuses. Phantom Flower, beloved creature of faith, wind element. The speed of the star rank holder in the star ceiling platform increases by 20%. The exchange price is 5,000 faith crystals. Wishing Grass, sea level creature of faith, earth element. Increases the daily production of faith crystals in the kingdom by 10%. The exchange price is 10,000 faith crystals. The faith of the star ceiling platform could stack the bonuses of the star ceiling platform. However, each faith of the star ceiling platform could only be planted once. The Phantom Flower and the Wishing Grass were only B and C level faith of the star ceiling platform. It was estimated that after the star ceiling platform leveled up, more faith of the star ceiling platform would be released. Chinrue was lucky to get an S-level Snow Dowlet. The second type of exchange item was very special. Devout's Heart, an independent faith core. It can be integrated into items and become the center to absorb faith power and transform faith. Its function is similar to the Tower of Faith. The exchange price is 100,000 faith crystals. It can only be exchanged for one. Devout's Feet expand the range of faith absorption, increase and transmit faith power. Its function is similar to the Pillar of Faith. The exchange price is 10,000 faith crystals. There is no limit to the number of exchanges. Chinrue previously felt that the role of this Devout's Heart was a bit useless. Putting the Tower of Faith in the real world, even with the Guile's identity, people may also believe in him. Once, when conceiving the game of the ancient alchemy civilization, Chinrue suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He exhausted almost all the faith crystals in stock and exchanged for the unique Devout's Heart. Then he merged the Devout's Heart with one thing. That was Crystal Phoenix. Because of this, various games with Crystal Phoenix as the core had actually become the game of faith. As long as one showed courage, perseverance, wisdom, even anger, killing, and other emotions or qualities in the corresponding game, they could provide faith power. This way, not only could he increase the number of faith crystals, but he could also understand the power of the demigod realm through the power of faith in reality. The player himself had no additional loss. On the contrary, he could also get training effects or entertainment effects through the game. This point had been confirmed by Chinrue in the experiments of Lomont, Delia, and Alice. The success of the experiment made Chinrue excited, as if he had seen the formation of a huge faith network step by step in the future. Perhaps this would be a shortcut for him to go further. Chapter 7:27 AI. Danielle sighed. What should we do? AI. Julia shook her head. It's very difficult. What ideas do you have? Crobulus frowned and said, It's not just difficult. It's not easy at all. Paglio, do you have any ideas? Paglio took a sip of wine. What ideas do I have? Why don't we force him to do it? In that guy's words, it's cooked rice. We have to eat it even if we don't want to. TSK. Bad idea. Blue Dragon and Black Dragon showed disdainful eyes at the same time. Can you have some class? No matter what, you are a dragon that is about to become a kingdom. The one who has no class is Sir Dragon Emperor. He actually chose such a guy as his son-in-law. Paglio said with a sad and indignant expression, and that guy already has several women. Each of them is the best. Even the Empress is his. Dragon God above, it's so unfair. Daniel added indignantly, That's right. Beast, let go of that black dragon. You guys seem to have missed the point. Ms. Black Dragon's eyes glowed with cold light, which made Blue Dragon's hair stand on end. Does it mean that Sir Ogulus has a class by recruiting trash like you as his son-in-law? Master Poison Dragon was not afraid of Julia. As he was about to speak, he suddenly grimaced in pain. It turned out that his arm had been twisted by Emerald Miss Long's claws. This twisting technique was taught by her best friend, Ms. Innie. Pinching a bit of flesh and turning 360 degrees, Not only was it painful, but it would also leave a huge, eye-catching blue mark. It was quite embarrassing. You two fools who only know how to be jealous. Do you want me to use the communication stone to help you ask His Majesty Dragon Emperor now? Ms. Black Dragon's trump card made the Poison Dragon and Blue Dragon speechless. Ask the Dragon Emperor now? What a joke! Isn't this courting death? Julia was awe-inspiring for a while. Then she quickly returned to a sad look. Quickly think about how to make Princess Oliphius and Chinrue become real husband and wife as soon as possible. This is a mission given by Lord Augulus that we must complete. Chrobulus pondered. Isn't Chinrue engaged to Oliphius? This is only a matter of time. In fact, Lord Augustus doesn't have to be so anxious. You still don't know Chinrue? Treat Oliphius as a cheap hire as a mine stepping. Also as a friend, as a sister, but not as a wife. Master Poison Dragon hit the nail on the head. For that kind of bastard who values love over friendship, as long as she becomes his woman, he will do his best to take care of and protect her. This time he went to the Dead Sea to fight with Demigod, for Isabella is the best example. I think this should be Sir Dragon Emperor's intention. But everyone can see that the engagement is purely perfunctory. So far, he hasn't even officially held Oliphius' hand. If it were Athena and the others, that damn human would have already grabbed her with green eyes. Julia nodded. Yes, but whether it is Princess Oliphius or the human, there is no sign of development in this direction, so I have a headache now. Sir Augulus said at the beginning that if we can't complete this mission, not only Danielle and I will be severely punished, but the next time we come to the Dark Moon, he will capture all of you back to the Dragon Island and lock you in the Black Prison. This time, even Paglio couldn't help but shiver. His Majesty Dragon Emperor is a man of his words, let alone going to the Black Prison. Even if it is just moving to the Dragon Island, Master Poison Dragon is not willing. It is so carefree here. There are good wine and meat. The rarest thing is that there are a few opportunistic friends. Where can I find such a good place? Emerald Miss Long naturally didn't want to leave the comfortable place of the Dark Moon, so she had to start thinking seriously. Although they are engaged, Chinrue really doesn't treat Oliphius as his woman. I'm afraid it is difficult to change him in a short time. Even Sir Augulus didn't have a good way when he was in the Dark Moon. Therefore, if we want to do this, the key lies in Oliphius. However, Oliphius doesn't know anything. She always thinks that marriage is something that can be eaten, let alone that between men and women. By the way, doesn't Princess Oliphius like money? Danielle slapped his thigh. We can start from this aspect. Give her money and let her take the initiative. As soon as the Blue Dragon said this, the eyes of the other 3 dragons lit up at the same time. Let's do that. Julia made a prompt decision, but she looked troubled. The question is, where does this money come from? As soon as the Black Dragon said this, the other 3 dragons were all staring at each other. Dragons are all financial experts. If Augulus knows about this kind of bad idea that makes his daughter take the initiative to throw herself at him, it will be good enough if he doesn't get beaten up. Do you still want to reimburse? This money is obviously not public expenditure. Who is willing to take the initiative to pay? Danielle gritted his teeth and slapped his hand on the table. I'll pay 1 black crystal coin. You have the face to say it with just 1 black crystal coin. Paglio glanced at him disdainfully, and he threw out 2 black crystal coins heroically. I'll pay 2. I'll also offer 2. Ms. Emerald Dragon was very straightforward this time. If she married a chicken, she married a chicken. If she married a dragon, she married a dragon. You stingy people. You're all crazy. Julia was going crazy. You want to tempt a dragon's princess to offer herself to a man with just a few black crystal coins. Emerald Miss Long asked curiously, Julia, how much are you offering? Miss Black Dragon was a little unconfident. Of course, 2 black crystal coins. The dragons continued to stare at each other. At this time, Oliphius walked in from outside the door. She saw the 7 black crystal coins on the table at a glance. Wow, who dropped the money? When the word wow came out, the black dragon chick had already rushed over and grabbed the money. However, the dragons had long known Oliphius virtue, so they stopped the chick who tried to pick up the money halfway. The blue dragon rolled his eyes. Princess Oliphius, do you want this money? The black dragon chick nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. The blue dragon asked tentatively, as long as you complete a mission, this money is yours. Oliphius's eyes lit up. Okay, what mission? This. Daniel looked embarrassed. Even though this guy was thick-skinned, he couldn't explain what sex was to a girl who didn't know anything. He immediately turned his eyes to Julia and Crobulus for help. It was naturally better for women to explain this kind of thing. Crobulus and Julia hurriedly pulled the black dragon chick to the side. After muttering for a long time, the black dragon chick looked puzzled. Take off the boss's clothes and then put something on his waist in your mouth? Is that all? Is that thing delicious? That can't be eaten. Crobulus was shocked. If this chick really eats it, it will be the biggest tragedy. The black dragon chick asked curiously, if it can't be eaten, why do I have to put it in my mouth? What is it? That is, Julia wiped her cold sweat. Weapon. That is a weapon. You can only put it in your mouth at most. You can lick it, but you can't eat it. You will die if you eat it. As long as you complete this task, all the black crystal coins on the table are yours. Why do you want me to do this strange thing? There must be a reason. The black dragon chick looked suspicious. Miss Emerald Long and Ms. Black Dragon looked at each other with a guilty conscience. After all, Oliphius was not a fool. Okay, my sister said that an excellent mercenary will not ask the employer for the reason. I will take this difficult task, but the price, double the price. Ms. Black Dragon immediately made the decision. She looked at Miss Emerald Long, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Fortunately, Oliphius became a fool in front of money. Seeing the black dragon chick leave happily with the 7 black crystal coins deposit, Ms. Emerald Dragon felt a little uneasy. 7 black crystal coins, it settled just like that. Yeah, Ms. Black Dragon was also uncertain, and she comforted herself. As long as she really does this step, it is basically a success. Will Oliphius do nothing and then come back to report false accounts? Due to this chick's various criminal records, Crobulus's worries were completely within the range of possibility. Ms. Black Dragon seemed to be confident about this. Didn't you hear my special instructions just now? Pay half of the deposit first, and then take the other half after it is done. If you breach the contract, you have to compensate 10 times the price. With this, I believe Princess Oliphius will really work hard. Julia, you are so smart. The flatterer was naturally Danielle. Of course, it's precisely because I'm a smart person that the extra 7 black crystal coins will be deducted from your pocket money next month. Chinrue didn't know that a conspiracy against him had quietly unfolded. He was currently drinking tea in Isabella's small courtyard. Does it look good? The clothes on Isabella's body gradually changed from the original green skirt to a light yellow high-collared gown. This piece of clothing was the new magic feather tool. After Chenrue gathered the materials, he made one for Isabella. The powerful attributes of this quasi-artifact armor were not bad, but what made his aunt love it the most was the special function of changing shape and color at will. It looks really good. Chenrue took a sip of tea and looked at the beautiful and charming woman in front of him with a smile. He didn't know if he was talking about the clothes or the person. He had just finished debugging the Crystal Phoenix virtual game. It was rare for him to come back to relax, taste tea, and appreciate the flowers. Of course, it was the devil's snare flower. His life was so satisfying. Hearing the man's praise, Isabella smiled more charmingly. With a slight thought, the clothes gradually began to change again. Chinrue suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea because his aunt's newly changed clothes were a set of sexy underwear. Does it look good? Isabella's face was slightly flushed, and she looked delicate and charming. The transparent black silk set on her exquisite and graceful body was very tempting. Chinrue suddenly thought of the scene of his aunt wearing this set of black silk and having fun under him. He couldn't help but feel thirsty. In the face of such blatant seduction from his beloved woman, if he could still sit and drink tea calmly, he would not be a man. Just as the two hugged and kissed each other passionately and planned to go further, Oliphius's voice suddenly sounded. "Boss, are you still there?" The movements of the two stagnated, and they hurriedly put on their clothes. They didn't know that the black dragon chick, who was familiar with the magic circles in this area, had already hopped into the yard. Since the magic feather tool had been changed several times before, the speed of changing again was greatly reduced. Isabella, who had no time to change the sexy underwear back to formal wear, grabbed the coat that Chinrue took off in a hurry and put it on her body. The weather happened to be hot these few days, and Chinrue didn't wear extra clothes, so he had to bare his upper body. The black dragon chick, who bumped into the two, was startled. "Boss, sister, what are you doing?" "Nothing," the boss and sister said in unison. "Boss, I seem to see you kissing sister?" The boss, who was glared at by his sister, had a quick wit. "That's called mana supplement." "Yes, it's mana supplement. Mana supplement. To be precise, it's the first step of mana supplement," Boss Chin explained solemnly. His serious expression seemed like some kind of professional academic researcher, but he looked incongruous with his upper body bare. The black dragon chick asked curiously, "Can I also replenish mana?" "Of course not." Boss Chin shook his head quickly and added, "Mana supplement costs money, and it's very expensive." "Boss, you seem to have replenished mana for me last time." Boss Chin felt that his sister's gaze seemed to have become sharp like a knife, and he felt wronged. "Don't talk nonsense." "When did I replenish mana with you?" The black dragon chick explained in a serious manner. "Didn't you make it up in front of everyone during the engagement? No wonder my face felt a little hot at that time, so this is what it feels like to replenish mana." Boss Chin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, that's why I gave you a very expensive ring that time." The black dragon chick's eyes flashed with the light of money. "How about we replenish it again?" Boss Chin quickly shook his head, and the black dragon chick was a little disappointed. Thinking of the purpose of this visit, she turned to Isabella and said, "Sister, can I talk to the boss about something?" Isabella wrapped herself in Chenrue's clothes and tried to maintain her sister's calmness. "Of course." "Right, boss, do you have an image stone?" "Yes, give me one, sister. Help us record it with the image stone." "Okay." Soon, the black dragon chick, who had completed the task, returned to the house happily. "Julia, I've completed the task. Pay off the rest of the payment." As soon as this sentence came out, the four dragons were all taken aback. It was actually completed. "Wait a minute, Princess Oliphius, did you really do as I said?" Julia felt incredible. This arduous task was unimaginably smooth. "Of course, I'm very professional. I also recorded it with the image stone as evidence." Before Julia could stop her, Oliphius had already openly opened the image stone and played it. In the image stone, there was a man and a woman. Sure enough, the man was Boss Chin and the woman was the black dragon chick. Boss Chin seemed to be very hot. He was not wearing a shirt, and he was holding a sword in his hand. At the request of the black dragon chick, he posed with the sword on his waist. Then the black dragon chick took the sword, licked the blade, and then nothing. When I got there, it just so happened that Boss' clothes had already been taken off by my sister, so I asked Boss for the Dark North sword and completed this incomparably difficult task. The black dragon chick said proudly, "Julia, pay up." Chapter 728. The Palace of the Fallen Angel Empire. Empress Jia was listening to Isabella's report carefully. The effect of the snow dowlet flower was quite magical. After Isabella recuperated for a period of time, the light annihilation seal on her body had been completely removed, and the power and life taken away by the curse had all returned to her. Ms. Innie was not a person who could stay idle. Especially after regaining her youth and vitality, the gloom in her heart was gone. She only felt bored every day. At the invitation of Jia, she regained control of the Secret Intelligence Department of the fallen Angel Empire. Her talent is really extraordinary. She just took control of the Secret Intelligence Department not long ago, and the operation of the intelligence system in various places is more flexible. After listening to the latest intelligence, Jia showed a dignified expression. The Bloody Empire's second Prince Edmund was defeated again. Isabella pointed to the strategic map and said this time he personally led the main force to fight against Alias in Wushan in the north of the Iron Fist Estate. As a result, he fell into the trap, and his army was completely defeated. Edmund led the remaining soldiers to escape, and he is currently hiding in the Iron Fist Castle. Alias' army has broken through the 3 lines of defense of the Iron Fist Estate and is approaching step by step. It is very likely that the civil war of the Bloody Empire will not be delayed for long. Qinrui interjected. This situation is a bit beyond our expectations. Didn't Edmund get the secret help of us and the Shadow Empire? It was originally expected that both sides could drag for at least another year. Why was it completely defeated this time? It is said that the genius prince of the Bloody Empire, Terrace, walked out of the dark furnace and planned this battle. Terrace? A strange expression flashed in Qinrui's eyes. An image of a gentle and elegant man appeared in his mind, and he frowned tightly. Terrace is the youngest son of the Bloody Empire's Raisin. He is known as the first genius in the world. He has extraordinary wisdom and is proficient in military strategy. At the same time, he has extraordinary performance in business, politics, potion, mechanics, and other aspects. He is almost an all-around genius. Unfortunately, due to his lack of talent and strength, he is regarded as the least likely prince to inherit the throne. Speaking of all-around genius, Isabella's blue eyes flickered. She glanced at her man and said, "It is said that before Raisin's retreat, Great Prince Alias attempted to assassinate second Prince Edmund, but he failed. Little Prince Terrace came out to take the blame for his brother Alias and voluntarily entered the Dark Furnace to reflect for half a year. The Dark Furnace was the most dangerous secret place of the royal family in the Bloody Empire. It contained the extremely manic dark power. Although the Mammon royal family could use the dark power to speed up their cultivation, it was also extremely dangerous. Many members of the royal family had died inside. After Terrace went in, he didn't come out for half a year. Many people thought he was dead, but they didn't expect him to walk out of the Dark Furnace 2 years later. It is this genius prince's ingenious scheme that caused Edmund to suffer a decisive blow. It also caused our strategy of making the Bloody Empire's long-term internal friction to be on the verge of failure. Qinrui had witnessed Terrace taking the blame with his own eyes. At that time, he was attending the royal banquet as the disciple of the Bloody Empire's top mechanic master, Nate. However, Qinrui always felt that Terrace was not simple. Especially after learning about Master Fonsac's encounter back then and experiencing the tragedy of Town Lupin in the Blue Lava Estate, he became more and more suspicious of Terrace. Now it seemed that the taking the blame could not be ruled out that Terrace directed it himself. Qinrui thought for a while and asked, "Is there any news from Raisin the Great, who is in retreat?" "Not yet." Isabella shook her head. Jia said, "Let's put Terrace's matter aside first. Even if the civil war of the Bloody Empire ends, they have also lost a lot of vitality this time. They will not pose a threat to us in a short time. We can just seize the time to develop our economy and military power." "Yes," Qinrui nodded and said, "although our military power has been greatly damaged because of the previous war with Obsidian, the current military system reform of the Empire has been fully completed. and its cohesion is unprecedentedly strong. The Red Dragon Legion of the Warlock Fortress, the Saber-Toothed Tiger Legion of the Tecula Fortress, and the Red Blood Flame Legion of the Dark Moon have completed the recruitment and establishment. They are really stepping up the training. It is estimated that after 1 to 2 years, those recruits can truly become the backbone to compete with the elites of the two empires. Don't underestimate the two empires, and don't be blinded by the trend of economic development and some small achievements in front of you. Isabella did not echo the man this time and put forward a different opinion. Don't forget that the military power of the fallen angel empire has always been the weakest among the three empires, whether it is the overall strength or high-end strength. In terms of the number of demon overlords and demon emperors alone, we are far lower than the other two empires. Once a war really breaks out, we still can't really compete. Jia thought for a while and nodded slightly, agreeing with Isabella's opinion. Don't worry. Chen Rue seemed confident. The castle of the ancient alchemy civilization has been repaired. This castle itself is a powerful weapon. It can even reverse the entire war at a critical moment. As for the alchemy life, all the materials have been gathered. Once the production is completed, we can have 100 giant crystal beasts with demon overlord level strength, which is at least equivalent to 1,000 demon emperor level assembled puppets, 5,000 lamp spirits, and 10,000 powerful crystal beasts. These troops are powerful, and they are completely obedient to commands. In addition, we also have Garadam's undead army. These military forces, combined with the Empire's Legion, will definitely not be inferior to the other two empires. What we need right now is time and the ability to train the puppets. Jia's eyes lit up. Yes, the land requisition of the Mechanic Association has been completed. It depends on when your castle can be moved over. The castle is still accumulating energy now, and those training games are also being intensively debugged. Chen Rue pondered for a moment. Judging from the current progress, it will probably take more than a month. Have you seen the Academy construction plan last time? You really moved all the things from the human world over. Jia showed a smile. I have read it carefully. This plan is very good. In fact, the demon realm also had an academy many years ago, but it died out for various reasons. I agree with your plan, but we still need to think about it in the long run. Didn't you say that? Haste makes waste. You have brought too many new things. We need to digest them step by step. Let's finish the most important thing at hand first. Isabella's voice interjected. Other countries can only follow our footsteps and keep imitating. But Her Majesty Empress thinks there are too many new things. It seems that Our Majesty really has a blissful worry, Her Majesty Empress retorted faintly. My blissful worry is that there is no beautiful bridesmaid at the upcoming wedding ceremony. Fortunately, this worry no longer exists now. These two sentences made the solemn atmosphere of discussing official affairs instantly weird. A certain scumbag of the Crystal Palace Master did not dare to say a word or leave. Perhaps this is the blissful worry. In the evening, Dark Moon City. Under the bright magic lights, there was a lot of traffic. It was still bustling. Although the day was coming to an end, the livelier night market had just begun. On the big magic TV screen in the square, the concert that caused a sensation in the demon realm was being replayed. Although it was already the fourth replay, the audience's enthusiasm was still extremely high. It seemed that they would never get tired of watching it. It was said that the date of the next concert had been set. It was the day before the wedding of Her Majesty Fallen Angel Empress Jia as a celebration. Delia, slow down. Wait for me. Lomont caught up quickly. Delia said faintly, Weren't you fascinated by that beauty just now? You misunderstood. I just saw that her necklace is very chic, so I want to buy one for you. Lomont quickly explained, Speaking of beauties, our Delia is the most beautiful. If you take off your veil, all the women in the Dark Moon City will be ashamed. Humph. Sweet words. Delia glanced at him disdainfully, but she felt quite comfortable in her heart. She didn't point out that what he was fascinated by was actually the white ravine under the girl's necklace. In all honesty, it's definitely not sweet words. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Lomont smiled, but his words were sincere. He took the opportunity to hold Delia's hand. By the way, Paglio and those guys seem to be very restless these days. Speaking of this, Delia's mouth showed a smile. It's all for Oliphius and the captain. It seems to be caused by Sir Augula's pressure on these dragons. Unfortunately, Oliphius doesn't know anything. She made a fool of herself a few times. The captain is really a beast. Lomont's eyes were filled with undisguised jealousy and hatred. It's right for me to call him captain. You should call him Sir Uncle. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm a generation younger than Delia? Uncle Lomont was dumbfounded. The back of his hand was in pain. Delia's nails had pinched it. I know that you have always regarded the captain as a role model in your heart. But as long as I'm here, you have no hope in this life unless unless! Don't worry, I'm completely different from that beast captain. Lomont said hurriedly, but he was wailing in his heart. It's over. I'm planted on a tree in this life. I have no dream of the forest anymore. During the conversation, Delia's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Lomont was telepathically connected with her, so he immediately felt something was wrong. In front of him was a woman wearing a large robe that covered her figure. Her entire head was shrouded in gauze. Her facial features could be vaguely seen, but it was impossible to see clearly. This was a very typical female costume of the Shadow Empire. Due to its proximity to the Shadow Empire and the cooperative relationship between the two countries, there were quite a lot of people coming and going from the Shadow Empire. Women in this kind of costume were not rare. Delia herself was dressed like this. What an unexpected encounter. The woman's voice was very pleasant. In this noisy square, it gave people a strange sense of tranquility. Delia tightened her grip on the pheromone, but didn't make a sound. The woman's gaze fell on their tightly clasped hands. I didn't expect to meet you here, Lady Delia. Lomont could feel Delia's nervousness and even fear. He took 2 steps forward and shielded her behind him, a murderous look in his eyes. From the way she addressed him, this woman should be an old acquaintance of Delia's in the Shadow Empire. For some reason, she could see through the magic veil Delia was wearing and make Delia feel such emotions. She must be a powerful opponent. Miss Christina. Delia finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. Chapter 729. At this moment, Lomont felt that the surrounding scene had changed strangely. It had moved from the square to a secluded alley. With Lomont's familiarity with the Dark Moon, he knew that this was the number 7 alley in the southern block. The opponent did not cast territory or illusion, but a real space transfer. This mysterious Christina still had no special breath on her, as if she was an ordinary person without power. But Lomont instinctively felt a huge oppression. He had now reached the demon overlord level, and his spirit sense had greatly improved. The more so, the more he could sense the horror of this woman. This sense of oppression was even above Paglio and even Dodo. Perhaps only Rala could be on par with it. Such a powerful enemy was unmatched. Escaping was the best way, but Lomont couldn't do it because of Delia. Perhaps he could escape with the talent of Flash, but with Delia's current strength, she definitely couldn't escape. Therefore, his first reaction was to fight to buy time for Delia to escape. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious woman's body was instantly wrapped in countless blue lights, like a continuous light net. The speed of the light net was extremely fast. After the whole body was formed, the whistling sound of tearing air was heard. Lomont, who had been tempered in the Abyss world, was no longer the same as before. This blow was his strongest killer move, no return. It meant that he would never return until he killed the enemy. The terrifying thing about this move was the countless follow-up moves it contained. If the opponent didn't move, she would be shattered by the sword net. Once the opponent moved, Those follow-up moves would be triggered in a chain. With an indomitable momentum, it would burst out with even more terrifying power. Even he couldn't stop it. In the Abyss game, a whip woman at the early stage of the Demon Overlord was once annihilated into hundreds of fragments under no return. Suddenly, the blue light net paused and quickly dimmed. It was extinguished in a slender, gloved hand. Lomont's figure appeared, and he took a few steps back. The hand holding the sword was trembling constantly, and blood gradually oozed from the hilt. Lomont ignored the severe pain in his hand and stared at the opponent vigilantly. With just a wave of her hand, this woman had broken all of his follow-up moves. The powerful saber chi had been reflected back, and the webbing between his thumb and index finger had cracked. Clearly, she hadn't used her full strength. The difference in strength was too great, just as he had estimated. Although Lomont had spoken in advance, Delia had already understood from his eyes that she wanted to take the opportunity to leave. Now that she saw Lomont's quick defeat, she dispelled the idea. Since she couldn't escape, she might as well face it together. It was just that he didn't expect this noble lady of the Shadow Empire, the heir to the legendary Empress, to have such terrifying strength. I mean no harm, Delia. Christina saw their performance, including their psychological changes. She was considerate and omitted the title of Madam. By the way, I remember that you and the daughter of the first general of the fallen Angel Empire, George, who is also the current Dark Moon Lord and the third general of the Empire, Athena, are friends. Back then you even... It turns out that you have been hiding in the Dark Moon. But please rest assured that I will not leak your news to anyone. So what if I leak it? Lomont snorted coldly. His purpose of desperately improving his strength was not only to protect Delia, but also to personally kill the beast, Brock. According to his aunt Isabella's intelligence, Brock could not protect himself now, so he hid in the Jurgle fortress. In addition, the Dark Moon had at least 3 powerful dragons. Even if he knew that Delia was here, he wouldn't dare to come. As soon as Lomont said that, he suddenly remembered that the 2 of them were not Christina's opponent at all. Their lives were still in the hands of others, so he couldn't help but be speechless. Delia, since you and Lord Athena are friends, then it's even easier. I want to meet Sir Lord's lover, the famous human financial officer, Chen Rue. Can you introduce me to him? Miss Christina! Delia took a deep breath and regained her calmness. If I guess correctly, you came under the order of Catherine the Great. I'm afraid your efforts will be in vain. As far as I know, it's impossible for Chen Rue to leave the Dark Moon. If that's the case, will you use other means? For example, since he can't be used by me, then he can't be used by others? You're overthinking. I just want to ask him some questions. Christina glanced at Delia. Delia, I haven't gone shopping for a long time. Can I be a guide? As for Sir, I'm staying in VIP room 1 of the Red Fruit Inn. Can you pick up Delia after we're done shopping? However, I hope that when I come back, it's not a few dragons who entertain me. Lomont frowned. Is this a threat? You can understand it as a lady's request. A smile appeared behind Christina's veil. Let's go, Delia. Delia thought about it and walked to Christina's side. Lomont snorted coldly, stomped his feet, and disappeared. Such a fast speed. The Flash talent really lives up to its reputation. Christina's tone was a little emotional. I'm surprised that you, as a Leviathan royal family, actually found a Belphegor royal family as a partner. However, I can see from a few details that your relationship is very deep. You're even willing to sacrifice for each other. It's really enviable. The dignified Dark Shadow noblewoman will also be envious of this. Delia shook her head and suddenly smiled slightly. I know that Miss is intelligent, but you won't get more information from me. Since we're going shopping, let's go happily. Love really changes a person. This smile doesn't belong to the Madam Black Spider I know. Christina took a deep look at Delia. Actually, you've told me a lot of things, such as the kind of trust in companions that is deeply rooted in habit. I'm surprised that this kind of trust is actually when you talk about that human. Delia's gaze was stagnant, then she shook her head. You're really the legendary noblewoman. Your wisdom and observation alone are daunting. However, it's better for a woman to be a little stupid sometimes. Otherwise, it will be very tiring, especially in front of men. Maybe you're right, Delia. Christina smiled. I really haven't gone shopping for a long time. I'm a complete layman in this aspect. I think you'll have many opportunities to fight back later. The two women held hands and walked intimately on the street. Delia seemed to have forgotten her hostage identity. She introduced various shops and facilities to Christina, and they even went shopping for clothes together. Christina really didn't look like she went shopping often. She asked various questions curiously and constantly praised the prosperity of the dark moon. It's unbelievable. This city was still a dilapidated and desolate place a few years ago. Now, it has become the most prosperous place in the demon realm. It's not inferior, even compared with the 3 imperial capitals. Christina said emotionally, that human is really amazing. I can guess that he's behind all the changes in the fallen angel empire. The word turning something rotten into something magical alone can't describe his ability. Of course, Delia felt proud because Chinrue was her and Lomont's true friend, a friend of life and death. I understand your trust and protection for your friend, but are you so afraid that I'll deal with him? Christina sighed. As we walked just now, as far as I know, you've left 13 kinds of secret marks. Even I can't understand 9 of them. It should be a technique used by the Special Intelligence Department. If I guessed correctly, there must be a place for you in the Dark Moon's dark demon. However, your worry is really unnecessary. If I really do anything, even the few dragons of the Dark Moon may not be able to stop me. Delia didn't explain. She smiled without saying anything, but she was secretly vigilant in her heart. This noblewoman is indeed terrifying. I don't know if the leader can deal with her. However, no matter how smart Christina is, she won't think that there are actually 6 dragons of the Dark Moon and Dodo. As long as I find this place according to these secret marks, I can easily take down this noblewoman. I'm sorry, Delia. It seems that I have misunderstood. Christina suddenly apologized, which stunned Delia. Then she saw 2 familiar figures appearing in front of her, Chinrue and Isabella. This was what happened. As soon as Lomont returned to the house and wanted to ask Paglio and the others to help deal with Christina, he happened to meet Chinrue and Isabella returning from the Rainbow Valley's passage. Hearing the name Christina, Chinrue couldn't help but be shocked. He was very clear about the true identity of this noblewoman. If he was still ignorant in the Silent Night wetland, then in the Crystal Valley, Christina's true identity was already obvious. However, he didn't expect that when he used dancing alone under the moonlight at the concert to test the waters, Her Majesty Empress made a surprise counterattack. She actually used Christina's identity to personally visit the Dark Moon, and she specifically asked for Chinrue. That's not right. She should be looking for Richard. Did I get exposed? When did? Chinrue's surprise couldn't be hidden from Isabella, who was next to him. Madame Aunt was very meticulous, and her sense of smell was even better than the little maid. She immediately felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Therefore, Madame Aunt insisted on coming. It was because of her that she used those secret marks to find the target in the first place. The moment he saw Christina, Chinrue felt that the pair of star-like black eyes seemed to stare at him through the veil. He couldn't help but be a little absent-minded for a while. Isabella took the initiative to say, "Ms. Christina." The noblewoman really turned her gaze to Madame Aunt. "Yes, you are." Ms. Innie ignored her. She just held Chinrue affectionately and pressed her full chest against his arm. "Do you know her?" Behind this action, there was a faint shadow of a hatchet which made Chinrue shudder. He wanted to say that not only did he know her, but he also had sex with her, but he could only play dumb at this time. "It's my first time meeting this lady. May I ask what's the matter?" Christina looked at Isabella. Her eyes behind the veil were very calm. With Isabella's keen senses, she could feel that behind this calmness was a strong self-confidence, as if the opponent in front of her was not at the same level at all. This made Madame Ant secretly vigilant and quite uncomfortable at the same time. For a while, there seemed to be invisible sparks between the two veiled beauties. Chapter 730. Your Excellency, Chun Rue, Christina said flatly. I've been asked by someone to pass on a few words to you alone. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Before Chun Rue could open his mouth, he felt a heavy pinch on his arm. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "What if I say it's not convenient?" Christina was silent for a moment. "Then I've been rude. Please forgive me for the disturbance. I'll take my leave now." Wait, it was Isabella who spoke. When Christina said goodbye just now, she sharply sensed the man's emotional fluctuation, even if it was quickly concealed. His aunt was a smart woman. She knew when to be unreasonable and when to be reasonable. Looks like it's something important. Chinrue, you should go and listen. Don't let a lady come all the way here for nothing. His aunt smiled. But Miss Christina, next time you need to ask someone for a favor, you should be more polite and keep a low profile. No man would want a woman who's too full of herself. Chinrue was a little embarrassed. It was easy for his aunt to say that. That Madame Mandala was much more arrogant and prideful than Christina. Thank you for your advice. Christina's expression and tone were still indifferent. She was clearly ignoring him. Madame Aunt snorted coldly and secretly pinched Chinrue again. She came to Delia and didn't even look at Christina. She took her niece's hand and turned away. His Excellency Chinrue really doesn't lack women around him, and all of them are excellent women. Christina stared at Isabella's back and said calmly. She seemed to have the upper hand just now, but she had unknowingly competed with the other party. Objectively speaking, it was a tie, and Isabella knew that. Chinrue laughed awkwardly. Christina slowly walked forward. I was only halfway through my shopping trip. Can I continue now? I'm usually very busy. I can't remember the last time I really went shopping. Oh. Chinrue did not know what Christina's real intention was, so he could only respond vaguely with Rala's moves. Next, it was really a shopping trip, a pure shopping trip. What is this? It's beautiful. Christina picked up an item from the stall. Good luck not. It's said that it can bring about special luck. Chinrue didn't give the vendor a chance to promote. He explained directly. In fact, it is made of a special plant meridian. It has no practical value. Well, 15 white crystal coins, a fixed price. Are you selling it? The latter half of the sentence was directed at the vendor. It could be seen that Christina liked this delicate gadget very much. After some bargaining, the deal was made at 18 white crystal coins. Christina watched with interest as Chinrue bargained, then happily accepted the gift. After this episode, the original stalemate atmosphere seemed to have relaxed a lot. Chinrue took Christina to taste the Dark Moon snacks and bought a few small gifts. They walked all the way to the Red Fruit Inn. The Red Fruit Inn was one of the largest hotels in the Dark Moon. It was relatively high class. Chinrue followed Christina into VIP room 1. It was actually a suite with a living room and a bedroom. There were also high-end facilities such as a magic TV. This made Chinrue inexplicably think of the word get a room. His heart suddenly beat a little faster. I haven't relaxed like this for a long time. This feeling is very good. Christina gestured him to sit down. Thank you, and your little gift. Miss, you're welcome. Christina's tone changed. So let's get down to business. Chinrue's mind turned quickly, and he responded. N. Christina said calmly, I want to know, as long as the chips are enough, everything can change. This question made Chinrue already guess some of her intentions in his heart. Nothing is absolute in this world, but it also depends on what change is. So, you should understand what I mean. Can you give me a definite answer? Chips are not a problem. Chinrue pondered for a moment and gave the answer. Some things can't be put on the trading scale. Naturally, they can't be measured with chips. Christina was silent. After a while, she slowly took off her veil. I'll only ask you once. Can I be the reason to change you? When Chinrue saw the long-lost beautiful face, his heart was shocked. Miss you. I'm already being honest with you. Christina sighed. You don't have to play any disguise anymore. Maybe you can deceive the entire demon realm, but you can't hide from a woman's intuition. Not to mention, you're not without flaws. This is why I came to the Dark Moon in person this time. Chinrue's mind was blown, and he was suddenly in a mess. 3 words emerged in his heart. I'm exposed. He had imagined many times that one day he would appear in front of Catherine and announce, domineeringly, "You're mine," in her surprised eyes. However, the reality was the opposite. Her Majesty Empress came to him and asked domineeringly, "Are you willing to be mine?" Since Catherine personally dressed up, she must have exposed the identity of Chinrue long ago. Even if Aguile hadn't been exposed, at least she could equate the human with the trio's specialized mechanic master. Chinrue smiled bitterly. Catherine, the demon realm's #1 beauty, #1 sage, and the most powerful empress, looked at him quietly. Her quiet and beautiful black eyes were flowing with expectation. Can you give me an answer? It was not an order, not a request, just an expectation. A woman's expectation of a man. It was the first time Chinrue saw Catherine's expression like this. His heart was warm, and the words, "I promise," almost blurted out. After taking a deep breath, he finally calmed down. I'm surprised that you would propose such a bargaining chip. Yes, it's a bargaining chip. Chinrue stared into Catherine's eyes with a burning gaze. Why did you make such a change? Or sacrifice? When Catherine heard that her conditions were classified as bargaining chips, she suddenly felt a little annoyed in her heart. Her tone was still very calm. Do you want me to praise you when you already know the answer? Okay then. From the Dark Moon toppling Obsidian, to Jah's lightning ascension to the throne, then turning our country's coercion into cooperation, until the current terrifying speed of development and growth, you should know how much effort you have contributed. Newspapers, magic television, princess series, millet wine, concerts. These things are all planned by you. If this continues, the fallen angel empire will become the most terrifying empire in the demon realm in less than 10 years. The threat you bring is too great. Is this the reason? Making Her Majesty Empress willingly sacrifice herself? Chinrue suddenly felt angry, and he did not hide his anger. Seeing Chinrue's anger, Catherine inexplicably felt a lot more comfortable. She shook her head slightly. Not only that, but also because the stability of the empire needs a king's husband and an heir to the throne. Really? Chinrue sneered. Even if it's marriage in body, it's for the empire? You are really a respectable Her Majesty Empress. From the moment I put on the crown, many things are destined. The emperor has not only supreme power, but also the highest responsibility. Catherine looked directly at Chinrue. You may not have a deep understanding of this, but your Empress Jah will definitely have a real experience. I don't know what the relationship between her and Aguile is, and I don't know what the relationship between you and Aguile is. What I can be sure of is that even if it's her marriage partner, the range of choices is also very small. Her choice of Aguile should be the best choice within the range. Or, in other words, she has paid a considerable price for it. So, I came to the Dark Moon today. Do you understand? Chinrue asked rhetorically. I'm just a human. Is it worth it? Your value far exceeds the definition of your race. Even if you have no mechanics, no black potions, and no special abilities, your talent is still the best in the world. With your help, I believe the Shadow Empire will make a qualitative leap and even unify the demon realm. For the interests of the Empire, I think it's worth it, and I don't hate you. Blue veins appeared on Chun Rue's forehead. Can't you just throw the interests of the empire further away? Just leave the last sentence and simply say that you like it? Catherine seemed to see through his mind. I don't want to hide it. If it weren't for the empire, Catherine Asmodeus wouldn't come to you like this. If you agree, you can be my only husband. If you can instigate the Dark Moon estate to rebel, then Athena will become the first general of the Shadow Empire. I don't even mind the existence of her or other women. If someone heard Catherine's words next to him, they would be confused and think that their auditory system was broken. The demon realm's first beauty, the first sage, Her Majesty Empress of the Shadow Empire, actually said such conditions to a human. What a tempting condition. It reminds me of a certain communication advertisement. As long as you add a few dozen yuan, you can get some kind of discount package. Chinrue smiled. I admit that I really want you very much. I want you very much. I know that you have a place for me in your heart. It's useless for you to deny it because we have experienced the battle in the Crystal Valley together. I still remember that wonderful kiss. Seeing Chun Rue's reminiscing look, Catherine's calmness finally began to waver. She had the urge to punch him, but she also admitted in her heart that from the moment this man destroyed his heart for her, her heart had been indelibly branded with his shadow. She once thought that he was going to die, so she confessed her feelings without concealment. Who knew that this bastard was a liar? He actually tricked her into kissing him on her own initiative and then faked his death to escape. If your persistence is to protect everyone, then my current persistence is just to protect you. This sentence appeared in her dreams more than once. Apart from the Empire, he was indeed the only man she had ever fallen in love with. Catherine tried her best to control her emotional fluctuations and said coldly, So you refused? Do you think I will leave such a huge threat to the Empire? Chapter 731. A faint oppression came from Catherine's body, like the prelude of a storm. Chinrue suddenly felt a sense of danger in his heart, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the analytical eyes, Catherine's comprehensive strength had actually surpassed the original S+ and reached S++. It seemed that her strength had also improved considerably during this period of time. It was certain that it was due to the black potion that he had given her. This was equivalent to shooting yourself in the foot. Wait a minute. Aren't you changing your attitude too fast? I haven't said no yet. Catherine was startled. She restrained her breath a lot, and she was quite surprised. Then just now don't you know that there is a word called reserved? I was being a little reserved just now. Chinrue ignored the oppression and raised a finger. I'm officially stating my attitude. No matter Catherine or Christina or any other identity. Your husband, man can only be me. That firm gaze moved even Catherine. Her Majesty Empress's momentum had completely weakened. This guy added another sentence. Of course, it's not a problem to give birth to an heir. I can guarantee to complete the mission. This sentence made Catherine's face a little hot, but she didn't hear the following for a long time. Her beautiful brows frowned slightly. What else? Also, it's not a problem to give birth to a few more heirs. That's it. Catherine's murderous aura skyrocketed in an instant, and her voice became cold. Are you fooling me? No, I'm serious. What I'm talking about is just a matter between a man and a woman. Moreover, it's a man and a woman who have a mutual affection and an intimate relationship. It has nothing to do with the Empire or interests. This is my answer. Chinrue looked straight at Catherine. I once said that I would come to the Shadow Empire with the power to make the entire demon realm tremble to take you away. I also left a message in the Crystal Valley that I will definitely come back. Do you know why I didn't go? Because my current strength is not enough. Not enough. Not enough for you to really let go. Catherine suddenly understood his unspoken words tacitly. In her deep black eyes, the calm lake seemed to have a stone thrown into it, and the water rippled slightly. After a moment of silence, Catherine said, Don't tell me you want to unify the demon realm to achieve this wish? If so, I can only evaluate it as stupid as always. I came to the Dark Moon today not to listen to your so-called oath, so you don't have to talk nonsense. I just want to tell you one thing. Since you are unwilling to join the Shadow Empire, then we are destined to be enemies. Chinrue sighed and made a look as if he had no resistance. Chin Empire do it? Of eliminating me, the biggest threat to the survival of the Empire. If you want to kill me, I don't have any room to resist. Catherine looked into his eyes, and her aura suddenly disappeared. I can't kill you, not only because you are calm, but also because of my intuition. Even with the dark shadow cloak in hand, even though I am only one step away from nationalization. Don't say that you don't know what nationalization is, just like don't doubt a woman's intuition. Chinrue smiled bitterly. A woman's intuition was indeed strong. However, Catherine didn't have any real killing intent from the beginning. In fact, Delia had unintentionally revealed her trust in you, and the veiled lady was willing to leave you alone by my side. I had already guessed it. Your strength should have grown to the point where you could at least leave safely in front of me. If I knew it would be like this, I would have left you behind in the Silent Night wetland or spared your life. Unfortunately, there is no turning back in life. Chinrue sighed. You've never really looked back. How do you know there's no turning back? It's like you've never really let it go. So how do you know that you can't? Don't waste your time. Nothing can shake my will. Maybe you're the only man who can move me, but I can't let go of my obsession. After frankly expressing her affection for Chinrue, Catherine seemed to have unloaded a certain burden. Her eyes were more determined. If you really want to achieve a stupid wish by conquering the Shadow Empire in the future, even if you can succeed, you will only get my corpse. That's all I have to say. I won't disturb you anymore. You can leave now. For a talent like you, I will leave some leeway. Before we completely fall out, you don't have to worry about the disclosure of your identity or secrets. If you change your mind, I welcome you at any time. So, the next time we meet, it will either be in my palace or on the battlefield. Sure enough, she's as persistent as ever. In order to protect the entire people, he sat alone on the cold throne. Chinrue looked deeply into Catherine's beautiful and moving eyes, as if he wanted to engrave her seriousness and determination in his heart. To be honest, Catherine, at first, I was more attracted by your beauty, plus that relationship and the man's possessive desire. But now, I'm really fascinated by you, Your Majesty Empress. Please allow me to play a song for you before we part. Catherine wanted to refuse, but her eyes fell on the familiar red piccolo in Chinrue's hand. She finally nodded. The melodious sound of the piccolo sounded. To Catherine's surprise, it was not the familiar solo dance under the moonlight, but another song that she had never heard before. The clear and sad notes lingered in her heart with deep sadness and persistence of not returning. She closed her eyes and seemed to see the windowsill, the lonely moonlight, the ethereal overlapping phantoms, the passers-by in a hurry, the reluctant eyes, and the fading back. One day, all the melancholy and sadness would no longer exist, and even the soul would be annihilated. However, the mark of the intersection of two hearts and two lives would forever be engraved in that moment like the flashing stars in the sky. Even if it was only for a moment, there would be no regrets. The music disappeared. Catherine, who was unknowingly immersed in it, slowly opened her eyes. A tear slipped down from the corner of her eye. She touched the moisture on her face in amazement, but she found that she was the only one left in the room. No matter what the result is in this life, I won't regret it after a long time. Damn guy, he didn't even say the name of the song. Not knowing if it was the influence of the music, this low voice was no longer calm and tranquil. Bloody Empire, Iron Fist Estate. Edmund was covered in blood as he stumbled in the woods. The Iron Fist Castle was breached, and the last power he held was lost. Just half an hour ago, his personal guards were all killed in order to protect him, and he had become a true loner. After confirming that there were no pursuers behind him, Edmund leaned against a tree while panting. He supported himself with the long sword in his hand and slowly sat down on the ground. The scene of the city being breached appeared in his mind again. At that time, his troops either died or surrendered. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he personally killed dozens of his wives and concubines to avoid being humiliated by Aelius and the others. When he was about to commit suicide, he was knocked unconscious by his personal guards and risked his life to save them. Although he saved his life, the great humiliation and blow of failure was simply unacceptable to the second prince of the bloody empire. Why did the demon god grant victory to Aelius? Why? What did I do wrong? The angry shout echoed in the woods. "You're not wrong." A low and indifferent voice rang out. This familiar voice made Edmund feel like he was struck by lightning, and his shout stopped abruptly. "Father!" A figure appeared in front of Edmund. He was not tall, had long black hair, and had an ordinary face. He should be a passerby in any place. However, no one in the demon realm dared to ignore this ordinary person. Instead, they needed to look up to this person, because he was Raisin, the top powerhouse of the demon realm. Raisin. Mammon. "Father, when did you finish training?" Edmund struggled to stand up. "Just when I learned that you failed." Raisin looked at his son indifferently. "I'm very disappointed in you." "You've always been disappointed in me." Edmund's breathing became rapid, and he said desperately, "I'm your real eldest son. When I was a child, both Aelius and Travis called me brother. I'm the real great prince of the bloody empire. Later, I became the second prince. This time, I just want to take back everything that belongs to me. Unfortunately, I was wrong, very wrong." Raisin's voice was very calm. "I said that you're not wrong. Aelius is not wrong even. Travis is not wrong. It's just that you lost." Edmund leaned against the tree dejectedly and sighed. "Yes, I lost. I completely lost. I have nothing. So I'm disappointed in you because you can't face failure. It was like this in the past, and it's still like this now." Raisin shook his head slowly. "As my son, I can keep your life and spend the rest of your life without lack of food and clothing. Captive?" Edmund's face showed a hint of sarcasm. He clenched his fists. "Let me watch the winner step by step to the peak of power and power? The first thing I remember ever since I became sensible was something you said to me. The empire doesn't need losers." Raisin's eyelids slowly drooped. There is an old saying, the winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. From ancient times to the present, it has always been so. Yes, the empire really doesn't need losers. Edmund smiled miserably. His face suddenly showed an abnormal redness. Then it gradually turned blue and black. The real source of the mutation was in his clenched fist. There was a poison crystal that was used for suicide. If he didn't use his power to resist, he would die from the poison in 10 seconds. Raisin quietly watched Edmund, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and slowly fell down. He sighed softly. The faint sadness that flashed in his eyes was quickly covered by cold solemnity. Suddenly he punched the sky. In the dense clouds, a crack was drawn as if a strange eye was opened. In a flash, the heavy rain poured down, and the blood on Edmund's corpse was washed away by the rain. In the rain, the lonely emperor's back gradually went away. Chapter 732. After leaving the Red Fruit Inn, Chen Rui strolled on the street with a sense of loss. He didn't know what was happening in the woods of the Iron Fist estate, nor did he know that there was a lonely king walking in the rain. He only understood one thing. Catherine had never been so close to him, yet it had never been so far away as it was now. "You are the only man who can make me fall for you. If you really want to conquer the Shadow Empire in the future to achieve a stupid wish, even if you can succeed, you will only get my corpse. Will I go further and further away? That lonely shadow, even if I have no regrets." A faint sadness surged in Shinrue. Suddenly he was startled and stopped because someone was waiting for him in front. If the first woman who left just now was the first woman he fell in love with, then this was the first woman he fell in love with. In terms of appearance, she wasn't the most beautiful. In terms of strength, she wasn't the strongest. But she was the woman he loved the most until now. Athena! Her ruby-like eyes stared at him. She walked over and gently held his arm without pretense in front of many people. Although she was already the supreme ruler of the Dark Moon and one of the 3 magnates of the Empire's military, in front of him, she was the original generous and gentle Athena. She was always worth cherishing. After walking slowly with him for a while, Athena said, "She's here." As early as in Mountain Shillong, he confessed his relationship with Christina to Athena. Athena was also the only one among his women who knew the name Christina. The rest only vaguely knew that before Athena, Chenrue once had a woman from the Shadow Empire. You don't seem to be in a good mood. It's really not very good, because the next time we meet, we are likely to be enemies. I'm sorry, I heard Isabella say her name, Inni? Chenrue smiled bitterly. In order to deal with the mistress, you don't hesitate to mobilize your first wife. Don't forget, you're also a mistress. I should be the one saying, "Sorry, Athena. Let's go home." Athena gently leaned her head on his shoulder, completely ignoring the envious and hateful gazes in the distance. "Yes, let's go home." The man who felt warm in his heart held his lover's waist, and their shadows merged together as they walked forward. A few days later, Shadow Empire, side hall of the palace. Lilith looked at Empress Catherine, who was looking into the distance from the windowsill, and felt a little puzzled. As the confidant and close attendant of Her Majesty Empress, Lilith could feel that there were some changes in Her Majesty recently, especially after returning from a secret trip a few days ago. Her Majesty Catherine suddenly looked into the distance a lot more often. In Lilith's memory of serving for many years, Her Majesty Catherine would only habitually look into the distance when there was a knot in her heart. "Lilith, do you think a woman can meet?" Catherine asked thoughtfully. Then she seemed to come to a realization and didn't continue speaking. "Your Majesty?" Lilith looked surprised. "Are you okay?" Catherine shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "You and Turtula have always been my most trusted people. You are loyal, but due to my negligence and selfishness, your relationship has been delayed for so many years. I'm sorry. From today onwards, I will give you 2 years of leave to enjoy your life. Perhaps you can take the opportunity to give birth to an excellent descendant." Lilith blushed. "Your Majesty, don't refuse. Just take it as a way for me to win over my subordinates. Turtula is a good guy. Cherish each other. With my support, he won't dare to bully you, or don't bully him too much." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lilith bit her lip and said, "Please forgive my rudeness. Her Majesty has been a little different from usual recently. May I ask, don't make wild guesses." Catherine walked down the stairs step by step. The civil strife of the Bloody Empire has just ended. Although Great Prince Aelius defeated Second Prince Edmund, his prestige is far from comparable to Raisin. At present, time is urgently needed to stabilize the domestic situation. The Fallen Angel Empire is also trying to develop, unless Raisin comes out of closed-door cultivation, or, generally speaking, there should be no major turmoil in the demon realm in the past few years. You take a good rest for 2 years. This is my order. The one who should rest the most is not me, but Her Majesty. Lilith's eyes suddenly turned red. For so many years, Her Majesty has been supporting this empire alone, leading the people of the entire empire through the most difficult times, and moving step by step towards prosperity and stability. I know very well how much Her Majesty has paid for this empire. If Her Majesty really meets something worth it, Lilith. Catherine's voice suddenly had an imperial majesty. You have crossed the line. Now, execute my order and immediately hand over all the affairs at hand to Shilu. Lilith didn't dare to speak any more. She bowed and retreated. When she walked to the door of the side hall, she received the intelligence from her subordinate. Lilith opened it, and shock flashed across her eyes. She immediately returned to the side hall. Her Majesty, it's not that I disobey the order, but my vacation this time really has to be delayed. The Fallen Angel Empire Palace Hall. Jia's expression was extremely serious as she looked at the several urgent intelligence that broke out almost in a day. The Bloody Empire's Emperor Raisin ended his training and came out. He announced that this civil war was the rebellion of the second Prince Edmund. He rewarded the great Prince Aelius and the little Prince Travis who put down the rebellion. The retreating Edmund's army suddenly changed direction and joined the elite legion led by the Bloody Empire's first general, Gustav. They went south to the Iron Fist estate to regroup. The Bloody Empire fully mobilized strategic materials to the south. General George of the Warlock Fortress urgently mobilized troops to defend. The Bloody Empire fully launched the western defense line, closed the passage with the Shadow Empire's Jurgle Fortress, and sent envoys to the Shadow Empire. Jia looked at the ministers, who also looked dignified, and said, "Everyone, I need to listen to your opinions." Left Prime Minister Oliver said, "Obviously Raisin's troop mobilization this time is aimed at us. If it's not a bluff, then even if General George is there, it will be difficult for the Warlock Fortress to block the offensive of the Bloody Empire army. However, what puzzles me is that the Bloody Empire has just ended its civil war, and its vitality has not recovered yet. Why would they suddenly attack our country desperately? Of course, just in case, we can't take it lightly. We should immediately increase our troops in the north. At least we should go all out." Right Prime Minister Stiller agreed. "I also think it's strange. The internal strife of the Bloody Empire has just been settled. Raisin can't use his troops against us with all his strength at this time. If I'm right, the real purpose is to imitate the Shadow Empire's original means and propose cooperation conditions to us, such as new technologies such as magic television and millet wine. However, the Empire is no longer the Empire when the Obsidian Rebellion was just quelled. We have also formed an alliance with the Shadow Empire. I think we don't have to be afraid of the Bloody Empire. Don't underestimate Raisin." Sarandi, an important minister of the royal family, shook his head. "What we concluded with the Shadow Empire is only an economic alliance, not a military one. Once there is a real war, the Shadow Empire will definitely stand by and wait for the opportunity to profit from it. We can only rely on ourselves. Although the Empire's economy is developing rapidly and its military power is also recovering steadily, our comprehensive combat power is still the last of the three empires. 300 years ago, I followed the Lord of Midnight Sun to join the Demons' Alliance to fight against humans. Raisin was also there at that time. He is the best at using surprise attacks. I have an ominous hunch. I'm afraid it's not a bluff this time. Don't you think this so-called hunch is ridiculous?" Lunters of the elder family sneered. "Whether it is state affairs or military affairs, it is impossible to use this kind of feeling of nothingness as a basis. How can you be sure that Raisin will definitely make a move? I bet that Raisin is coveting our technology and resources. The Bloody Empire's action is just to put pressure on us. The envoy sent to our empire should be on the way." Before Lunters finished, a guard reported, "The envoy sent by Raisin the Great to our empire has passed through the Warlock Fortress with the permission of General George." As soon as he heard the news, Lunters immediately showed a confident look. Sarandi looked thoughtful and frowned without saying a word. At this time, there was also a fierce debate in the hall of the Shadow Empire's palace. On the throne, Catherine, who had been thinking without making a sound, finally opened her eyes slowly. "Order the first general, Brock, to fully strengthen the defense of Jurgle Fortress. Order the second general, Warren, to lead the Sharp Wind Legion to station in the southeastern Sag Estate for military exercises. Don't approach Town Leia for the time being. Order the Bloody Vine Flower Estate Lord and the third general, Crawford, to gather all the elite troops of the estate and legion and be on standby. The ministers were all shocked. It's fine to strengthen the defense of Jurgel Fortress, but the exercise of the Sharp Wind Legion stationed in the Saga State and Crawford's gathering of elites are clearly intended to attack the fallen Angel Empire. In this way, Catherine the Great's judgment is, I have a hunch that Raisin will definitely make a move, and he will do his best. Catherine's black eyes behind the veil flashed with wisdom, because he is Raisin, Mammon. The same word, hunch. But no one among the ministers of the Shadow Empire found it funny, because she was Catherine Asmodeus, the wisest person in the demon realm. This hunch once saved the entire empire. After the meeting, the ministers retreated. Catherine's orders were conveyed and quickly implemented. Leaning against the throne behind her, Catherine's gaze looked to the east, becoming distant and deep. Raisin, do you also notice the threat of the fallen Angel Empire? Do you want to eliminate this threat in the bud before it grows stronger? Sure enough, you are still so vigorous, but sometimes being direct is the most effective way. If I was more decisive back then, maybe the fallen Angel Empire would have been in my hands now. You are so eager to make a move, or rather, your strength is already. In any case, this is a rare opportunity for the Shadow Empire. The sky of the demon realm is going to change again. Catherine slowly stood up and gently stroked something in her hand. Will you come to my side? Obviously, the you in this sentence was not the same person as the previous Raisin. What the jade-white fingers were stroking was an exquisite little toy. Good luck not. Chapter 733. The envoy of the Bloody Empire soon arrived at the capital of the fallen Angel Empire. Unexpectedly, the envoy only brought 2 words, which were the original words of Raisin the Great: surrender. This was not a humiliating treaty like ceding land or even reparations, but a real ultimatum of a subjugated empire. Such conditions were impossible for the empress, ministers, and even the people of the fallen Angel Empire to accept. After the envoy relayed Raisin's original words, he explained a few more words. The Bloody Empire and the fallen Angel Empire originally had an alliance agreement, but it was signed by Raisin the Great and Regent Obsidian. Now that Obsidian's regime was overthrown by a rebel, the alliance was automatically invalid. Jia could only surrender. If she refused, the fallen Angel Empire would be destroyed and the Lucifer royal family would also be exterminated. This kind of provocation and threat with almost no leeway made the entire fallen Angel Empire angry. Especially Raisin's rebellious behavior of replacing Jia's nature as non-governmental armed force was tantamount to not recognizing Jia, the empress who had been recognized by the sword of fallen angel. If even this kind of clause could be tolerated, then the dignity and cohesion of the empire would all be gone. Therefore, Jia did not hesitate and directly drove the envoy out of the capital. In fact, the so-called envoy was just a formality. Everyone could see that the real purpose of this bloody empire was very clear, which was war. It's really war. Lunters, who seemed to be confident that Raisin was just bluffing, was speechless. Oliver, Stiller, and others were also shocked. But the most important thing now was not to reflect or be ashamed, but to face the upcoming huge test. Sure enough, after the Bloody Empire envoy was expelled from the capital of the fallen Angel Empire, the army gathered in the Iron Fist estate began to move immediately. The target was the Warlock Fortress where General George was stationed. This made everyone in the fallen Angel Empire tense up. According to the reliable intelligence of the Secret Intelligence Department, the Bloody Empire has invested at least 6 million troops in the Iron Fist estate this time, and they are all elites. Jia's words shocked all the ministers, and there was a sudden commotion. How can there be 6 million elites? Where did the Blood Fiends get so many troops? Didn't Achilles and Edmund just start a civil war? Is this information reliable? If there are really so many troops, how can the Warlock Fortress withstand it? Jia sighed. Unfortunately, this information has been repeatedly confirmed. What Alias and Edmund could mobilize previously was just the superficial power of the Bloody Empire. These are the real trump cards that Raisin has been operating for many years. Although after the death of Midnight Sun, Raisin joined the Three-Nation Alliance Agreement under Catherine's mediation, he had never stopped the expansion of his military power over the years, whether on the surface or in the dark. He believed that the Shadow Empire was the same. Only when he became stronger could he be truly safe. Unfortunately, the fallen Angel Empire had been embroiled in internal strife over the years. Compared to the other two empires, it was almost inactive, although it did not rule out the hidden hands of the two empires and the erosion of external forces such as the blood fall. Obsidian's talent was indeed mediocre. Whether it was economy or military, its development speed was far behind the other two empires. In order to consolidate his rule, this regent, who was originally unjustifiable to ascend the throne, spent most of his energy on suppressing dissidents and internal friction. Especially in the war to conquer the Dark Moon, the power of the entire empire was greatly depleted, and most of the elites were lost. Others were advancing, but he was regressing. This disadvantage was no longer as simple as 2 minus 1 equals 1. If it weren't for the rapid economic development of the Dark Moon and the gradual recovery of its military power after Jia came to power, there was no room to resist the bloody empire at present. The question was, could they really resist this time? This time it was completely different from the Shadow Empire's army pressure last time. Raisin was really sending troops. It seemed that the bloody empire had made up his mind to reveal the fangs that had been hidden for many years. This battle is inevitable. What we need now is not to question the number and strength of the enemy, but how to face the enemy, Sarandi said. If the bloody empire is really going all out in this battle, then Raisin has more than 6 million elites in his hands, and there are still many high-level powerhouses. What about Raisin himself? Oliver suddenly asked a question that made everyone a little scared. Will the Demon Realm's top powerhouse lead the army personally? Jia said, according to the current intelligence, Raisin seems to be in the capital, and there is no tendency to lead the army personally for the time being. According to the analysis, it should be to guard against the Shadow Empire. Speaking of the Shadow Empire, there is another bad news. Catherine used the military exercise as an excuse to hoard a large number of troops in the Bloody Vine Flower Estate and the Seg Estate. The target should be Tekula Fortress, Red Spirit Estate, or Dark Moon Estate. This time, it is very likely that we will face a two-front battle. This bad news, which happened to rain on a rainy night, caused many people to panic. In fact, the relationship between countries had always been like this. The so-called friendship was only built on the basis of interests. Once interests were exceeded, the mask of friendship could be torn off at any time. If the Shadow Empire was weak, as long as it could get enough benefits, the fallen Angel Empire would also not hesitate to add insult to injury. Then the current situation had become that the fallen Angel Empire not only had to fight against the almost invincible enemy, the Bloody Empire, but they also had to deal with the allies who stabbed them in the back. Before this battle even started, they were already doomed to lose. Perhaps this was a war that would change the pattern of the Demon Realm. It was unknown who would be the final winner between the powerful Bloody Empire and the low-key Shadow Empire. But there was no doubt that no matter who won or lost, the fallen Angel Empire would be the first to be eliminated. Second General Gerent has fully activated the defense of Tekula Fortress. The Red Spirit Lord Josh and the Dark Moon Lord Athena are also actively deploying troops for defense. But as a result, the forces that we can allocate to the White Feather Estate are greatly reduced. Shay still seemed very calm. As a qualified ruler of the Empire, she couldn't panic even in times of crisis. At least on the surface, she couldn't panic. Otherwise, the people below would really panic. The situation is extremely unfavorable for us. If we fight head-on, we can't resist one opponent alone, let alone being attacked from both sides. At present, in addition to resisting desperately with all the power of the Empire, the only way is to unite with the Shadow Empire to fight against the Bloody Empire. This is the best opportunity to annex. How can the Shadow Empress, the wisest person in the Demon Realm, agree? The Right Prime Minister Stiller shook her head. Moreover, Raisin the Great also sent an envoy in advance. They must have discussed how to divide our empire. In any case, this is a hope. We must not give up. Due to the urgency of the situation, my husband, Aguile, is already on the way to the Shadow Empire. Jia stood up from the throne with an indomitable firmness in her eyes. The glory of the sword of fallen angel will guide us to fight to the end. I will personally go to the Warlock Fortress to supervise the battle. Jia, Lucifer swears to live and die with the Empire. Warlock Fortress. The sky was cloudy. General George had received the news that the reinforcements and logistics supplies, led by the royal family's peak stage of the demon overlord, Destaro, had arrived at the fortress. But his frown did not ease at all because he, the first general of the fallen angel empire, would face an unprecedented severe test. A warm hand reached over and held the palm behind his back. Even with his eyes closed, Eden knew who the owner of this hand was. Gloria, how is the situation of the Bloody Empire army? The enemy is currently camping and gathering in front of Town Black Cloud. Counting the Blood Red Legion, led by the first general, Gustav, who arrived this afternoon, the number of the enemy has exceeded 2 million. Although they have not attacked at present, the number is still increasing. All the residents of Town Black Cloud have evacuated, and all the magic hidden posts have been activated. The garrison of Warlock Fortress is 500,000. The capital's reinforcements are 300,000. And the White Feather Estates army has 1 million. Although the number seems to be similar, the Bloody Empire's army is all elites that can fight against 10. Except for the garrison of Warlock Fortress, who can compete with them, the capital's reinforcements or the White Feather Estates army are much inferior. In a head-on battle, we will definitely lose. Moreover, this is only the enemy's vanguard. I didn't expect Raisin to be so determined to attack with all his might. This battle is probably the last battle in my life. You don't say stupid things like asking me to leave. Madame Red Dragon snorted coldly, but her red pupils were filled with gentleness that was completely different from the usual coldness. Remember that sentence back then? No matter what happens, we will always be together. George was silent for a while. He didn't speak, but he held the hand tightly in his palm. The new ordnance and equipment that Chen Rue asked people to send in batches are all in place. The defense of Warlock Fortress is much stronger than before. Even if Raisin comes in person, he can't break through for a while. Madame Red Dragon gently leaned on her husband's back. As for Athena, you don't have to worry too much. Our daughter has grown up, and she has found a man who can protect her. Even if she really encounters any danger, Chenrue is there, plus those dragons, she can escape at the worst. George nodded. The Shadow Empire is different from the Bloody Empire, but can't be underestimated either. I didn't expect my daughter and I will face the Demon Realm's top powerhouse and the Demon Realm's top sage, respectively. However, the Dark Moon's power is not what it used to be, and there is a dangerous place like Wallen Fortress. The Shadow Empire should not choose the Dark Moon as the first attack point. It is likely that their primary target will be the relatively weak Red Spirit Estate. If we can effectively withstand the attack of the Bloody Empire army, the pressure on Athena will be relatively less psychologically and strategically. General, George's right-hand man, Francis, hurriedly reported, the Bloody Empire army has begun to break camp and advance forward. Good. Order the entire army to prepare for battle. Let the so-called elites of the Bloody Empire see how indestructible the strongest fortress is our Warlock Fortress. For the Empire, for Her Majesty Empress. George took a deep breath. His whole body was bursting with a strong fighting spirit. His powerful voice spread far away. From Madame Red Dragon and her right-hand man to the soldiers in the fortress, they were burning with a strong fighting spirit at the same time. The first general looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky and added a sentence in his heart. And for you, my most beloved daughter. Chapter 734. As Jia said, the fallen Angel Empire's envoys led by Guile had passed through the Saga state from the border of Townlea and arrived at the Dark Shadow's capital. Along the way, Qin Rui saw the Shadow Empire's emergency combat readiness. Although he only saw the tip of the iceberg, he could judge that Catherine was definitely not bluffing this time. Putting himself in her shoes, now was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annex the fallen Angel Empire. As an empress, it was reasonable for Catherine to make such a decision. However, the difficulty of his mission this time would be greatly increased. Christina might be swayed by some things, but Catherine Asmodeus would never shake the fundamental interests of the Empire for personal feelings. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Rui arrived at the Dark Shadow's capital, he ran into a snag. Catherine used various excuses to leave the envoys at the royal hotel. She didn't intend to meet them for a few days. It seemed that this delay would continue indefinitely. Even if he had a glib tongue or the ability to maneuver, she didn't want to see him at all, so it was still useless. Qin Rui found Celine and tried to get in touch with her through various channels, but it was also unsuccessful. It seemed that Catherine didn't intend to give the fallen Angel Empire's envoys a chance at all. This made him feel anxious because every day he delayed here, the danger of the Warlock Fortress and even the entire fallen Angel Empire would increase by 1 point. Qin Rui racked his brains and suddenly thought of something, a magic badge. This badge was given to him by Ice Eyes back then. She said that it was a special token of the Asmodeus royal family. If there were any unexpected changes in the Dark Moon, he could use this badge to find her. Ice Eyes was one of Catherine's incarnations. She once easily captured Asgalar, whom Qin Rui couldn't match at that time. Although it was likely to expose the identity of Aguile, the situation was urgent, so he couldn't care so much. The recruits of the fallen Angel Empire had just been recruited, and they hadn't had time to train into an army, let alone go to the battlefield. Even if their number reached the same level as the Bloody Empire, they couldn't compete with those elites. It was really unimaginable where did the Bloody Empire get the 6 million elite troops after the civil war between Edmund and Aelius. There was only one giant crystal beast and 10 assembled puppets in the castle of the ancient alchemy civilization. Except for Delia, who could barely control them, there was no qualified driver for the war puppets. There were only 500 crystal beasts and 3,000 lamp spirits, but there are very few elites who reached the demon emperor level. Moreover, the lamp spirits that were born later were still in the charging stage, so they could not participate in the battle for the time being. After obtaining the pseudo-god level dragon power essence of the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, Dragon Emperor Augustus had long been training behind closed doors. He didn't know about the war in the Dark Moon at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't let his daughter take the risk personally. Therefore, Daniel and Julia stated early on that they would not participate in the war. They would only protect Oliphius, who insisted on staying in the Dark Moon. As for Qin Rui himself, his polar star transformation was blocked because of the true flame shackles, so he was temporarily unable to compete with the kingdom-level powerhouses. The duo cultivation skill of having sex could speed up the absorption of the true flame shackles to a certain extent. However, this was a long process after all. Even if it did not take a full 2 years, it would definitely take more than a year. If this were happened 2 years later, or even 1 year later, they would not be in such a crisis. Now, both Qin Rui himself and the strength at hand were greatly reduced, so uniting with the Shadow Empire was the only way to save the fallen Angel Empire. The Asmodeus royal family's special token was indeed useful. Soon, Qin Rui was taken to a courtyard on the outskirts of the Dark Shadow's capital. This place was remote and very quiet. Christina, Ice Eyes, I don't know how many incarnations Catherine has. This is certainly not a hobby of changing characters. Qin Rui saw more fatigue and loneliness from it, just like the feeling brought to him by the strange yet familiar figure in front of him. Race, Lust Royal Family. Physique, AS++. Strength, AS++. Spirit, AS++. Agility, AS++. Analysis, Spirit negates magic and spirit damage is greatly reduced. Puppet control, Nirvana force 4. Danger level, quite high. It really is her. In the analysis, the 4 behind Nirvana force refers to 4 Nirvana. Nirvana was the most powerful bloodline talent of the Asmodeus royal family. Every Nirvana was equivalent to a qualitative change in aptitude, which could make it easier to break through various bottlenecks. However, the higher the level of Nirvana, the greater the risk. One careless mistake would result in death. It was said that only one person in the history of the Asmodeus royal family completed 5 Nirvana. There were a few geniuses with 4 Nirvana who chose to take the risk to reach the 5th Nirvana, but they were all turned into ashes under the flames of Nirvana. It was precisely because of this risk that the talent of Nirvana was gradually ignored by the Asmodeus royal family, and they focused on the more practical war puppet. Still dressed in the black veil, Ice Eyes' eyes paused on Chinrue's mask for a moment, and she asked lightly, "Where did you get the royal family token?" "Madam Ice Eyes, please forgive my bold visit. The badge was given to me by Sir Chinrue, the financial officer of the Dark Moon. He asked me to convey his gratitude to Madam Ice Eyes for her hospitality. Sir Aguile, I have received your kindness." Ice Eyes nodded. Her tone was clearly asking him to leave. Chinrue definitely wouldn't leave at this time, so he pretended not to understand. "Madam Ice Eyes, I came from afar to deliver this token. Can you give me 10 minutes? The entire Shadow Empire knows the purpose of Sir Aguile's visit. Sir Aguile is the husband appointed by Her Majesty Jia. Although the marriage has not been consummated, he can fully represent Her Majesty Jia. I'm just Her Majesty Catherine's guard. You should ask to see Her Majesty Catherine." When he said ask to see Her Majesty Catherine, there was no abnormal fluctuation in his black eyes. It seems that Her Majesty is really calm. "Then I will take it as Madam Ice Eyes giving me this time." Chinrue said shamelessly, "The current situation is actually very clear. The Bloody Empire army has declared war on the fallen Angel Empire, and the army is approaching the Warlock Fortress. Once the fallen Angel Empire is breached, then Raisin the Great's enemy will only be the Shadow Empire. The fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire can be said to be closely related. It will be beneficial for both sides if they are united, and it will be harmful for both sides if they are separated. Madam Ice Eyes, please tell Her Majesty Catherine, or if possible, I hope to state the pros and cons to Her Majesty face to face. Since it is such a simple situation, then Her Majesty Catherine will also have a plan without Sir Aguile saying more. As for meeting Her Majesty, I believe Her Majesty's current attitude is very clear. Sir Aguile is a smart person, so I don't need to say more." Chinrue was silent for a moment, then he said, "Does Empress Catherine want to take this opportunity to annex the power of the fallen Angel Empire at the lowest cost? Then, while the Bloody Empire attacks the fallen Angel Empire with a full force, defeat the Bloody Empire, and unify the Demon Realm. In my personal opinion, this seems to be a good suggestion. I believe it should be in Her Majesty Empress plan." Chinrue raised his eyebrows. In terms of the degree of hatred, a friend who plots behind is more hateful than a fierce enemy. Isn't the Shadow Empire afraid that the fallen Angel Empire will directly turn to the Bloody Empire when it is defeated, and finally use the power of the Bloody Empire to destroy the Shadow Empire? I can't answer this question, but I have seen Her Majesty Jia in the Dark Moon. At that time she was just a lord. As far as I remember, she will never surrender. Besides, don't you think this trick is a bit like copying Her Majesty Catherine's strategy back then? Ice Eyes sneered behind the veil. Unfortunately, Jia is not Catherine, and Raisin is not Midnight Sunday. If the fallen Angel Empire surrenders directly, then I'm sure that less than 1% of the Lucifer royal family can survive, just like the Wrath Empire of the Samel royal family. Chinrue clenched his fists. So, what if the fallen angel empire gives up the northern defense line at all costs and goes all out to fight the Shadow Empire to the death? This ridiculous threat doesn't need Her Majesty Catherine. As a little guard, I can answer you. Aisize replied calmly. Now 2/3 of the fallen angel empire's forces are concentrated in the north, and there is no turning back. Moreover, if your army gives up the natural stronghold you are guarding and takes the initiative to attack, it is simply giving up your advantages and seeking your own death. The army of the Shadow Empire can just occupy the Dark Moon, the Red Spirit Estate, and the Tecula Fortress. They can wait for the arrival of the Bloody Empire army. Then it means that Raisin the Great has worked hard to conquer the fallen Angel Empire, but he has made a contribution to the Shadow Empire. Chenrue was speechless. After a long time he said, "Does Her Majesty Empress really want to unify the demon realm through this? Even if her scheme can succeed, the fallen Angel Empire will perish, and the Shadow Empire's strength will increase greatly. It will rival the Bloody Empire and form a stalemate. Then, the demon realm with only 2 empires will hate each other after losing the buffer of the third party. They will fall into a protracted war without peace. Countless lives will be annihilated as a result." Aisize's voice seemed cold. "The war is for the future peace. If we can finally unify the demon realm, all sacrifices are worth it. So how many years will it take to unify? 100 years? 1,000 years? Even if it is finally unified, so what? Can there be real peace? For now, how many of the royal families of the previously subjugated kingdoms are willing to be subjugated? How many hidden, ambitious forces like the Bloodfall are there? How long can this kind of superficial unity that uses bloody means and sacrifices countless lives be maintained? 100 years? 1,000 years? In Chen Rui's memory, Emperor Qin destroyed the 6 states and unified them, completing a magnificent feat. As a result, the great Qin Empire was torn apart. The most powerful dynasties in history were like this: rise and fall. Unity must be separated, and unity must be reunited. This was the natural law of history. Aisize just sneered at this and did not explain. She said lightly, 10 minutes are up. Chenrue gritted his teeth and said, "Have you seen the scene of countless homes being destroyed by the flames of war? In just a moment, the prosperous and beautiful homes have become thousands of miles of scorched land. The people are displaced and homeless. Have you ever heard the cries of countless civilians in the midst of slaughter? The death scythe of war ignores the cries and prayers of the blood and mercilessly harvests a large number of innocent lives. This is what you once said to me. Haven't you personally experienced this scene of blood and crying all over the ground? Where's your persistence? Where's your protection? Where's your so-called righteousness?" Aisize pulled off the veil on her head, revealing her beautiful face. Her cold eyes fell on Chenrue's mask. "Finally, you don't pretend anymore? Sir Financial Officer, or should I call you Royal Highness Fallen Angel King's husband?" Chenrue's eyes froze. He sighed, took off the mask, and said bitterly, "When did you see through it?" Chapter 735. When Chenrue first met Aisize, I already suspected it. Catherine looked at him quietly. "Judging from this suspicion, you have more and more flaws. Although you used a powerful substitute when I visited the Fallen Angel Empire last time, which confused me for a while, I was completely sure of your identity when I first saw you today. I have nowhere to hide in your eyes." Chenrue sighed and shook his head. When Catherine visited the Fallen Angel Empire, he was in the human world. It was Isabella's idea to let Rala pretend to be him. If he was there, he would definitely go in person when he learned that Catherine was visiting. Then he would probably be exposed earlier. "I finally understand why you refused to accept my recruitment, even if I used myself as a bargaining chip. It turns out that Jia has already given you a bargaining chip earlier." Catherine's bright eyes were slightly enlightened. In this way, the previous mysteries have been solved. From reversing the Dark Moon's crisis to bringing down Obsidian, then to the development of the entire fallen angel empire. It is all controlled by you. It is equivalent to holding the entire fallen angel empire in your hands. If it weren't for the crisis of the bloody empire invasion that gave you sufficient time to develop, the power of the fallen angel empire will expand to a terrifying level in a few years. Even the shadow empire and the bloody empire will not be able to escape the disaster of destruction. The demon realm will be completely controlled by you, a human. Good means good scheming. Means humans control the demon realm? Chenrue widened his eyes and smiled bitterly. I only have one answer. You are thinking too much. Do you think that a man who has been labeled as an idiot by you would have this kind of ambition? Catherine stared at his eyes tightly. This man's determination to teleport Brock in the Silent Night wetland and his determination to crush her heart in the Crystal Valley appeared in her mind. Her deep eyes couldn't help but soften. Yes, he is indeed a stupid guy. She immediately shifted her gaze to the side to prevent him from noticing her softness. Instead, she coldly snorted. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. You're just a drunkard who's been seduced by women. I now admire Empress Jia very much. She has long seen your talent and nature. She did not hesitate to sacrifice her beauty to fascinate you, making the dark moon reverse the decline and rise in one fell swoop. She defeated Obsidian with an almost impossible performance to regain the throne, and developed the fallen angel empire to this level today. It's not what you think. Chenrue shook his head. Jia and I were just in a rather ordinary relationship at the beginning. When I first met you in the Silent Night wetland, I was still thinking about how to get rid of the Dark Moon estate. Later, many things happened, and we really got together. To be honest, up until now, the degree of intimacy between me and her is not even as close as ours. Catherine felt inexplicably annoyed, and she sneered. Sure enough, the unobtainable is the best. It seems that Jia is much smarter than I thought. Chenrue frowned. In your heart, are there only words like value or bargaining chips? An emperor must remain ruthless. The emotional emperors in history will only lead the empire to decline and destruction. I carry the hope of the entire empire on my shoulders, so I will never be swayed by personal feelings. From the moment I personally killed my brother, I have vowed that for this empire, I will do whatever it takes, even if my hands are stained with blood, even if... Catherine didn't continue. Her eyes that gradually became cold had already expressed her meaning. Even if she had feelings for Chenrue, she would never change her mind because of this. Chenrue looked straight into the coldness in Catherine's eyes. You want to tell me that this is the real you? This has always been the real me. You don't have to waste your efforts to persuade me, and I don't have to use any perfunctory means. I will tell you frankly and honestly today. Catherine's temperament changed, revealing a solemn expression. You should be very clear that the fallen angel empire will definitely lose this battle, but it is not easy for Raisin to take down the fallen angel empire. Coupled with my secret means, at least half of the troops will be lost. As long as I take down the Dark Moon and the Red Spirit Estate, I can wait for them to exhaust themselves and defend based on the danger. Within 10 years, the Bloody Empire will not have the spare power to deal with the Shadow Empire. If I have your help, I am confident that the national power and military power will be above the Bloody Empire in 10 years. By then, even if Raisin is still in power, the Bloody Empire is not my opponent. You join the Shadow Empire now, and help me destroy the Fallen Angel Empire first, then the Bloody Empire, and establish the first unified empire in the history of the Demon Realm. Chenrue frowned slightly, then Catherine continued to say, You are the only man I admire. Except for the throne, I can meet all your conditions. Once the Fallen Angel Empire is destroyed, with Jia's temperament, she will never survive. Even if she doesn't die, Raisin and I can't allow her to live. Except for her, I can tolerate your other women. This is my bottom line and the last chance I give you. We are all smart people. Don't waste time delaying. I want to hear your answer immediately. This kind of condition could no longer be described as generous. just the demon realm's first beauty. The Empress, being willing to accept other women, was already an unimaginable condition for outsiders. She believed that few men in the entire demon realm could refuse it. Chenrue was silent for a moment, then he shook his head slowly. This was a two-choice question, although this answer seemed to be a 50-50 choice on the surface, which was not unexpected. Catherine's heart suddenly surged with unspeakable indignation. She almost lost her usual calmness. Is Jia so important? In this situation, if you insist on doing things your own way, you can only die with her. I don't know any means of imperial power. I only know one thing. For the woman I love, if one day, even if everything in the world is standing on the opposite side of her, I will still be by her side. Understood. Catherine took a deep breath. Her black eyes became quiet, and there was a faint coldness in them. Her long hair began to move without wind. The atmosphere of the entire courtyard suddenly changed. It was full of murderous intention. Since you refuse, then, I will not tolerate an enemy who is a huge threat to the Empire to live. This courtyard has a magic circle that isolates teleportation or leaving right. I felt it as soon as I came in. It seems that you have such a plan for a long time, Chenrue sighed. Do we really have to go to this step between us? I gave you a choice. There was a hint of coldness in Catherine's voice, and the entire space suddenly burned. There were only flames left in Chenrue's eyes, black flames. As soon as Catherine made her move, it was the strongest Dark Phoenix territory. In the space of black flames, four golden figures appeared around Chenrue and surrounded him. Boom, boom, boom. The magic crystal cannons of Warlock Fortress spat out flames. Wherever the destructive light passed, even the special reflective shields could still completely eliminate the power of this improved version of the magic crystal cannons. The soldiers holding the shields turned into nothingness. However, the reflective shield was not completely useless. The lethality of the magic crystal cannon was also reduced a lot. The army of the Bloody Empire was indeed a well-trained elite. Even though their companions were annihilated or fell one by one around them, the formation was still not in the slightest disorder. Facing the Warlock Fortress, the largest and also known as the strongest fortress city in the Demon Realm, the soldiers maintained the original speed and advanced unhurriedly, just like when they crushed the town Black Cloud's defense line before. This momentum caused tremendous psychological pressure on the defensive side. The soldiers of the Warlock Fortress had followed the first general of the fallen Angel Empire, George, for many years. They were also well-trained elites. They did not make any noise or panic. They just waited silently for Commander Francis's orders. Due to the cool-down, the bombardment of the magic crystal cannon stopped temporarily. Francis waved his hand, and the commanding officer's magic horn blew a strange rhythm. The goblin warriors responsible for long-range strikes took their positions and prepared. Shadows of rows of strange weapons appeared on the shooting holes of the fortress. Ballista. In the temporary base of the town Black Cloud, in a huge magic crystal mirror, the first general of the Bloody Empire, Gustav, was watching the battle of the Warlock Fortress. Beside him were the great Prince Alias and the little Prince Travis of the Bloody Empire. Alias frowned. Although the range of the ballista is considerable, it has long been eliminated from the ordinary battlefield because of the complicated loading, slow firing speed, small attack range, and other reasons. At this time, even magic bows and arrows are stronger than the attack frequency and killing range of the ballista. It is hard to believe that George will make this kind of mistake. So, there must be something wrong with these ballista. Travis said, in the decisive battle between the Dark Moon and Obsidian, the improved magic crystal cannon once exerted unexpected power. I think this kind of ballista should be one of the secret weapons that was not exposed at that time. I believe we will get the answer soon. Travis's expectation was right. As Francis gave the order, countless spear-like ballista arrows whistled out. The sky was filled with the terrifying sound of tearing air. The soldiers of the bloody empire raised their shields under the command of the commander. However, the reflective shield that could offset energy attacks to a considerable extent was as fragile as paper in the face of the terrifying ballista arrows. The ballista arrows were easily penetrated by the soldiers and shields. The ballista arrows that penetrated the target exploded violently, bursting out countless small fragmented arrows. They were also highly toxic. The nearby soldiers fell to the ground and died. Every arrow shot could take the lives of several soldiers. What was more terrifying was that the loading speed of this kind of ballista was much faster than ordinary ballista. Of course, there was the operating level of the goblin warriors, but the more important reason was the improvement of the ballista itself. The Bloody Empire's army suffered countless casualties under the ballista's arrow rain, but they still tried their best to maintain the formation. It was just that the speed of advancement had slowed down. It's really weird. Gustav nodded slowly in front of the magic mirror. The soldiers will not die in vain. We have determined the enemy's long-range attack range. We should be able to build the catapults and giant shield ramparts immediately. The Air Legion can also start preparing. Yes, the real war has just begun. This will be a great feast that is enough to change the history of the demon realm. Travis smiled elegantly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 736. Shinrue didn't move. The black flames in the Dark Phoenix territory contained a strange breath that could suck life and spirit power. Any action, even mental thinking, would consume more power than usual. After a long time, the burden caused was quite astonishing. This was just the surface power of the Dark Phoenix territory. Strangely, Shinrue felt that his body had a strange power inexplicably. It actually had a strange state of compatibility with the Dark Phoenix territory. Not only was he not affected by the negative state, but there was a warm feeling as if this terrifying territory was a comfortable nest. Is it the effect of the Nirvana power in my body? Or is it because of the Fire Phoenix Divine Mark? The Fire Phoenix Divine Mark can reduce fire damage by 90%, and there is a 10% chance of complete immunity. But the flames of the Dark Phoenix territory are not pure fire power. Shinrue was a little puzzled, but he had no time to think about it because of the 4 golden figures around him. These human figures were about 2 meters tall. Their eyes were flashing with a pale red light. Their facial features were slightly blurred, and their bodies were engraved with strange totem-like patterns. It was not the first time that Shinrue had seen this kind of human figure. Back in the Crystal Valley, it was the 4 superb golden puppets that made the peak stage of the Demon Emperor Asgalar flee. Now, not only did he have to face the Dark Phoenix territory and 4 golden puppets, but he also had to face Catherine, who was more powerful. The 4 golden puppets had already surrounded him. The war puppet talent of the Asmodeus royal family was famous in the demon realm. These puppets were made by combining their own bloodline power with secret techniques. The higher the rank, the stronger the combat power. Not only did they feel no pain, but they were also extremely difficult to deal with. In Catherine's hands, each of them was enough to rival the peak stage of the demon overlord. Ripples appeared in Shinrue's hands, encircling the golden puppets in a strange force field that was as soft as water. A surprised expression flashed in Catherine's eyes. This kind of combat skill is actually somewhat similar to her technique. In fact, this was what Shinrue realized after witnessing Catherine's battle in the Crystal Valley last time in combination with the mystery of water. For a while, the golden puppets staggered. They had no way to exert their power. The golden puppet's body released circles of pale yellow light, and Shinrue's body seemed to be bound by invisible ropes, making it difficult for him to move. This was the puppet technique that only top-grade puppets could use. Shinrue's hands made a hugging gesture, and a huge black hole appeared beside him. The binding light was sucked into the black hole. Not only that, the flames of the entire Dark Phoenix territory were quickly swallowed by the black hole. The golden puppet's body was also dragged toward the black hole step by step. Suddenly, a warning sign appeared in Chen Rui's heart. Catherine's figure had appeared behind him like a ghost, and her knife-like palm silently penetrated his body. Catherine frowned. It turned out that the seemingly successful attack actually hit nothing. The opponent's figure had appeared in the distance in an instant. The strange, devouring black hole gradually disappeared, and several destructive light balls whizzed over. Catherine opened her palm and drew a circle. Those light balls seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and their speed suddenly slowed down. The surface was covered with a layer of black flame, and the light balls began to shrink rapidly. When they reached Catherine, they were only the size of a fist. With a gentle wave, they disappeared without a trace. Their figures separated and reunited like lightning in the domain. Chen Rui once fought hard with the Saint Dragon that possessed Dodo in the Tower of Glory. Later, he trained with Dodo many times. Therefore, facing Catherine's S++ strength, although he was suppressed, he always seemed to be at ease. Of course, not being affected by the Dark Phoenix domain's strange power was also a key factor. Catherine apparently discovered the problem with her domain. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the power of the Dark Phoenix domain suddenly increased by 10 times. It turned out that Catherine hadn't used her full strength. However, the weakening of the Dark Phoenix domain and the power of sucking still couldn't affect Chen Rui. Instead, the warm feeling became stronger. Who? Chen Rui, who was repelled into the distance, suddenly burned with a black flame. Catherine's figure paused and looked at the black flame with a familiar breath in disbelief. Nirvana's flame? That's right, a very pure power of nirvana. The unique flame of life of the Asmodeus royal family actually appeared on this human. How do you have the Nirvana's flame? I don't know either. After getting your Nirvana's blood in the Silent Night wetland, I had this flame power. The real reason should be the super system. Chen Rui definitely wouldn't say it. But what surprised him was that since entering the Dark Phoenix domain, the Nirvana's flame had been restless. It actually burst out uncontrollably just now. Impossible. Catherine frowned. Those who got the Nirvana's blood would at most be reborn. It was impossible to let people who were not from the Asmodeus royal family have the power of Nirvana. There had never been such an example in the history of the royal family. Even the Asmodeus royal family with the power of Nirvana couldn't be immune to her domain power. As Chen Rui was about to speak, he suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from his left arm. The black flame on his body suddenly skyrocketed and extended into the sea of fire in the Dark Phoenix domain. It actually merged into one. Catherine was taken aback. She only felt that the Dark Phoenix domain was integrated with a strange power. This power seemed to be a pure power of nirvana. At the same time, a strange feeling invaded her body. Her face suddenly showed an abnormal blush. She said angrily, "Stop!" Chen Rui himself didn't understand why the Nirvana's flame would suddenly change like this. He didn't understand why his left arm felt a burning sensation. While he was puzzled, the Dark Phoenix domain had disappeared, and they returned to the original courtyard. Catherine, who had restrained her power, had a weird look in her eyes, but her expression was unusually cold. "What despicable means did you use?" Chen Rui felt very innocent. She was the one who made the move first, and now she was putting the blame on him. However, after the Dark Phoenix domain disappeared, the burning sensation on his left arm also faded. It was most likely a mutation caused by the resonance caused by the Nirvana's blood. I didn't do anything. Maybe this is the imprint you left on me last time. The imprint that goes deep into my life. Catherine didn't speak. She just stared at him closely. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Chen Rui's forehead was a little sweaty as he was stared at. He finally said, Catherine, let's not fight. Although I'm not your opponent, I can still escape if I want." Catherine said coldly, "Your strength growth is amazing. In terms of combat power, you have far surpassed the average peak stage of the demon overlord. No wonder even obsidian died in your hands. I know you still have tricks that you haven't shown. In terms of strength, you are barely qualified to talk to me on an equal footing. Qinrui understood that Catherine also didn't use her full strength. The battle just now was more of a test. He had already faintly guessed her true intention. Since this is the case, can we continue the previous conversation calmly? Do you think I can? Catherine asked with an unkind expression. Let me be thick-skinned and say something. Don't I play a vital role in your grand plan for the future? Qinrui sneered. Without a key figure like me, then even if you take down half of the fallen angel empire, it will be difficult to compete with the bloody empire. In other words, the war between the two empires will last for a long time. Do you have the heart to let the people fall into the war that will last for hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer? You think too highly of yourself. Catherine sneered. If I guess correctly, Raisin's training this time is likely to have reached the kingdom level. After reaching this level, he must spend a lot of time and effort to understand and train in order to stabilize the kingdom realm and then explore the mystery of faith. Raisin is a person who pursues power at all costs. He will definitely abandon the throne and focus on the path of power. Whether it is Alias or Travis, they can't compare with Raisin. If Raisin leaves, the strength of the Bloody Empire will definitely decline, and it may be taken advantage of by me or Jia. Therefore, Raisin must clear the obstacles for the Bloody Empire before he leaves the throne. Although it is not the best time to use troops now, he still does not hesitate to go all out. Qinrui suddenly realized. No wonder Raisin is so eager to start a war. It turns out to be like this. More haste, less speed. I am ready for a protracted war. As long as I can use the territory of the fallen angel empire as a buffer zone to withstand the first few waves of the Bloody Empire's offensive, the Bloody Empire will be weaker as time goes on. Even without your help, I can still succeed, but the time will be a little longer. I have a question. Qinrui asked with a humble face. How did the Bloody Empire suddenly get 6 million elites? The Bloody Empire is a very developed agricultural country. The people are extremely tough, brave, and belligerent. 60% of the country's residents are engaged in the farming industry. A considerable part of them put down their farming tools and pick up their swords. They are the most terrifying warriors. Qinrui thought of the Xiongnu in China's history where all the citizens were soldiers, and he was secretly shocked. This force can't be accumulated in a short time. But the previous Bloody Empire emperors do not lack the ambition to unify the demon realm, so the number of 6 million will only be more. Catherine's face had a dignified expression. In the war to conquer the human world, the three empires all lost a lot of troops and elites. The fallen angel empire suffered the most. Even the Lord of Midnight, Sun, died. However, compared to the Bloody Empire with the strongest family, the loss of strength was the least. So they could replace the fallen angel empire and become the strongest empire. At that time, if you didn't see the right time to pressure Obsidian to force Raisin to sign the alliance agreement, the fallen angel empire and the shadow empire would have perished. Qinrui smiled slightly. Since you could see the situation clearly at that time, why can't you do it now? The reason why Raisin's use of troops was not the best time was that the Fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire were cooperative countries, and there were common interests in multiple fields. Once the two countries united, it would be difficult for the Bloody Empire to win this war. On the contrary, the two countries are likely to be defeated one by one. You also said just now that 6 million elites will only be more, so please answer me truthfully. Even if the Fallen Angel Empire consumes a part of the Bloody Empire's power, does the Shadow Empire really have full confidence to resist the desperate Raisin? Catherine was silent for a moment, and she finally said the real answer, no. Chapter 737. Please forgive me for not being able to accept your conditions just now. Qinrui calmly pointed out Catherine's true intention of making a move. Then, Let's sit down calmly and talk about it again. You have to accept. Catherine's indifferent tone was full of determination. Otherwise, there is no room for discussion. You should understand that the Shadow Empire has the power to fight. I don't necessarily need to unite, but Jia has only one choice. Am I so popular? So should I feel proud or depressed now? Qin Rui smiled bitterly, but he did not argue on this matter. His tone changed. There are many unstable factors in the Shadow Empire now, such as Brock. According to the information I got, you have always wanted to get rid of Brock without losing the Fireblade Legion. Now the war suddenly broke out, and the Jurgle Fortress where Brock is located is a strategic place adjacent to the Bloody Empire. If there is any unusual movement, it may affect the entire empire. I can help you solve this headache. Qin Rui still had a layer of meaning that he didn't clarify. The reason why Catherine put on a posture to deal with the fallen angel empire was firstly to take advantage of the situation and seize the benefits, including Qin Rui. Secondly, she also wanted to deal with Brock as quickly as possible while paralyzing Raisin. She wanted to deal with Brock as soon as possible and deal with the internal problems first. It's just Brock. Do you think I can't deal with it? Of course. Qin Rui smiled awkwardly and suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is something for you. Catherine's gaze fell on the thing that Qin Rui took out, and she was moved. Undead puppet. What Qin Rui took out was the metal doll he got in the Black Rainforest back then. This doll was one of the legacies left by the Red Dragon that was swallowed by Dodo. When he joined the Mechanic Association of the Shadow Empire last time, he wanted to give it to Catherine, but he never had the chance. He finally remembered it now. This inconspicuous puppet turned out to be the secret treasure of the Asmodeus royal family, the legendary strongest war puppet, the undying dark gold puppet. The immortal dark golden puppet had the attribute of immortality, and it would never be destroyed. It was the most important treasure besides the dark shadow cloak. Unfortunately, it was lost thousands of years ago, and its whereabouts were unknown. She didn't expect it to be in the hands of Qin Rui. If she had this puppet, plus the dark shadow cloak, her combat power would be greatly improved. Even if she encountered Raisin alone, she might have the power to fight. Catherine quickly calmed down and looked into Qin Rui's eyes. Is this your exchange in the name of the fallen angel empire, or is it something given to me by someone? When Qin Rui heard that this metal puppet was actually an undead, dark gold puppet, he did have some thoughts. Seeing Catherine's eyes, he finally sighed. This is a gift I wanted to give you for a long time. I didn't know it was an undead puppet before. Humph, you finally told the truth. Catherine took the puppet, and there was a kind of uncontrollable joy in her eyes. Suddenly, a veil appeared on her face, covering her face. About Jurgle Fortress. Tell me about your plan first. Is this considered as bribery? Qin Rui muttered in his heart, but fortunately the negotiation finally got on track. In front of the Warlock Fortress, huge overlapping shields were erected, forming a temporary barrier. The location of this fortress was very particular. It was just outside the attack range of the magic, crystal cannons, and ballistas. Occasionally there were stray bullets that flew over, but they couldn't break through the defense of the giant shields. Behind the giant shields, catapults were quickly built in the hands of the goblin warriors and gradually took shape. These catapults were installed with suitable arms according to the estimated distance, and the range could effectively attack the fortress. After paying a lot of casualties, the Bloody Empire soldiers in front were already close to the moat outside the fortress wall. The surface of this moat was about 30 meters wide, and it was dug quite deep. The magician team began to cast magic together under strict protection. The surface of the river quickly froze, and it became thicker and thicker. Soon it was completely frozen. The bottom of the leather boots of the Bloody Empire soldiers had special anti-slip serrations, so they walked on the ice as if they were walking on flat ground. When they walked halfway, the ice suddenly shattered, and countless tough vines emerged like a solid wall. The approaching soldiers were attacked one after another, and many directly fainted. These were the guardian vines that Chenrue exchanged from the super system. They had the attributes of regeneration, fainting, and binding. Their defensive capabilities were extremely strong, and hostile creatures that approached would be attacked. The army in front was blocked, and the speed at the back also slowed down. The locust-like arrows scattered down from the fortress, mixed with the sound of the ballista and the sound of the giant ballista breaking through the air, quickly reaping the lives of the enemy. The catapult behind the Bloody Empire's giant shield barrier had been quickly assembled. The huge flaming stones were thrown toward the Warlock fortress, like meteors. At this time, several huge shadows suddenly flew out of the Warlock fortress. The speed was very fast, as if they had eyes. They flew toward the flaming meteors, launched by the catapult. The two collided together, and they shattered at the same time with a boom. The flaming gravel fell on the heads of the Bloody Empire soldiers below like rain. Some of them didn't have time to raise their shields, and their brains were smashed. What is this? In the Bloody Empire camp of Black Cloud Town, Alias frowned as he looked at the scene in the magic mirror. Travis said, "It should be a stone bullet shot by some special mechanical projectile. The launching power is very strong, and the speed is faster than the stones of the catapult. There should be special magic engravings on those stone bullets that can automatically pursue the fire element or earth element. This kind of ordnance, including the previous explosive ballista, is the first time I have seen it. It seems that the Fallen Angel Empire has brought us a lot of new toys. Today's attack can force the Fallen Angel Empire to use their trump card. It can be considered a success. The loss of the spy troops is not small." Gustav nodded. The sturdiness of the Warlock fortress is famous in the demon realm. Coupled with the special terrain, I'm afraid we have to pay a considerable price if we really want to take it. Travis smiled indifferently. For the great cause of unifying the demon realm, all the price is worth it. The catapult behind the giant shield barrier launched several rounds of flaming meteors in a row. 70% of them were intercepted by the boulders launched by the Warlock fortress. The rest flew to the Warlock fortress and smashed the surface of the wall with magic engravings, causing ripples, but it was unscathed. In addition to the interceptor missiles, huge flaming stones also flew out of the Warlock fortress and smashed into the Bloody Empire army. This was not an attack that could be blocked by the shield. Within the range of the attack, there were scorched corpses. The quality of the Bloody Empire soldiers was fully demonstrated at this time. Although there were many casualties, they still maintained a rough attack formation and rhythm. Under the command of the general, the soldiers killed all the way and completely suppressed the guardian vines. The magicians were divided into two groups. One group reinforced and filled the ice surface, and the other group assisted the soldiers to eliminate the vines. It didn't take long for the guardian vines to be completely crushed. The Bloody Empire army successfully passed the moat and arrived at the city. After breaking the magic thunder in front, equipment was pushed up from the rear. At the front was a kind of iron cart that carried a huge battering ram like a pestle for striking a bell. In the sound of the mechanism, the battering ram flew out and hit the outermost city wall, making a depressing sound. The water-like ripples on the surface of the city wall kept trembling, and the sand and stones rustled down. This kind of battering ram had quite a large range of damage to the city wall protected by magic inscriptions. Although many operators were shot to death by arrows under the cover of the shield, many rams began to continuously impact the defensive magic of the city wall. More and more defensive inscriptions were destroyed. Carriages with long ladders on their backs were pushed forward. Obviously, they were used to climb the walls. Behind them, there were even taller chariots carrying groups of soldiers. These chariots looked a bit like a well, and they could shoot arrows and cast magic from above. These siege weapons were personally improved by the Bloody Empire's young Prince Travis. They played a huge role in the battle to capture the Iron Fist Castle and defeat Edmund not long ago. The siege vehicles came to the front in the rain of arrows. The ladders behind automatically extended up and were placed on the city wall that had lost the protection magic. The Daredevil team, who were good at climbing, quickly climbed the city wall. These soldiers were very strong. Although the city wall was dozens of meters high and some ladders were not long enough, the Daredevil team jumped several times with the help of the ladders and had already approached the city wall. Unfortunately, as soon as they jumped up, they were dismembered by rows of fortress guards who had been waiting for a long time. The carriages behind were pushed forward and rose higher and higher until they were almost at the same level as the city wall. From the pavilion at the top, colorful magic attacks were spurted out and attacked the fortress guards who were trying to stop them from climbing the city wall. Some soldiers even jumped into the fortress with ropes to fight. Soon, more and more soldiers of the Bloody Empire began to climb the city wall. Seeing that the situation was critical, Francis still did not change his expression. He waved his hand, and the herald blew a strange rhythm again. A row of guards stood out and threw round objects down the city wall. These objects were like fruits. Soon after they landed on the ground, they immediately mutated. Countless huge vines with thorns suddenly appeared. These vines could actively attack and were thicker and more powerful than those in the moat. Not only did they have a strong entanglement ability, but they could also devour the enemy's flesh and blood as nutrients. Both the battering vehicles, the ladders, and the well carriages had no time to retreat. Under the terrible entanglement and tearing, they were torn apart. The soldiers either fell or were swallowed by the huge vines. This kind of gluttonous vine was also a familiar item that Chinrue exchanged for George. Compared with the guardian vines that were good at defense, it was more aggressive. After releasing the spiritual power seed, it could quickly take shape in 10 seconds. Originally, all the familiar items could only be used by Chinrue himself. However, since the 5-star evolution, there was a fruit of giving in the exchange center, which could be used to give familiar plants to others. What the soldiers threw out earlier was the fruit of giving that had absorbed the seeds of gluttonous vines. Almost all the siege weapons of the Bloody Empire were destroyed by gluttonous vines. The previous fierce offensive was completely submerged in the sea of countless tentacles. At this moment, rows of dense black spots appeared in the sky behind the shield wall. They were gradually enlarging. The Bloody Empire's Air Legion was finally dispatched. At the central command of the Warlock Fortress, the voice of Madame Red Dragon, Gloria, sounded. "It's the Wind Dragon Legion of the Bloody Empire. George, let me attack with the Flying Cloud Legion." The Flying Cloud Legion has not recovered in the Battle of the Dark Moon. It is difficult to match the Wind Dragon Legion in a head-on battle. However, don't worry. George smiled confidently, because an old friend of mine has rushed here from the Dark Moon. Chapter 738. Facing the approaching Wind Dragon Legion. Only a few dozen griffin beasts flew out of the Warlock Fortress. Regardless of strength or number, these griffin beasts were far from being comparable to the Wind Dragon Legion. They had strange hoods on their heads, and the cavalrymen on their backs also wore masks and carried a huge cylinder on their backs. The cylinder on the back of the cavalrymen began to eject thick smoke that crisscrossed in the air. This fog seemed to have a special composition, and it condensed in the air and could not dissipate for a while. Soon, a thick sea of fog formed above the Warlock Fortress like a dark cloud, and it was impossible to see the scene inside. The Wind Dragon Legion had arrived in front of the sea of fog, led by Legion Commander Argonne. Looking at these thick weapons, he was suspicious. He ordered the army to hover in place and silently chanted a spell. A small whirlwind appeared in front of him. Wherever the whirlwind went, the fog seemed to be torn apart and dissipated. Soon the fog closed again, but there was no ambush. The griffin beasts that had previously set up the fog array seemed to have left. The dust of the flying grass. Argonne took a puff of the mist and sniffed it. His mind was made up. Boomerang was a relatively common plant. Its dust could float in the air in the form of smoke, and it had the special effect of transmitting and amplifying sound. It was often used in magic communication devices. More importantly, it was not poisonous. Trying to delay time to deal with the infantry? What a clumsy trick! This was a battlefield, and delaying an opportunity was a serious crime. Argonne made a prompt decision and ordered the Wind Dragon Legion to continue advancing. But out of caution, they did not advance at full speed. The Wind Dragon Legion entered the Sea of Fog. Due to the flying grass, Argonne could feel the situation of his nearby companions more clearly. Sure enough, they did not encounter an ambush. At this moment, the wyvern under him suddenly began to hiss uneasily. This hiss quickly spread, and Argonne had a premonition of danger in his heart. He loudly ordered the army to advance carefully. As soon as Argonne's voice fell, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura, and he saw a vague, huge figure in front of him. Before he could react, some kind of air wave surged out violently, and the surrounding fog was instantly dispersed by the terrifying sound wave. The huge figure also became clear. It was a terrifying giant dragon, covered in yellowish-brown scales, with a row of short horns on its head and fin-like things on its cheeks. Its body was wrapped in a set of black armor, and as it flapped its huge wings, its dark golden eyes emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura. Argonne's vision froze on this scene. The next second, there was a sudden boom in his mind, as if something had exploded. The world spun, and his mind went blank. Then he could not hear anything. The only thing he could feel was a violent tremor that penetrated deep into his soul. The entire battlefield could hear that terrifying roar. This roar that was mixed with a special kind of deterrence lasted for a few minutes. It was so strong that the soldiers below threw down their weapons and covered their ears in pain. The weaker ones fainted on the spot. In the sea of fog, the figures of wyverns and griffin beasts fell one after another like hail. Many unlucky soldiers were hit, and all of them had broken bones. Argonne's mutated wyvern barely flapped its wings a few times, and it finally couldn't hold on anymore. It fell straight down. Even though the soldiers on the Warlock Fortress had put on earplugs that they had prepared in advance before spreading the smoke, they still showed an uncomfortable expression. Only the gluttonous vine was unaffected. It devoured the nearby soldiers who had lost their resistance frantically. In front of the magic mirror of Black Cloud Town, the three leaders of the Bloody Empire were taken aback. What happened? The magic mirror could not transmit sound, so the three of them did not hear the terrifying roar. They only saw the Wind Dragon Legion falling like rain shortly after entering the mist. Just one blow defeated the entire Wind Dragon Legion, including Argonne of the early stage of the Demon Overlord. Even the peak stage of the Demon Overlord couldn't do it. What kind of weapon or powerhouse is this? The mighty dragons was secretly pleased in his heart. The blow just now was the profound, angry dragon roar taught to him by the Dragon Emperor Augustus. It could attack the enemy with the dragon's demeanor mixed with sound. Coupled with the effect of the big grass dust, the blow was successful. After changing back to human, the dragons flew back to the fortress silently, but they were thinking about how to brag about their feat of defeating thousands of soldiers with a roar in front of someone next time. The smoke in the air gradually dissipated, and there was nothing in it. The siege equipment and Bloody Empire soldiers around the city wall below were almost wiped out under the attack of the gluttonous vine. Finally, the horn of retreat sounded from the rear. Seeing the enemy gradually retreating, the defenders of the Warlock Fortress cheered one after another. The Shadow Empire, Jurgle Fortress. Unlike the city-type overall building of the Warlock Fortress, the core of the Jurgle Fortress was a huge castle in the center of the pass, surrounded by barracks and fortifications. The highest command of the castle. What? The first general of the Shadow Empire, Brock, listened to the guard's report and showed an unexpected expression. Loki? Yes, General Loki has returned to the fortress and is asking to see the general outside the castle. Brock furrowed his brows. Loki Leviathan had once been his most capable assistant. However, about 2 years ago, Loki had suddenly disappeared, and there had been no news of him in between. Who would have thought that he would return to the fortress now? Brock was very clear that Loki was actually secretly sent out by him. At that time, Brock used the reason that his father-in-law Florence was not feeling well to bring his father-in-law and wife to Jurgle Fortress. In fact, he was holding them as hostages to make Catherine hesitate in taking action. Catherine immediately responded and betrothed Feeney. Asmodeus, the daughter of the Mechanic Association's senior master, Rummenig, to the first General Brock as his concubine. Brock claimed that he had a deep relationship with his wife, Metallu, so he declined the Empress's marriage. However, he asked Catherine the Great to marry Feeney as his legal wife on behalf of his capable general, Loki. After serious consideration, Catherine the Great agreed to Brock's request and allowed Loki to go to the capital to marry Feeney. This marriage seemed simple, but it was a game between Brock and Catherine. However, Feeney was used as a victim. Unexpectedly, Feeney's childhood sweetheart, Monroe, the son of the third general, Crawford, eloped with Feeney. This was also expected by Brock, so he secretly sent Loki to hunt them down. He wanted Monroe and Feeney's corpses to appear in the Dark Moon estate. While resolving Catherine's backup plan, it could also affect the cooperative relationship between the Dark Moon and the Bloody Vine Flower estate. It just so happened that Chenrue went to Townlea to participate in the Plants Fair. He killed the traitor around Monroe in the Dark Moon, defeated Loki, and saved the young couple. Monroe was grateful for the life-saving grace, so he joined the Dark Moon. Loki was controlled by Chenrue with the god-eating mask and became puppet. Of course, Brock didn't know about this. Brock also didn't know that the fallen angel envoy who should be far away in the capital and Her Majesty Empress had arrived at the Thunder Estate in the east of Jurgle Fortress through a secret teleportation circle. Did Loki bring the others back? No, General Loki came back alone. Let him wait for me in the side hall. Now that the fallen Angel Empire and the Bloody Empire were at war, and the Shadow Empire was heavily armed in the southeast, preparing to attack the fallen Angel Empire. The Jurgle Fortress was the most important line of defense at the border with the Bloody Empire. During this sensitive period, Loki, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared, which inevitably made Brock feel suspicious. Soon, Brock met Loki in the side hall. When Loki saw Brock, he quickly saluted. "General!" Brock glanced at him and said faintly, "You're back." "Yes, General." Since coming in, Brock had been carefully observing Loki. He felt that the other party's strength, movements, and tone had no flaws. It should be the Loki that he was familiar with. He nodded immediately. "I want to hear your explanation for disappearing for 2 years." Loki looked around. Brock waved his hand, and the guards retreated. Loki then said, "Back then, I was ordered by Sir to kill Monroe and Feeney. As a result, I encountered terrifying dragons in the Dark Moon. I risked my life to escape. Later, I always wanted to wait for an opportunity to attack secretly. I didn't expect Monroe to actually join the Dark Moon. After a failed attack, I almost lost my life, so I had to escape. Later, I met a person. As a result, I was captured by him and forced to join a secret organization. I have been unable to escape until now." Brock raised his eyebrows. "Secret organization?" "I'm honored, General. In a sense, we are still colleagues because—" Loki's gaze fell on Brock's face. "Because the person who captured me is called Asgulr. Asgulr. Beelzebub. Beelzebub, royal family?" Brock's eyes narrowed. "I don't understand what you mean. It seems that you need to write a report about these experiences and submit it to Her Majesty Empress." Loki shook his head and didn't stay on this issue. "No matter what, I'm a Leviathan royal family and also a capable assistant of the general. I will do my best to help the general." "Is that so?" Brock's voice suddenly became cold. An icy breath gradually spread out. The temperature of the entire room suddenly dropped and began to freeze. Loki didn't expect that Brock would suddenly attack without any warning, even after he explained like this. He already had a pair of gloves in his hands. His whole body emitted a light blue light. He tried his best to whisper the icy breath, but his body still couldn't resist and gradually stiffened. His feet had already frozen into ice, and the frozen surface was still spreading upwards. Loki clenched his teeth. The pupil and sclera of his right eye suddenly turned black. A strange power spread out, and the speed of freezing immediately slowed down a lot. Brock sneered, and his pupils also turned black. Loki screamed, and blood oozed out of his right eye. They were both eyes of incubus, but regardless of quality or quantity, Loki and Brock were not on the same level. Seeing that his life was hanging by a thread, Loki's throat struggled to shout two words: "Elusive demon shield!" Brock's power suddenly stopped, and his pupil instantly returned to its original blue color. The ice on Loki's body slowly melted. General's test should be over. Loki wiped the blood from his right eye and said calmly, "As for other things, I'm a little tired, General. Eyes of incubus, water mastery, these two royal talents won't be fake. You really are Loki." Brock's gloomy face revealed a smile, as if the assassin just now was really just testing his identity. "Very good, you can go and rest first, General Loki." Loki bowed slightly, turned around and left. Looking at Loki's back, Brock's gaze became extremely cold. Chapter 739. Late at night, Loki, who felt the danger, suddenly opened his eyes and saw a pair of black eyes shining incredibly in the darkness. Before he could react, the terrifying spirit power had surged like a tide. Loki only resisted for less than a minute before he completely lost consciousness. A lot of black smoke came out of those black eyes and wrapped Loki's body. A trace of black gas penetrated into his body. Loki's eyes slowly opened, and his pupils suddenly turned gray. The black smoke gradually condensed into Brock's figure. Looking at Loki with gray eyes, he showed a satisfied look. "Who are you?" "Loki, Leviathan. What is your real purpose of coming to Jurgle Fortress?" "Under the order of Sir Asgulr, I used the elusive demon shield as bait to persuade Brock to defect to the Bloody Empire. In the past 2 years, the Bloodfall has planted a secret plan in the Dark Moon that can be launched at any time. They are preparing to cooperate with the Bloody Empire to launch an attack from within the Dark Moon and conquer the Dark Moon in one fell swoop. Cooperation between the Bloodfall and the Bloody Empire? Ridiculous." Brock sneered. "How come I didn't know that the Bloodfall had this plan? I once inadvertently overheard the conversation between Sir Asgulr and the mysterious figure. It is said that this plan was temporarily decided by the Bloodfall leader. The Dark Moon is the main target, and the real role of Jurgle Fortress is to attract the attention of the Shadow Empire. If necessary, Brock can be sacrificed. If Brock refuses the plan, I will try to kill the Shadow Empire's Uncle Florence and his daughter Metallu. Then I will create a rumor and frame Brock to cause internal strife in the Fireblade Legion. Then I will cooperate from the inside and outside to occupy Jurgle Fortress. By then, I can replace Brock as the ruler of the Leviathan royal family." Loki's words made Brock's eyes even colder. Although there were still many suspicious aspects about this plan, the mysterious leader of the Bloodfall had always been unpredictable and couldn't be measured with common sense. After the Crystal Valley was destroyed, Asgulr went to the Dark Moon and disappeared mysteriously. Unexpectedly, he had been lurking in the Dark Moon to plan. The mysterious Bloodfall leader probably wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in the demon realm to fish in troubled waters. Who knew how many backup plans he had? However, Brock, was not a pushover. He already had his own plan, so he would not become a victim no matter what. "Where is the illusory demon shield?" "Elusive demon shield." Rocky's body trembled, and his dull expression began to change. The white in his pupils flickered as if he was struggling fiercely. Brock asked a few more questions and realized that the control power of the Eye of Incubus was becoming more and more unstable. This kind of soul control power was only successful under unexpected circumstances. Although it was successful, Rocky, who also had the Eye of Incubus, had a relatively strong resistance. If he forcefully continued, Rocky's soul power would most likely collapse and die. It was a critical moment, and Loki was just a chess piece being manipulated. For the time being, he still had considerable value, so he was more useful alive than dead. As he thought about it, black smoke seeped out of Bailuo's eyes and changed into the shape of shackles. Before the soul-controlling power dissipated, the shackles entered Rocky's chest. The magic lamp in the room lit up, illuminating Loki's pale face. After a while, Loki finally opened his eyes slowly and saw the figure in the room. He cried out involuntarily, "General!" Then he thought of something and looked surprised. What happened just now? Stop pretending, Loki. Bailuo looked at him coldly. You know my style and methods very well. Loki seemed to be circulating the power in his body. Suddenly his expression changed. Soul shackles! You actually used soul shackles on me. Soul shackles was one of the Leviathan royal family's bloodline talents. It was similar to the master-servant contract. The number was limited, but there was more than one. The controller could pass through the restrictions of space to punish or kill the controlled person. Where is the elusive demon shield? Bailuo's mind moved. Loki screamed and covered his chest. The power that he had just gathered suddenly collapsed. His facial features twisted in pain, and he could only roll on the ground. Bailuo turned a blind eye to Loki's pain and said calmly, You should know the power of soul shackles. Even if you want to commit suicide now, you can't. General, is there a misunderstanding? If you say another word of nonsense, the punishment will be 10 times more severe. Loki knew that he had failed. He endured the pain and clenched his teeth. Sir Asgulr will not let you go. Asgulr? If he can do anything to me, will he let you come alone? Bailuo looked contemptuous. As long as I'm in this fortress, even Catherine may not be able to touch me. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the elusive demon shield? Loki knew that he had to tell the truth, so he said honestly, the whereabouts of the elusive demon shield is unknown. But Sir Asgulr did get the demon shield. I have seen it with my own eyes. This time he wants to use the demon shield as a bargaining chip to let the general attack the Shadow Empire in the Jurgle Fortress to attract the attention of the Shadow Empire. Sir Asgulr will launch a coup in the Dark Moon and occupy the Dark Moon estate. What else? Nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, soul shackles began to torture Loki again. Loki quickly begged for mercy. Why don't you say that you can sacrifice me if necessary? If I refuse, you will kill Florence and his daughter and frame me? I used to underestimate you. I didn't expect you to have the ambition to replace me. As soon as Loki heard that the matter was exposed, his face became even uglier. He seemed to be ready to risk everything and said, Everyone has ambition. Didn't you also get the position by killing Sir Manu? You only know how to hide in the fortress all day. Now that the Empress military reform is about to be completed, when you can't fully control the army, it will be a dead end. It doesn't matter if you die, but you can't drag the entire Leviathan royal family down with you. I'm doing this for the benefit of my people. Nonsense. Bailuo snorted disdainfully. Do you think Asgulr or Bloodfall can give you a way out? In the current situation, the Bloody Empire is obviously stronger than the Shadow Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire. Catherine did not cooperate with the Fallen Angel Empire due to various considerations or concerns. Instead, she wants to take advantage of the situation to annex the Fallen Angel Empire to compete with the Bloody Empire. In this game, Jurgle Fortress is a very important chess piece. The opportunity that I have been waiting for has finally come. Loki knew Bailuo very well. When he saw Bailuo's expression, he was slightly shocked. Have you already? I've never been willing to be under others. I understand Catherine's fear of me, and I know what I should do. Bailuo didn't go on. Whether it is Catherine or Bloodfall, they are just the power that I use. Now Catherine is still watching, but I didn't expect Bloodfall to be impatient. It just so happens that your return is also an important opportunity to launch, so you still have a way to live, which is to completely surrender to me. You really won't kill me?" Loki, who was dejected, raised his head and showed a glimmer of hope. "Once you lose your value, I will kill you without hesitation. With soul shackles, it's useless no matter where you hide. What you have to do now is to maintain the value of your existence. If you can play the role that I expect in this operation and help me regain the demon shield, I will remove your soul shackles." "Okay." Loki gritted his teeth and stood up. Bai Luo nodded slowly. A smile finally appeared on his gloomy face, but he didn't notice the strange pale yellow light that flashed past Loki's eyes. The next day, Bai Luo officially announced that Loki, who was on a secret mission outside, had returned and regained control of the military. He held a military meeting in the castle in the afternoon. At the meeting, the great spirit officer directly appointed by Empress Catherine Ordogas, who was at the same level as Bai Luo, was the first to raise an objection. "General Bai Luo, Loki used seizing power as an excuse today to kill 3 senior spirit officers. I need an explanation." It turned out that on the first day Loki came to power, he used various names and means to eliminate several troublemakers. The so-called troublemakers were actually the unstable factors that Catherine buried in the army, including the 3 senior spirit officers. The term spirit officer came from Chen Rue, which was actually a political commissar. On the surface, their responsibility was to listen to the voices of the grassroots, appease the army's morale, and recruit captives. In reality, they were responsible for instilling various ideological work, such as the supremacy of the Empress to the soldiers. With the implementation of Catherine's military reform, every 100-man team in the army was now equipped with a spirit officer. The lower level was subordinate to the higher level. The highest level in Jurgel Fortress was the Great Spirit Officer, who was on the same level as Bai Luo. This way, the power of the army could be divided. The army commander only had the right to command the soldiers to fight, but he was under the jurisdiction of the political commissar. This prevented the phenomenon of the army commander holding the army for himself. Loki went out on a secret mission for 2 years, so he didn't understand the new system reform of the army very well. Therefore, he had a conflict with the 3 senior spirit officers over the distribution of power. Everyone knows that he has a bad temper. I feel very sorry that he accidentally killed the 3 spirit officers. Ordogas said angrily, "Just a mistake?" According to military law, Loki should be executed in public. Bai Luo said calmly, "The authority of the spirit officer is only to appease the army's morale." Ordogas, "The specific affairs of the Fireblade Legion are not up to you to intervene. I have already removed Loki from his position and investigated him immediately. This matter is rather special. I will personally report it to Catherine the Great and listen to Her Majesty's decision on how to deal with it." Since Bai Luo had brought up Catherine, Ordogas could not continue to harp on it. Bai Luo began to announce the topic of the meeting, which was to discuss the various problems that had arisen from the reform of the army system. This was an old topic. Many problems had arisen during the reform of the new military system, and the opinions were not unanimous. The strange thing was that Bai Luo did not object or reject Ordogas's request like he did in the past. Instead, he went deeper into the group discussions, and the progress was very smooth. Unknowingly, the meeting had already gone on for a few hours. The sky had also darkened. At this time, a spirit officer walked into the meeting room from outside and whispered a few words into Ordogas' ear. Ordogas revealed a shocked expression and stood up abruptly. "General Bai Luo, 2 hours ago, as the army commander, you secretly gave the order to withdraw the defensive troops on the periphery of the fortress and to shut down the protective magic circle and warning system on the east side. Why?" Bai Luo revealed a strange smile. "This has nothing to do with the meeting. I will explain to you later." Ordogas said angrily, "Bai Luo, this was a matter of life and death for the stronghold. You must immediately explain what exactly you want to do." Bailuo smiled and did not speak. Ordogez immediately spoke to the high-level spirit officer beside him. "Varota, immediately bring people to the east side of the fortress and reactivate the protective magic circle." Bailuo waved his hand, and the door of the meeting room closed automatically. "Don't even think about going anywhere." Bailuo's eerie laughter resounded throughout the hall. His eyes began to emit a black light. Everyone felt their vision darken, and the magical lights in the entire hall were covered with a layer of darkness. Chapter 740. The spreading darkness instantly covered the entire castle hall. Many officers took out their weapons and surrounded the rest of the officers and spirit officers. The tense atmosphere was filled with terrifying, murderous intent. Ordorgus shouted, "Brock, what do you mean by this?" Brock's eyes completely turned into a demonic black. His gloomy voice resounded through the hall. "It's very simple. Those who obey me will live, and those who oppose me will die." "How dare you?" A giant sword appeared in Ordorgus's hand. He pointed at Brock and shouted angrily, "I represent Catherine the Great. You are rebelling. You." Ordorgus was furious. A blade suddenly protruded from his heart. He stopped speaking abruptly. He looked back with an incredulous expression on his face. It turned out that the one who attacked was his most trusted person, Varota. Facing Ordorgus, who left his back to him and the absolute trust of his boss and good friend, Varota attacked without hesitation. He pierced through Ordorgus's vital part with one slash. "You're Brock's man." Ordorgus suddenly came to a realization. He roared angrily, wanting to use the last of his strength to kill this traitor. However, he felt that his strength was rapidly draining away, and he was unable to condense it at all. The blade was coated with an extremely potent poison. Didn't the general say, "Those who obey will live, and those who oppose will die"? Varota said expressionlessly. The tip of the blade burned with black flames. Ordorgus's body quickly withered as if his blood was sucked dry. In the end, he turned into ashes and disappeared. This happened right in front of them. Before the rest of the people could react, the leader of the spirit officers, Ordorgus, who was loyal to Catherine, was killed by his confidant Varota. "Varota, you did well. I won't say the same thing twice." Brock smiled sinisterly and took out a magic letter of appointment. "This is the letter of appointment signed by the Bloody Empire's Raisin. He appointed me as the second general of the Bloody Empire. I have completely withdrawn the defense of Jurgle Fortress. The army of the Bloody Empire will arrive soon. If you don't want to die, follow me. Not only can you keep your life and bloodline, but you can also enjoy wealth." This news shocked the people who were surrounded. Someone blurted out, "Isn't the Bloody Empire attacking the fallen Angel Empire with all their strength? Why would they split their forces to deal with us?" Brock said firmly, "This time, Raisin the Great is determined to unify the demon realm in one go. Whether it is the fallen Angel Empire or the Shadow Empire, they can't stop the Bloody Empire. Those who support him will become great contributors to the unification of the Empire, and those who obstruct him will die without a burial place." The spirit officers and officers looked at each other. The strongest among them were the demon overlord level Ordorgus and Varota, but Varota suddenly changed sides and killed Ordorgus. Facing Varota and Brock, in addition to the demon overlord Stanmi on Brock's side, everyone had no chance of winning. They were struggling in their hearts. "I'm not asking you to consider. I'm asking you to choose. Even if all of you die, I still have a way to command the soldiers. At most, the entire Fireblade Corps and Jurgle Fortress will be buried together. Now I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't want to die, put down your weapons and stand over there." Ding dang. Finally, someone could not withstand the pressure. He threw down his weapon and walked towards the place that Bailuo had pointed out. With someone taking the lead, the number of people behind immediately increased, leaving less than 6 people who had yet to move. "Bailuo, you ungrateful traitor. An Asmodeus royal family spirit officer stood up and scolded loudly. Sir Florence was really blind back then. He actually married his daughter to you. You've betrayed Her Majesty Catherine's trust. Her Majesty will definitely not let you go. Florence is indeed blind. Bailuo smiled sinisterly. I made him blind with my own hands because he also said what you said just now. To be fair, I'll dig out your eyes now. Bailuo's body suddenly dispersed into a black mist and wrapped around the spirit officer. A huge bronze puppet suddenly appeared in front of the spirit officer and attacked the black mist. However, the black mist was not an entity. The bronze puppet could only disperse the black mist, but it couldn't cause any damage. Instead, it was wrapped by the black mist. Its body began to corrode and decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it had dissipated into a pile of residue. The black mist condensed into the shape of Bailuo. His palm had already grabbed the spirit officer's head. Just as he was about to exert force, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and instantly dispersed into mist. In the next second, the mist had already been pierced through by a beam of golden light from behind. The golden light seemed to have only pierced through the mist and was unable to cause any damage. However, Bailuo's groan came from within the mist. Everyone was shocked. Their gazes fell on the bespectacled military officer who had already surrendered. The mist transformed into countless blades and wrapped around the bespectacled military officer. In the blink of an eye, the military officer appeared in another direction at an unbelievable speed. The golden light in his left eye shone brightly, and another beam of light shot towards the mist that Bailuo had transformed into. The golden light seemed to be the nemesis of the mist form. It could directly use mental power to carry out a strong attack on the soul. Bailuo didn't dare to take it head-on. He had already revealed his entity. He opened his left palm and a clear color appeared, blocking the golden light. The golden light shot into the palm and refracted from various parts of Bailuo's arm. After the light was refracted by the strange prism, it had already lost its power. Bailuo's nightmarish black pupils revealed a cold, murderous aura, the Eye of Evil. The Eye of Evil and the Eye of Incubus were the bloodline talents of the Belphegor royal family and the Leviathan royal family, respectively. They were combined to become the left and right eyes of the demon god. They each had their own special abilities. The two clans were also enemies with each other. Now that he saw a strong enemy of the Belphegor royal family, no matter where he came from, Bailuo wouldn't have any wishful thinking. He could only kill the other party. The bespectacled military officer's appearance gradually changed. Bailuo's pupils suddenly contracted. It's actually him. Of course, Bailuo wouldn't forget that this Belphegor royal family man seduced his sister, Delia, who he regarded as a tool and exclusive property. However, he also killed the man's father. The most hateful thing was that time in the Silent Night wetland. This man and his accomplices actually escaped with Delia, who had the illusory shield under his nose. Since then, Delia and this guy seemed to have evaporated and disappeared. Due to the illusory shield, Bailuo couldn't detect Delia's whereabouts, and he couldn't kill Delia with soul shackles. I didn't expect this guy to actually come to Jurgle Fortress now, and he even has the strength to compete with me. Lomont, Belphegor, you overestimate yourself. You actually sent yourself to my door. A long sword appeared in Bailuo's hand, and he looked at Lomont coldly. As long as I catch this guy, Delia and the illusory shield will naturally be easy to catch. Although Lomont has reached the demon overlord level, the blow just now was obviously enhanced by the pair of glasses, which was the secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family, evil blue tear. His true strength should be below me. It was said that this pair of glasses also had a special effect of concealing breath. No wonder he hadn't been discovered just now. The most important thing was that this was the Jurgle Fortress Castle, which was his territory. In this castle, even the peak stage of the demon overlord couldn't do anything to him. The surrounding officers immediately surrounded him. Lomont's expression didn't change at all. He just said faintly, "If you're not by Luo's people, stand behind me." The few spirit officers quickly stood behind Lomont, and several officers who went over earlier also walked over. "Kill them." Bai Luo immediately gave an order to his men. Suddenly, more than a dozen strange figures appeared in front of Lomont. These figures floated in the air. The main body was a huge eye in the head, which occupied about the entire head. The limbs were a few tentacles. They looked very slow. Evil Eye. Bai Luo was secretly shocked. Evil Eye, also known as Eye Demon, was a very special creature in the demon realm. It had terrifying spirit power and long-range attacks. It was said that the Eye of Evil of the Belphegor royal family could not only subdue it as a companion beast, but when it advanced to the level of Evil Destroyer, it could also command the Eye Demon to attack as a servant. This Lomont was only at the Demon King level at the beginning. I don't know what happened to him. He actually reached the Demon Overlord level in such a short time, and he even has the Eye of Evil of the Evil Destroyer level. I must eliminate him as soon as possible, while I can still suppress him now. These Eye Demons were subdued by Lomont after he reached the Demon Overlord level and went to Travant's underground cave. The leading evil Eye Tyrant had reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. This time he followed Qinrui to the Shadow Empire in order to kill Bai Luo, avenge his father, avenge his beloved woman, Delia, and remove the soul shackles that had troubled her for many years. Under Lomont's order, the evil Eye launched a powerful spirit attack. Except for the spirit officers at the back and a few demon overlords in the hall, the rest of the people covered their heads and screamed. They fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Although the two demon overlords besides Bai Luo were afraid of the evil Eye Tyrant's spirit power, they weren't ordinary people. As long as the evil Eye Tyrant's spirit power showed signs of exhaustion, they would kill it with a thunderous method. Bai Luo waved the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword chi slashed at Lomont. Lomont's body was split into two, but that was just an afterimage. The real Lomont had already appeared on the left side of Bai Luo at an incredible speed. Countless blue lights interweaved into a giant net, wrapping Bai Luo in it. Lomont hated Bai Luo to the core, so he used the killer move, no return, as soon as he attacked. Bai Luo's left arm suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Ding, ding, ding. The sounds of high-speed and concentrated attacks could be heard continuously. No return had actually been completely blocked by that shield. Lomont's figure suddenly flashed, and he distanced himself from Bai Luo. There was a wound from a sharp blade on his face, and blood was oozing out. My body has been transformed into the strongest weapon. I can change at will. Bai Luo's left hand had turned into a long sword. Not only that, in this castle, I can have an invincible, immortal body. Never mind your level of attack. Even the peak stage of the demon overlord can't hurt a single hair of mine. Before he finished speaking, a strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. Almost at the same time, a fist enlarged in front of him. Bang! With a bang, his entire body suddenly flew out and slammed into the wall. The wall, with a strong enchantment, actually cracked. Bai Luo stood up shakily. There was an obvious fist mark on his cheek. He coughed a few times and spat out a few teeth that were stained with blood. His face was filled with shock as he looked at this strange enemy that had appeared out of nowhere. He mumbled unclearly, "How could you possibly injure me? Your so-called indestructible body, is this what you rely on?" The person who came played with a fist-sized red crystal in his hand. "Without it, you are like a demon hound without claws and teeth. It's useless to bare your teeth. Today is a good day. Me, my friend, and you're going to settle our old scores." Chapter 741. The Heart of the Fortress. Brock looked at the red crystal in disbelief. "Impossible. Where did you get it from?" "The heart of the fortress can connect you with the entire fortress as one, making it indestructible. Normal fortresses don't have this thing. It seems like you've put in a lot of effort to protect yourself. The person played with the crystal and revealed a faint smile. This is indeed an amazing, top-notch magic tool. The magic circle is quite complicated. Even with Loki's help, it took me 2 hours to dismantle it. If your meeting was shorter, perhaps this cheat could be used for a while longer. Loki! Brock spat out this name while clenching his teeth. Loki had already spat out all the truth under the strange power of the Eye of Incubus. Moreover, he was firmly controlled by his soul shackles. Regardless of whether it was for his life or interests, it was impossible for him to betray in such a short time. He didn't expect the problem to be with this impossible person. Could it be that Lomont and this mysterious, unfamiliar powerhouse were the Bloodfalls men? Or rather, it was Catherine Brock was shocked and resentful. With the thought, the soul shackles immediately took effect and completely cut off Loki's life. Even if you kill Loki, it's useless. His mission has been successfully completed. The other party had obviously guessed what Brock was going to do. He smiled casually and said, "During this meeting, you didn't know a lot of things that happened outside. However, the soldiers outside all knew what happened in the hall, including your classic sentence. If worst comes to worst, the entire Fireblade Legion and Jurgle Fortress will be buried together. In this world, there's something called magic television." What? Brock was in a panic. All the soldiers, although Brock was panicking. The black fog that he manipulated rose silently from the back of the person. The target was the heart of the fortress in the person's hand. No matter how bad the situation was, as long as he took back the heart of the fortress, he would at least be in an invincible position. The person suddenly grabbed with his backhand. His palm seemed to have a special suction force as he grabbed the invisible black fog in his hand. There was a strange chill in the black fog, which contained a terrifying destructive power. It made Bailuo, who had the water mastery innate talent, quiver. That person pulled with his hand. Although he was only targeting the black fog, Bailuo's body was involuntarily dragged forward. Then he heard the sound of his nose breaking. The intense pain caused his tear glands to lose control. Blood, mucus, and tears flowed out at the same time. He took 7 to 8 steps back and covered his face in pain. "Although I really want to break your bones piece by piece," the man glanced at Lomont, "but your life is his." "Leave it to me, Captain." The 2 blue blades in Lomont's hands buzzed as he slowly walked toward Brock. "Captain?" This form of address caused Bailuo's expression to change greatly. He was shocked and furious at the same time. "So it's you." It was this person who used a trick to cause him to fail in ambushing Christina. He even used poison to leave an indelible mark of shame on his face. Later on, during the treasure hunt in the Silent Night wetland, he caused him to miss the illusory shield and even took away Delia and Lomont. He was simply his nemesis. This ant, who was initially a higher demon, had now grown into a terrifying powerhouse that made him tremble. This person was naturally Chinrue. His appearance was casually disguised. At this time, Verota and Stammy had already rushed over. Chinrue waved his hand and a faint chill spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall became cold. This kind of cold was not freezing in the ordinary sense. There was no ice on the surface of the body, but the terrifying destructive aura had penetrated deep into the soul. Soul, spirit, power, and blood seemed to be frozen at the same time. It made people tremble and despair from the inside out. Bailuo's incubus domain was completely frozen and lost its effect. Verota and Stammy's movements suddenly slowed down, as if they were starting to freeze. The bodies of the other companions, who were weaker, instantly became extremely stiff and completely lost their resistance. Half of Bailuo's body was non-living. After being transformed into a human artifact, his body was special. His resistance to the winter domain was far greater than that of ordinary people. However, his soul could still feel the oppressive aura. He knew that it was not good and shouted, "Stop Florence and Medella's lives are still in my hands. I can then kill them quickly." Roman sneered and interrupted his threat. Those demons had been put away, and the phantasms overlapped with his body. The golden color in his left pupil condensed a bit more, and the murderous aura became more and more intense. Bailuo could see that the other party really did not care about the lives of the two important hostages. He did not dare to easily destroy his two trump cards. At this time, Lomont's dual blades had already turned into flowing light and swept toward him. Bailuo, who had lost the fortress heart, was no longer immune to damage. He endured the sharp pain on his face and turned his left arm into a shield. He held the long sword in his right hand horizontally and faced the flowing light. On this side, Verota and Stammy were desperately using their domain power to resist the terrifying cold that eroded their souls. Suddenly, they felt that there was an additional figure in front of them. At the same time, a strong force came toward them. The two of them felt as if they were trapped in a raging sea. Waves of unstoppable attacks came one after another like giant hammers. After blocking two waves, their muscles and bones were already sore. They spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time and fainted. The battle between Bailuo and Lomont quickly entered the climax. Lomont's flash talent was exerted to the extreme. The spirit officers in the distance could only see countless blue lights that cut through the air and a faint shadow. After a few confrontations, both sides were injured. Bailuo's true strength was actually only the early stage of the demon overlord. As an artifact, his combat power could compete with the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Under normal circumstances, his strength was better than Lomont. However, the mutiny had failed now. The incubus territory was suppressed by the winter territory, and he had lost the fortress heart. He had no fighting spirit at all. In contrast, Lomont was determined to kill. Every strike of his blade was the most lethal killing move. Bailuo glimpsed that Verota and Stammy were easily knocked down by Chinrue. He was secretly shocked. With this distraction, Lomont had already seen a flaw. The blade light slashed toward Bailuo's neck like lightning. Bailuo could not dodge in time. The long sword in his hand stabbed straight at Lomont's lower abdomen, intending to force him to save himself. However, Lomont's blade light did not have the slightest tendency to save himself. It seemed that he was determined to perish together. Brock was shocked. He leaned back with all his strength and avoided being beheaded. The sword cut into his collarbone diagonally, almost cutting his neck open. Due to the deviation of the sword, it left a deep wound on Roman's ribs that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Lomont seemed to be unaware of it. He smiled coldly, "This blade is mine." Bailuo screamed in pain. The long sword in his left hand turned into a burning red claw, grabbing at Lomont's chest. Lomont did not retreat, but advanced instead. He let Bailuo's sharp claw dig a bloody hole in his chest. With a backhand slash, he cut off Bailuo's right arm that was holding the sword. "This blade is Delia's." Bailuo's screams of pain turned into a shrill scream. Both of his legs turned into the legs of some kind of bouncing, demonic beast. He suddenly bounced upwards and finally pulled away from Lomont. The desperate fight just now happened in the blink of an eye. Many people only saw the two silhouettes quickly separating after they clashed. Then Lomont's chest and abdomen were covered in blood. Meanwhile, Bailuo's right arm below the elbow had been cut off. Bailuo's bloody face started to twitch due to the intense pain. His gaze was filled with even more fear. The word lunatic came to his mind. He was most afraid of this kind of opponent. Just like a certain someone who used poison to self-destruct at the Silent Night wetland. This Lomont was also a lunatic who did not care about his own life. Now that the situation was hopeless, there was nothing he could do. Other than Lomont, there was still the captain, who was far more powerful than him, eyeing him from the side. If he did not make a prompt decision, it would be difficult to escape later, even if he wanted to. As soon as Bailuo thought of this, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his left arm. It was like a small sun, making people unable to look directly at it. As it happened so suddenly, Lomont could not see anything for a moment. He could only wave his dual blades to protect his entire body. Chinrue, who was at the side, felt that the aura emitted by the light was strange. He shouted loudly and punched with his eyes closed. He could only hear the sound of something shattering. Bailuo had already disappeared from his analytical eyes. After the light disappeared, Lomont opened his eyes and realized that Bailuo had disappeared. Meanwhile, Chinrue was holding some broken crystals in his hand and was thinking about something. He quickly asked, "Where's Bailuo?" There should be a special rune, teleportation magic, in his body. The artifact is really interesting. However, he was hit by my attack. The teleportation distance is greatly affected. With these broken rune crystals, I can accurately track him. As Chinrue said, he looked at the horrible wounds on Lomont's body. "You should be wearing the mystic jade armor." Lomont gently touched the clothes that were already damaged. "These are the clothes that Delia gave me for the first time." Chinrue understood his feelings very well. He patted his shoulder. "Your injuries are very serious. They must be treated immediately. Leave the rest to me." Lomont nodded silently. Suddenly he grimaced and shouted, "Pat me gently. This is the map that I drew according to the heart of the fortress. Friends and Metaloo should be imprisoned somewhere. You will go and rescue them later. Pay attention to avoid the mark traps on it," Chinrue said, and threw a bottle of potion and a map to Lomont. He smiled and disappeared on the spot. Somewhere outside Jurgle Fortress, there was a blur in the void and Brock's figure appeared. As soon as he landed, he felt that he could not stand steadily and fell. Brock looked very embarrassed. His nose bridge was dented, and his neck was badly mutilated. Only half of his right arm was left, and his left arm was full of cracks. His left leg below the knee was already broken. No wonder he could not stand steadily. Just now, when he activated the emergency magic teleportation circle and was about to teleport away, he suddenly had an illusion as if time had stopped. Then a horrible power came and almost shattered the shield on his left arm. His modified left leg was also broken because of this blow. When the illusion passed, the teleportation was already completed, and he was in another place. The fact told him that it was not an illusion just now. Brock only felt a lingering fear. That person actually had an incredible power to stop time. Fortunately, he had escaped early, or else he would have fallen into the hands of the opponent. Brock's broken left knee extended apart, and he barely managed to keep his balance. He looked around and was shocked again. Corpses! Corpses were everywhere. Right, this environment should be a small plain in the east of Jurgle Fortress. Judging from the equipment and flags of the dead, they should be soldiers of the Bloody Empire. It seemed that the Bloody Empire army that was preparing for a sneak attack was ambushed and returned in frustration. At this moment, Brock instinctively felt that something was wrong. As soon as he turned around, he saw a graceful figure under the moonlight looking at him calmly from afar. Although he could not see the face behind the veil, he could clearly feel the deep gaze that was as calm as water.